can't stand in that or you're fucked. Oh,
no way.
1, 2, 3.
Dude, he had so much health left. What the hell? He had so much health.
Did I knock him out or did he knock himself out? I can't even tell what's going on in this game.
No, this is pure chaos. Why does he burp right off the bat?
Because I think all their bots are programmed to do the same thing. They do their, like, projectile thing as soon as they start.
Barney sucks. Dude, he's so trash.
Don't go into the burp corner, dude. Whatever you do. He's collecting all the shit, though. Oh, he tried to throw the glass at me.
Oh.
Interesting. I haven't seen that. I feel like that would power Homer up, though, because he loves a good beer. You gonna do anything?
He's waiting for you to come into his fucking toxic cloud.
His burp zone.
But the thing is, it's like, I just don't need to go over there. That's how you fight against that. Man.
That's the counter.
Yeah, I'm just not gonna go over there.
I've got him on the ropes here.
You do. He can't do anything. He's fucking stun locked.
I've got him.
He's done. You're donezo, buddy.
Yeah, he's done now. You just keep hitting them while they're on the ground, and then you just get their health down for free.
In your face! Woohoo!
Smithers?
Oh. You think Mr. Burns is going to be in this then?
I've seen him on the side of the ring, so I'm going to guess not.
He's in 3D, though. He's in 3D. Oh, maybe it's both.
Oh.
Kill my boss! Do I dare live out the American dream?
Smithers, why do they all hate me so?
Oh, it's because he's working for Mr. Burns. He's doing everything Mr. Burns wants him to.
That's funny.
That is pretty good, actually. You can do a lot with a Simpsons wrestling game, I feel.
You can, and
Oh my god, let me drop a fucking nuke on me!
Holy shit, what happened to him?
He turned me into blackface.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, he's got a fucking portable nuke on him and it knocks half my health off.
Okay, this is gonna be tough. They're fucking you up.
This is a boss fight, if ever I've seen it, literally.
Yeah. I don't know if this is a playable character, because if it was, it would be a load of shit. This is a pretty cool stadium, too.
This is Mr. Burns' meeting room, I guess. That is insane. I can't get up.
Oh my god, you're...
Hey!
Wow.
That was insane.
There's a difficulty spike happening right now.
A difficulty fucking mountain. I just gotta know where Mr. Burns is gonna throw that and avoid it.
Why doesn't it do any damage to Smithers?
He's gonna throw a nuke again in a second. I can fucking smell it.
Yeah, he spams it. Oh! Nice, he dodged it.
I've just gotta, like, whittle him down. I can't have any, like... I can't stand still for a second.
No, you really can't. This is gonna test your ability. Your Simpsons wrestling ability. Oh, nice dodge, dude. What? You still got hit by it somehow.
I didn't dodge it somehow. Because it's a fucking nuke. Oh, he got big heal. Sure he did. If anyone else has played this game, tell us in the comments how you beat Smithers, because what am I supposed to do?
Once more, the mighty sinews of Monty Burns reign supreme.
I'm rematch. I'm not letting Smithers beat me. I didn't get all this way to get beaten by Smithers and his fish that knocks me down in one hit. Oh, what the f***? It spawned a big heal on top of him!
Oh.
This is insane. No, you little fucking bastard, Smithers!
You're still in this.
Am I?
Yeah.
He's fucking humping me the second I get up. The frame rate as well. The game cannot handle it.
No, it really can't. It wasn't designed.
No.
What?
That is dumb, dude. That is such a dumb fight. I couldn't even get him once.
Mr. Burns wins. My goodness. Oh my god, dude.
No way.
Oh my god.
There's no way.
You actually have his health down. Holy shit. If we can even get him pinned once, that's going to be a huge victory. Oh, he hit himself. How? How does he keep getting up?
Oh, he's down. He can't do anything here. Mr. Burns can't hit me.
He's going to get up, dude.
How is he up?
Oh my god. Go now. Oh, what did you get hit by? Go. He can't get up.
I got hit by myself.
Let's
All right,
go.
that's one.
Let's
That's one.
go.
That's one.
Holy shit.
We got him. Oh, we just got to do it again. That took like 10 minutes. I'm not lying.
Okay, so now we know his weakness is that flying headbutt.
Yeah. We have a strategy. That flying headbutt is like the only thing you can do.
The energy meter just goes up so slow. And then flying headbutt. That's all we have to do. It's going to be a slow grind, but it is what it is. We got to do what we got to do.
It's a grind, yeah. It's like a Dark Souls fight. Genuinely.
It really is. You have to respect the game.
You got to play the game by its rules, and its rules are fucking bullshit.
You can't be rushing around spamming. This is a science, all right? It's Simpsons wrestling. We might actually do this, dude. Kick his ass while he can't move. Mr. Burns isn't throwing nukes as well. This might be the run.
He throws them if you go, like, in the top quarter.
Don't let him get that. Don't let him get that.
All right, I'm invulnerable now, so... Then he does this thing where he just goes in the middle of the map for some reason. I'm invulnerable, though, so I don't care if Mr. Burns throws shit at me. You're dead, Smithers. You're fucking dead, Smithers!
Dude, you did it.
Fucking dead!
Holy shit. I actually can't believe that you did that.
That was insane. It was published by Electronic Farts.
Whoa, look at that logo. What was that?
That was different. That was a different EA logo. I think we should go back to that. It's minimalist. Oh, we're in the early 2000s now.
Oh, shit. It's going down, dude. Why would I ever want to play Tony Hawk Underground when I can play this?
The Simpsons skateboarding.
Oh, my. This looks unfinished.
Oh, it's...
Oh no.
He looks worse than he did on the PS1, honestly. Oh, there's Bart. Bart always looks the same.
Yeah, true.
Oh, Marge. We can only play as them so far.
Okay, well, I guess...
The family.
I guess we stick to Homer.
I mean...
Since we...
Yeah, we were Homer in the wrestling, so...
He's retired from wrestling and he's on a skateboard now.
Now he's joined Tony Hawk as a skateboarder.
Oh, wow. Turns. You're not going to have a good time with that.
All right, we've only got one level to choose. Springfield Elementary. We can't go anywhere else right now. Oh, I got S. Get out of the way, Skinner.
You went right through it. Oh, it's because you need the S first. That's so stupid.
I've got the S. I collected the S.
How do you even know? Oh, I see. It's on the right. Okay, so then we need the K next. I think you have to do it in order.
I did it. I got a K.
Oh, this is so stupid. The fact that you have to do it in order is absurd.
Sorry, we know where some of them are at least. Get out of the way, Skinner.
This is going on your permanent record.
Shut up. Woohoo! I shoved it.
Simpsons skateboarding or Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3? I'll take Simpsons skateboarding, please. I'm a man of culture. You can grind with triangle, probably.
Triangle? Well, let's see, shall we?
Yeah, triangles.
There it is. There it is. Nose grind. This will give me some speed.
Nose grind.
No. No.
Oh, no.
This is not where I want it to be.
Oh,
why is Ralph down here?
There's a child down here. Oh my god, nothing happens. You just run into him.
I'm not going to get Skinner in time.
This is so shit.
Oh,
this is so shit.
It controls really bad.
Nice.
I did a shove it 360. Nice. What do you think of that?
That was epic. Nice little kickflip.
Late shove it 360.
Oh my god, they look so stupid when they're grinding. Honestly, if you want to play a skateboarding game with zany characters, you're better off just getting Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 and using the unlockable characters, because you can play as Darth Maul in that game.
Oh yeah.
And Wolverine.
Oh.
Yeah, you can play as all kinds of people in that game.
It's got 2,000 points in 60 seconds. That's not the way to do it.
It's not a good start. Nice, 500 points just right there.
That's all right.
Nice, a little bit of a combo.
No. Oh no. Have you ever played the Skate games?
Skate? Skate games are some of my favorite games ever, dude.
They're making another one, and I'm very excited for it.
Yeah, I'm worried that it's just going to be an online game, and they're not going to focus at all on the single-player experience, but it is what it is. Modern gaming, everyone. You only need 300 more points, and you got it. Just land that. Just land that. You're good. That's 1,000 points. Nice.
I did it. I got 25 cents. Hell yeah. Catch 5 kids who are skipping class.
Okay, well, we know where one of them is. I don't know how you didn't get hit by a car there. That's insane.
Well, we need some speed. Is it Ralph?
Yeah, one of them is...
I don't know if he's skipping class or if he's gone missing.
I'm better than you.
Got him. No, you're not, Ralph. Shut up.
Oh, there he is. Millhouse.
Fucking Millhouse. Fucking Millhouse. Is Bart going to be one of them? Nah, he won't be because
he's a playable
Bart's
character.
one of the characters. Yeah. Why? Didn't we see Barney up the hill?
We definitely did, yeah. I think I saw him in the sewer as well.
There's Terry. I think she's called Terry.
One left. Are we going to make it there in time?
There she is. Sherry.
His
Did I not catch it?
his turning is so awful as well.
Got him.
Scary.
You've caught all the kids.
Jesus Christ. Should we try and do the Skinner thing again?
Yeah, I'm heading for that. This game makes me want to play Skate, like right now.
It's such a good game.
Might have to whip out the Xbox and play some Skate. Woo! I'm getting used to it, I think.
Yeah. Just takes some getting used to.
You should be in the special class.
Oh my God.
Give that an A for awesome.
Shut up, Skinner.
You don't have a future.
Why can I not get it? I'm going through it.
The eye is so annoying.
You should be in the special class.
The hitbox. Wow.
That's not nice.
This is how you get easy.
How are we even creating momentum?
Nose grind. Nose grind.
Nose grind.
Okay, sure.
Nose grind. Nose grind.
Okay, where's the E? It's in the sewers.
over there.
Okay. You got this. Just don't miss it. Nice.
Got it.
We just need the R.
Where's the R?
I think it's in the sewers, like down deep into them. Oh, see? Barney's in the sewers.
No, why did he not go up
Oh
it?
my God, we're doing...
What?
This is not going to be good. Homer's going to do that thing where he can go up jumps for some reason. This character is unplayable.
Watch.
Come on. How is that even physically possible? Oh my God.
Like, if the game is all about spending money to level these characters up, why do they not all start with the same stats?
Yeah, I think this is the play. The all-rounder will be a lot better, I think. Because what was Homer even good at? I don't remember his stats.
Nothing. I think he was fast for some reason.
Grinds maybe he was good at?
He was fine at grinds, but I feel like Bart's pretty decent at it. Alright, here we go. We got another chance to do it. Let's see.
Oh my God.
Ralph! He's right in the fucking middle and I threaded the needle to get past him before.
I don't know. Are you pressing jump?
I'm not pressing anything.
Like you have to
I'm trying.
hold X?
Because it said at one point, it said don't press anything. No, pressing X doesn't work for me.
Hold X and release it at the top of the quarter pipe.
Alright.
I bit my tongue.
Yeah, you're supposed to do that.
Oh, you know what? You might be right.
I'm just trying to muscle memory from playing skateboarding games. Is Max great at skateboarding games? Maybe not.
No.
But also, as much as there is user error,
There's plenty of
this
that.
game sucks. I really hope there's not any like Simpson skateboarding defenders. Oh no. Oh no.
Chicken legs
And then
are
hold
scary.
it and then oh. What the fuck?
I think the thing about this game is that I feel like it's fine. It's just... There's a lot of better skateboarding games from this era.
I don't even know if it is fine, dude. Like the whole thing with the Tony Hawk games was like the levels all flowed together and you could kind of like speed run each stage because all the objectives flowed together. You could kind of do them all at once.
Yeah, they do, yeah. This one's like, oh, well, the end is up there.
Yeah, and in this game, it's kind of like you have to do everything separately. Okay, half pipe it up. There we go. Oh, no, you got this. Yes! You're Skinner-tastic. Oh my God, it never felt so good to be Skinner-tastic. There's only 3 levels? Oh,
No, there's
thank
more.
God.
There's Krusty Lou Studio, Springfield
there's a
Mold.
lot.
There's actually a decent amount
Oh,
of
wow,
levels.
yeah, there is.
But when all the levels are shit, then it's not really commendable, is it?
Hey, you're like, ooh, shit. And more shit.
Look at this level.
Great.
Set start here. That's like something they'd write in the code or something.
It does just feel unfinished, doesn't it? Like, it's not like organic. They just kind of put ramps around everywhere.
Oh, it's Flanders. Let's go and say hello.
Devil skates among us.
What?
Did he say Among Us?
Among Us. Oh, like this. Like, what is this? Like, what is this? Everything's set up so poorly.
It does feel that way, yeah. Whoa! What happened to Flanders?
What the? Whoa! What the?
Shout at the devil!
Okay, dude. You've got some problems.
Like, where are you supposed to get a run up from?
That's what I mean.
The edge of the map's
That's what I
there.
mean. It's,
Like, where are you supposed to get speed to go up this ramp?
you just jump over and over. That just picks up speed for some
That's
reason.
how you get speed in this game.
Hard today.
Got it.
I'm a shredophile.
Alright, it begins. He's a what?
Miller.
What did Bart just say he is? What?
I'm a shredophile.
I don't know how much more of this I can This is the worst.
You tell me you're not having a fun?
I'm not having a fun. I'm having a not fun.
Where is this next one? Is it down here? Oh my god. Oh.
How do we even get back up there? Oh. We only have 3 seconds to collect everything. Okay. You didn't do it, so you have to go all the way back to the S. Okay, let's see if this is the magical run, guys. I hope everyone's enjoying this really good... Yeah, this really good Simpsons gameplay. If you're enjoying the amazing Simpsons gameplay, type 1.
Type 1 in the comments and like the video.
If you think Max is terrible at Simpsons skateboarding, type 2. If it's both, then type 1 and 2.
But it's also a fucking shit-ass game.
Yeah, it is. It sucks, yeah.
It doesn't flow.
The level design is completely awful.
There's no flow. They were like, what if you collect? What if we have the players collect shit?
Oh.
What's my name? Booyah!
What's my name? Booyah. Nice. Oh my, we're cooked. The run is cooked.
Recovery. It's fine. As long as I don't get run over, I'll be fine.
Okay, we're getting to the shitty part now. We're approaching Shitville.
This is the shit part because you have to hit this corner.
Okay.
And then you got to get off there.
Just hit the rail and we're fine. So you somehow magnetized to that rail, dude. Oh, there's a jump!
I couldn't do it, dude. It was wailing. It was freaking out.
This is just... This is impossible. At least we got the fucking comic book, I guess. Oh!
We're squishy-tastic!
That's all you had to do!
Hell yeah, dude. Squishy-tastic.
Okay.
But how did I not unlock a level? I thought you unlock levels from that.
This would never be in a skate park, either. Is this... What is this? What are these ramps that don't have starts?
You don't like these ramps?
Oh my god, this is awful.
That's enough of this game.
Don't forget to check out War Thunder with the link in the description. It's available for free on PlayStation, Xbox, or PC. New and returning players who haven't played for 6 months will also get a massive bonus pack, but it's only available for a limited time, so make sure to click that link in the description. Thank you so much to War Thunder for sponsoring this video.
Flicking Simpsons skateboarding, seriously. Woo.
Not a good one. Not a good one. But if you want us to play some more skateboarding games, leave a like.
Yeah, let us know. There's plenty of skateboarding games out there in the market. If you've got any favorite skateboarding games, or even wrestling games from today's episode, pop them in the comments and let us know.
Thank you so much to the patrons as well. We appreciate all your guys' support over there.
Yeah, thank you kindly, patrons. If you want access to uncensored videos, the Patreon poll of the month, and our Discord server, head over to patreon.com/mindpulp.
Yes, and we'll see you guys all in the next video.
Alright, we'll see you there, everybody. You're skinnerific. Beverly Hills Cop, a staple in the action comedy genre that put Eddie Murphy on the Hollywood map. Now, usually we'd give a brief synopsis of the movie, but honestly, in this case, it doesn't matter, because this game, Beverly Hills Cop, I'm not sure it has anything to do with the movie at all. This guy here, this is Axel Foley, the main character of Beverly Hills Cop, Eddie Murphy's character. What the fuck?
It all starts to make sense when you see this little shit stain on the front. Oh god blast. The staple of giant turds in disguise as video games. I had no idea this game existed, to be honest. I've never seen it in any Walmart bargain bin in my life, or in the classic used section of an EB Games. Turns out it only came out in Europe. You poor
What's good, my man? Yes, sir.
Okay, I do.
How you doing, my brother?
How you doing?
Thanks, Kevin. On Tuesday, the Endicott police arrested a man who was allegedly sending sexually explicit pictures and text messages to whom he believed was a teenager.
I just need a beard lineup. That's all.
You don't want to do the hair?
No, I'm bald, man. I just be wearing do-rags.
He thought this was a 18-year-old girl, but the person who was receiving the graphic content was a YouTuber who goes by Gideon.
You got a family yet? Man, you might not got no family, man, but I mean, I know you probably got you a couple boo things or something.
The YouTuber went to Mancini's place of business, got a haircut before confronting him about the alleged victim.
Yo, Nick, I don't think you're a bad dude or anything, but I want to talk about, you know, you gave me a fresh cut, so can we just talk about this? Yes, no? Well, he like... What's good, YouTube, man? Welcome to a brand new episode of your favorite show, EDP Watch. I am your host, DeMarcus Cousins, and today we are in New York State, not city, state. We will get to New York City one day, but we're in more specifically Inwell, and today we are meeting Mr. Nick Mancini. Mancini? I don't know, but this dude's a creep, man. This dude's a 38-year-old barber, and he is trying to line up our year-old decoys private part. You know, he wants to give her a lineup real quick. This dude sent so many glizzy videos. It's not even funny. Like, this is the most glizzy videos we've ever had before. Like, what? And like, he'll like message and say whatever he's saying while he's just choking the turkey. And we also have this video of him eating out a pillow while moaning our decoy's name. I would show it here on YouTube, but sadly we can't. So if you're on edpwatch.com right now, roll the clip. Yeah, like this dude's actually a freak. So this is what we're gonna be doing. He invited our year-old decoy to come to his job where after he's gonna go rent an Airbnb. But what we're gonna do is I set a time to meet him and I'm gonna get a beard lineup because I'm bald as hell. I don't need a haircut, but I'm gonna let him, and I'm being invited. Yeah, like here on eating glizzy videos. It's not even funny. Like, this is the most glizzy videos we've ever had before. Like, what? And like, he'll like message and say whatever he's saying while he's just choking the turkey. And we also have this video of him eating out a pillow while moaning our decoy's name. I would show it here on YouTube, but sadly we can't. So if you're on edpwatch.com right now, roll the clip. Yeah, like this dude's actually a freak. So this is what we're gonna be doing. He invited our year-old decoy to come to his job where after he's gonna go rent an Airbnb. But what we're gonna do is I set a time to meet him and I'm gonna get a beard lineup because I'm bald as hell. I don't need a haircut, but I'm gonna let him line up my beard. I really don't want him to, seeing what he does in those videos, but I'm gonna let him touch my face. Hopefully he doesn't recognize me. And then after the lineup and stuff, I'm gonna give him a tip. And let's just say, maybe this haircut's gonna be on the house. But man, without any further ado, y'all, let's go on and go to the barbershop. Let's get this freak. We're heading over to the barbershop right now. So whenever I text you, pretty much, that's when I want you to call him and be like, oh, I'm here. And then we'll see if he goes outside or not. All right, appreciate you.
All right, well, talk to you soon.
Peace. All right, man, so we're just YouTubers coming into town, trying to get a fresh cut, you know, line up the beard before our filming session. This area looks a little rough. Let's keep God first. We got this, man. Man, this is a nice barbershop. What's good, my man? Yes, sir.
Okay, I do.
How you doing, my brother?
Good, how you doing?
Appreciate you, man. I need to look fresh for my video shoot.
All right.
First time in New York, not as big lights as, you know. Is it cool if I vlog it?
This is upstate New York.
Okay, appreciate you.
I didn't never had that request.
From LA, my bad. You know, we be doing it different. I just need a beard lineup. That's all.
You don't want to do the hair?
No, I'm bald, man. I just be wearing do-rags.
All right, what are you thinking with your beard?
Man, I don't want to bring it down any.
Keep it as high as I can.
Yeah. I want to keep it as high as possible, man. What's your name? Nick. Oh, yeah. My bad.
How'd you hear about the shop?
I literally we had a flight over here, man, and our hotel is here. So I just came from Syracuse.
Oh, yeah. So you're from Los Angeles?
Yes, sir.
What are you're a rapper or what? What are we doing?
Oh, God, no, man.
What are we
I know I'm black with a...
I know, but what are we...
Oh, what's it called? We're going to do one of those 20v1s. You ever see those? You never seen a 20v1? Oh man, you're not hip, bro. How old are you?
39, I'm not.
Oh my gosh, bro.
A show?
Yeah. And then like they ask you out.
Pop the balloon and all that?
Yeah, kind of like that.
I know
But
that.
20 guys versus one.
Your mustache, I can trim that down a little bit, right?
I'm not gonna lie, this is the longest my mustache has ever been. So if we can kind of keep that as long, just like a little bit more crisp. You know what? I'm gonna let you do your thing, man. You the barber. Yeah, we're gonna be crashing over here tonight. Then tomorrow I'll head to New York City for the shoot.
I used to live there a little bit in New York.
Really? How'd you like it?
I liked it. I don't know if I could do it my whole life, you know what I mean?
I feel that.
But I went to school down there, and I lived there for a little bit after 20 years or so.
Man, I mean, you don't look 30, man.
40.
You're 40?
39.
Oh my God. You got a family yet?
Nah, I don't think we're gonna have that one.
I mean, you might not got no family, man, but I mean, I know you probably got you a couple boo things or something.
Whenever you try to
Mecha Break is now available with Google Play Games on PC. Become the ultimate mech pilot with better controls and a bigger screen. Join our rewards program and earn play points for every purchase. Download Google Play Games today.
For 70 years, every single day, Disneyland has honored veterans with an
not be interested in it, then they come.
Oh, bro.
Ignore them. That's what they like, apparently.
I swear, you chase after them, they want to get away from you.
Right, that's what I mean.
You just be chilling.
So now I was like, try to not give a shit. So how you get on this show?
Well, I mean, we're vloggers, man. So like, they like invite different YouTubers and stuff.
What's your channel?
Like Lifestyle J.
How long you been pursuing that?
How long? Man, well, I've been doing YouTube since I was like 12.
Yeah.
Like, ever since I was a kid, man, I wanted to do YouTube. Like, you probably remember when YouTube was first invented.
Yeah, basically, yeah. I was like, not shunned upon, but like, you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm old.
How long you been cutting here?
Cutting here for like 3-4 years. I started work late in my life.
How long you been here for?
Whole time.
Really? Oh, you like it here?
Yeah.
That's good, man.
I apprenticed here.
Oh, so they taught you how to barber?
I don't know, I was in a real bad place. Me and my girlfriend broke up, and I broke my ankle. I had like plates in my ankle and shit. And I was like, I want to cut hair. You can't do it. You don't believe in yourself. So I happened to, my friend who just died a few months ago from drugs, and I would cut his hair a little bit because he's the only one who let me do it, you know. I go to a bar with him, and the owner of this place was there, and my friend would come here sometimes, and he's like, where you been getting your hair cut? He pointed at me, and I was like, I don't know nothing, you know, but I want to learn. So come in and start sweeping. So that's what I did.
Is it cool if I use the restroom real quick?
Yeah.
Appreciate you. I was trying to hold it, but I got it. Bad. Thank you. Where'd he go? He's on the phone with the decoy. Sorry, my man. Thank you so much, my man. Nick, right?
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
All right, man. Nice to meet you, okay?
Nice meeting you.
All right. Check out your channel and stuff.
Man, appreciate you.
All right, man. Thank you for stopping in.
Appreciate you. What's good, my man? Yeah, I'll give you a picture later, okay?
Yeah,
Let me do my thing. I got you.
All right.
Appreciate you, my man. All right, he's going outside to get her.
Guilt has the designers that get your heart
I think he's like calling her. Man, it sucks because he seems like a cool dude.
Yeah.
But I'm doing cool stuff. He said he's out there in the side aisle. Okay, so he's back here. Yo, Nick. Hey, man. Listen, big dog. I don't think you're a bad dude or anything, but I want to talk about.
What's this? What the f is this?
We know you hate child predators and love what we do, but sadly, the same can't be said for others. Join today on edpwatch.com, and for only $4.45, you can help support us locking these monsters away. You'll get access to uncensored chat logs, cool disgusting audio calls, and never before seen and early access to new videos. You'll be entered into monthly giveaways, get 50% off all merchandise, and get a chance to do an IRL catch with yours truly, DeMarcus Handsome. All on edpwatch.com.
I I just want to get this situated, man. You know, you gave me a fresh cut. You're a really cool dude, man. So can we just talk about this? I don't want anyone else knowing about this, man. I'm just recording for my safety. Can we talk about this, my man? Yes, no? Oh, he like... I just want to make sure you're cool. Are we? You're cool? Listen, look, bro, listen. If I want to cause any, I promise, I'm not a cop. He's not. Okay, I appreciate you, man. Listen, bro, I'm chill. Oh, little space. Okay, man. Hey, man, this is for my safety, man. You know, like, I'm trying to do you the common courtesy, man. You know, I'm not in there. I'm not trying to put out your business or nothing, man. I just want to get this situated, man. So I really don't think you're a bad dude, genuinely. When I was talking with you, you seemed like a good guy. Just tell me, like, what's going on with all this, man? I mean, you know, we both have. I wasn't seriously trying to do nothing. Okay, so why did you tell her to meet you out here then? I didn't really want to. Man, I was hearing a little bit about your story, man. Like, so I'm getting some context. So were you just lonely? Basically? Listen, man, we'll keep this, you know. I mean, you know, I didn't want to go to your house or nothing. Like, do you want me to, I mean, like, where do you want to talk about this at? Not by my word. Where would be comfortable for you? I mean, we could go back more over there. Listen, man, I just want to make sure you're cool because I'm trying to be cool with you too, man. Genuinely. When people talk to kids like this, man, we have to talk about this stuff, you know? But, well, I mean, we're talking right here, man. No one's here. Like, bro, I mean, we're like 100 yards away from your job. Okay. This is just to physically show that I'm not putting my hands on you or anything, okay? That's all it is, just for visual. So, man, what's going on with all this, big dog?
Lonely. I didn't think.
Hungry for something healthier? Feed them Purina One's proven nutrition. It helps support healthy energy for a difference you can see and hear. Purina One is always available with fast delivery at Chewy.
Chevy is called the heartbeat of America. Like the people who keep this country moving. For them, only America's most dependable truck will do. In every Chevy truck, dependability comes standard.
Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Lonely, I didn't really want to be around this person. I was lonely. Can we walk?
Where do you want to walk to?
Walk around the block.
Bro, you're free to go, man. Like, I don't want you to think you have to talk to me. Whoa.
Well, what do you want? I'm not, why do you act like I'm
well, you keep on, like, stepping up.
Just walk around if you really want to talk to me. Just walk around.
Well, I mean, if you really want to talk to me, like, you know, you know what I mean? You're not acting normal right now. It's like you want me to go inside that abandoned building. I just want to know, like, what's going on with this? Yeah, why?
Slowly.
Here, just to make you feel comfortable. Turn around. Turn your back so that way your face isn't there. So just lonely?
Yeah, I don't think this was real either. This person just all of a sudden was coming like.
Well, I mean, you messaged her first, man.
A long time ago, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, but she told you right away that she was 15, so.
I didn't think she was.
But you literally said, oh, you can get me in trouble.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't trying to get in trouble.
Then why were you telling her to meet you outside here?
Because she basically just said she was coming, and then it was like, now I have to deal with this.
So how are you gonna deal with it? Like, I'm just trying to figure out, like, what was gonna happen if she came? Yeah, I mean, you were talking about getting an Airbnb.
I don't know, bro.
But I mean, listen, bro, your business is just between you and me, man. I have to talk about this, though. We have to.
Yeah.
Listen, I heard your life story, man. You sound like you have some great parents, got a great sibling, bro. You got your life back in order, man. Obviously, bro, I just think you made a mistake.
Yeah, but you kept, I didn't keep bugging this person, like.
Well, I mean, bro, look how, and this isn't even everything, bro. And then all those videos of you masturbating. I mean, you sent the video of you eating out a pillow, moaning her name. That's like, that was the real reason why I came here, because I was like, okay, now this ain't just, you're saying her name while you're doing it. You're saying, I love for. Well, why would we send that stuff to her, man?
I don't have a good reason.
Well, I mean, you don't have to have a good reason, man, but I need to know your mindset, bro. Like, I need to make sure you're not like one of these freaks.
I'm not. Never done anything like this, bro.
So why was she the first one? I mean, like the first thing you came out, you sent the ring to her, man.
I had no idea that the person was, that's just how I flirted with people.
Okay, that's cool. But then what about after she told you she was 15? So if you saw a kid and you flirted with her and she said, oh, I'm 15, would you not really believe her and would you keep on talking with her in public? So why would we do it over the internet? I just want the truth. Like, what was gonna happen?
I didn't think this person would really come, but if they did, I had to deal with it. I would have to fucking make sure she gets home safe.
How would you deal with it? You were saying I get off at 6. You know, I can get an Airbnb.
No, just to make sure that she's not like stranded or whatever, like basically.
So you have no relation to her whatsoever, and you're just gonna get her an Airbnb. Here, you want to just sit down, man? Like I feel like you're nervous.
Of course I'm nervous.
I know you are, bro. Listen, bro. Look at me. I'm not a cop, bro.
Bro, look, you're gonna ruin my life. So like, why would I not be nervous, bro?
Bro, I'm not here to ruin. I wasn't the one sending these messages, man. This was you. I just want to talk to you about this, bro. Because if let's say you were talking to another girl, and then let's say her dad was a cop or something, then who would ruin their life? If you could do it with her, then you would do it with others. You would.
Done anything like that, man.
Okay, well, you know what? We're gonna make sure that nothing like this ever happens again. But we gotta talk about it. Like, how can we not talk about it? I know, and I appreciate that, man.
I can't.
You can't even shake my hand?
Why? Because you want to.
I mean, what am I?
I understand.
You don't want to be. I mean, bro, like, there's literally nobody here.
But I work here every day.
You work here every day, but nobody knows, man. I didn't come in there putting your business out there, because that's not anything. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. If the cut was trash, maybe. But, bro, you're a good barber, man. You're the cornerstone of our community, bro. You're getting your life together. So, when was the last time you had? A couple months ago? Okay. So a lot of guys that do this stuff, they're usually lonely. They can't get women. You're obviously a good looking dude. So obviously you can get women. So why did you keep talking to her after you found out she was?
I didn't talk to her a bunch. I don't feel like.
You don't feel like? So, I mean, here. I mean, I don't want to embarrass you and just like read this out loud. Like not out loud like that, but like read it to you. Bro, this is just to physically show that I'm not putting my hands on you or anything like that. Listen, I have a video of you saying, like, bro, if I wanted to, I don't need to talk to you like this, man. There's no reason why I would have to put myself in a situation where I'm in danger too, talking to you. I could have just dropped this off on someone's desk. But I came here, I met you, and I was like, you know what? He's a chill dude. I think he's just making a mistake.
I am making a mistake.
And that's why I'm here to talk to you, man. Like, I'm gonna be honest, man. Like, you shot yourself in the foot. But you're a good dude, I think. You sound like a good brother. You sound like a good son, man. You sound like you just made a mistake.
I did.
So I'm gonna ask you again. Why did you continue talking with her after you found out she was?
I mean, at first I definitely really didn't believe. And then just the situation just kind of appeared, like, or just like the other day, like I didn't think that anything like this would ever. Happen, and then all of a sudden she's like, oh, I'm here, and it's like, fuck, I have to react now.
Why would you have to meet her though? Why can't you be like, I can't do this?
I did kind of say that.
Man, you told her, oh, I want to meet you at the mall instead. So if we were at the
she would seem like she was just gonna show up, like no matter what.
But it's, I mean, I'm just letting you know this. You know it's illegal to bring a kid anywhere else where their parents don't know that they are. So why are you telling her to meet you at the mall?
This wouldn't happen or something. If this was gonna, can we walk?
We can walk more over here, man. But like, damn, I just got off a flight, man. I'm not trying to hit lap, and I'm not gonna put this in view of the camera, man. But what's this right here?
All right.
But what is this, man? What is that?
I'm sorry.
Huh?
I'm sorry.
I mean, I know you're sorry, but like, what is it?
Me being stupid. Me being a mistake.
I mean, yeah, was you? Okay, what was it? What did I just show you right now?
It's like genitals. I'm sorry.
Why are you sending pictures of your genitals to her? And it's not just one time. I could maybe one time, but you sent like 50?
Sorry, you lonely, man.
But you just said you had a couple months ago.
Yeah, but then we broke up.
And then you sent her this?
She kind of said to do that. All right. I feel like I understand. Like,
I mean, I'm not here to make you feel like shit, but it kind of just sounds like you're saying anything just to make me shut up. I'm be honest with me. Do you want me to just leave, or do you want to talk about this?
Let's talk about it. We are talking about it.
I'm trying to get
Sometimes there's no definitive, answer for why somebody.
There doesn't have to be a definitive answer, but there's feelings, there's motives, there's reasons, right? So you're saying you're lonely.
I don't think anything was ever really gonna meet this person. They just kind of like spun it on me that they were coming.
Are you attracted to younger girls?
I mean, of course, an attractive young girl's an attractive girl. I knew really tight.
So, like, I guess what's the youngest age you would be attracted to?
I don't like in their 20s, maybe.
Well, I mean, is she 20?
No, these are
I don't know. You didn't even say anything. Like, I thought you were gonna say something. What is she 20? So I'm asking her how.
I don't know.
What do you know, Nick?
I don't know. What do you mean? What do I know?
This feels like a very disingenuous conversation, man.
It's not. I wasn't trying to go. I really didn't think anything would happen. I didn't think this person was going to tell me they were coming in like that.
You know what I think it is? Here, you know what? Give us more space. He's cool. Give us more space, man. How many of those dudes in there have daughters? You think they would let you work in there if they knew? I'm not trying to get you fired, man.
I got nothing but that, so please don't.
Listen, Nick. Look at me, man. Look at me. I'm here to talk about this with you.
I'm trying to talk.
I appreciate you, man, for trying. But I'm gonna need you to try a little bit harder.
Well, what do you want to know?
I just want to know, are you attracted to younger girls? Just think, have you ever heard of MAP? It's minor attracted person. Are you a minor attracted person?
No.
Then why are we talking to minors then?
Because I was lonely.
So if I were to look at your phone, because most people that tell me this hasn't happened, they do it before. So if I were to look on your phone, I want to see you talking to any other young people.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Come on, man. If you ask me, I would be like, hell no.
I mean, I try to, like, you know, girls in their 20s and shit. I mean,
I'm talking about minors. We're not talking about 20. So whenever I say young person, I'm talking about a minor. You know, I get it. You could probably pull 20 years olds and stuff like that. Like, cool. But I don't care about 20-year-olds, man. If this was about a 20-year-old, we wouldn't be talking right now. I'll be dapping you up and being like, hey, yo, man, you lit.
I don't talk to minors.
You don't?
I didn't try to really talk to that one either. I didn't want any of that shit to happen.
Okay, well, you said right here, you said, well,
well, you're going to find one where I don't, but, like, obviously you're going back in your mind, like.
Well, I'm not trying to contradict you if you listen. She said, I'm and you said, my bad, sorry. So here you're remorseful. But then you keep on going.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I got no excuse. I mean,
so I'm trying to figure out when smart Nick went away and when dumbass Nick came back. Because this, you know, I'm not trying to call you a dumbass, but this was very dumb to do. So I'm trying to say.
I can never do it again.
But I mean, bro, I'm not going to follow you around and check you out and make sure you're not. So how do I know?
I'm not.
Does your brother have any kids? Any of your brothers?
I would never hurt somebody. Honestly, I got it.
Okay, it doesn't matter. But I mean, you taking her out of her place, asking her to come over, asking her for pictures, sending her all these videos and stuff. Do you want to know how I know about this? Her mom found out about it yesterday.
Really?
Yes. Really? Yes. And her mom sent it to us, and she was pissed. And just so happened that her mom sounds just like her. She was going to drop it on some people's desks. She reached out to our organization called Kids Protect America. I wanted to talk with you and try to get this situated. So earlier when you were talking to her mom. Before, you were talking to her, man. And she did want to meet you, and she would have met you. So now I need you to come back down to reality, and we need to get this addressed, because I can't go back to this mother and tell her a bunch of I don't knows and da-da-da, because then it's like, what's the point of me even coming out here to talk to you? You know what I mean?
Can we walk and tell them?
Bro, like...
I just don't like that standing right in my parking lot.
Come on, bro. You know your barbershop don't own this parking lot, man.
It's not that. It's just the people. I'm around all these people that I see that I work.
And do they hear anything we're talking about?
I don't know. I hope not.
I read through the messages, and the girl never talked sexual to you. So was her presence just that sexual to where you wanted to just go crazy like that?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
I mean, you have been talking to her for a long time. I mean, it's like over 60 days.
I mean, it's not like I used to talk to her every day. It's not like I wanted to kind of just go away.
I mean, usually if I want someone to go away, I'm not going to add them on Snapchat and then tell them where to meet me. So obviously you didn't want her to go away.
Yeah.
So did you like her?
I don't even know the person.
While you were enjoying the house all to yourself, your neighbor saw everything. But hey, at least your shave is smooth. Schick Hydro Silk has 5 curve sensing blades that follow your body, even your knee. They're smooth, then there's Schick Hydro Silk.
When you've got multiple parts, but need just one answer?
Wait, how does these things work together?
Looks like you can just ask Google.
What I think is, because we weren't able to get everything from Snapchat, but what I think the reason why you wanted to go on Snapchat is because it's more sexual there. And it goes away. Why else would you take her off of Facebook and take her to Snapchat? Why else would you try to have sex with her and meet her? Look me in my eyes and say you wasn't. Do you believe in God?
Yeah.
Okay, put right hand on the Bible. You weren't.
I wasn't I don't think I have the conscience to even do any of this shit.
But you have the conscience to say all this shit. So what was gonna happen whenever you come up and see her? Why were you in such a hurry to go outside to go see her?
Because I thought this person really showed up and I had to go deal with it.
Why'd you have to deal with it? I'm trying to figure out why'd you...
Because I f***ed up. I didn't block her, I guess.
Okay, so what if she was outside?
I f***ed up. I already told you a million times.
Okay,
I don't think I really have the heart to fucking do anything.
You don't think, but it doesn't matter. Your actions show differently. There's a lot of people that say, I don't think I could murder anybody. And what happens? They murder someone. So we need to stop thinking like there's only one Nick. And he's standing right here in front of me, man. When I go back and talk to this mother, she's gonna wanna know, is this guy a danger to other kids and my kids still? Or is he good? And I haven't got any of that information yet.
I'm not a danger to anybody.
What was gonna happen when you came out there to go meet her?
I was gonna see what the hell to do, if I had to take her home or what.
Okay, so you're gonna take her home?
There's a good chance.
Okay, so why were you talking about getting an Airbnb?
Because she kind of said like that she wanted to spend time with me.
So you want to spend time with her too?
Not really, but I don't know how to. It's just like, I should have just blocked her. I don't know.
Okay, we're getting somewhere, man. You don't know what?
I had to meet her and see what the hell. I had to take her back or what, man? Because she came here and I didn't really tell her.
But you did tell her to meet you at the mall.
But if she was really going to come.
So what was going to happen at the mall?
I don't know.
What was going to happen at the Airbnb?
I take her home. I don't know.
So you're just going to tell her to go to the mall?
I don't know until I meet this person, see what's like, feel out like a situation, really.
What situation is there? If you had a daughter, would you want a 39-year-old man to... So why are we doing this for other people's daughter?
But I didn't really try to facilitate this actually of us coming together.
Listen, Nick, I would respect you way more if you were just straight up honest. I was horny and I wanted us to...
Well, that's just on my phone, but any of this in real life, no, I don't want it.
So you don't want any of this to happen?
I didn't really want this person to come.
But all these actions, so, you know, I don't want to really f you, but I'm going to send you 50 pics and ask you how you like it. You don't know if you sent 50 dick?
I don't think so. All right. I don't think I sent 50.
You sent a lot, bro. Okay, here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's a lot.
All right.
Sending videos of you in the shower.
All right.
You know the mom's gonna have to pay for counseling because she's scarred. You think a 10-year-old girl should be seeing stuff like that? You think a 10-year-old girl should be seeing a guy?
No, I didn't want this to happen. I never wanted to meet this person.
You never wanted to meet her. Then this is the thing I'm trying to figure out. Then why come outside to meet her?
She's really here alone. I gotta fucking take her back there.
So you're just gonna take her back home?
Possibly.
So after that, it's like, okay, then after that, I'm blocking you.
I don't know.
You don't know what you would have done. Do you think there's any possibility, any percentage chance that you would have had sex with her? There's no chance.
I don't think I could.
Okay. Now, if I were to ask you before April 2nd, if you would have sent the pic to a 10-year-old girl, what do you think Nick would have said? What do you think you would have said? There's no chance. There's no possibility. But you did. Did you not? Because I don't want to make sure I want to make sure I don't got this construed. These are your pics, right? You guess. It's either yes or no.
I'm sorry. I f***ed up. But no, I did not want any of this to really happen, and I should have just blocked this person.
And it's like, even when you talk to her, maybe if you weren't so sexual all the time, maybe you just wanted it to be a relationship. But anytime you talk to her, it's always sex.
I don't feel like I really talked to her that much.
Well, maybe you were just you just didn't think about it. Like, are you on drugs? Do you do drugs at night?
I mean, I smoked weed.
So were you high right here when you ate out this pillow?
Probably, but I'm pretty sure she said to do it.
Why would a little girl tell you to eat a pillow? Maybe someone overheard us. Here, we'll just tell them we're talking, okay? Hey, how you doing, officer? If you can you start your body cam real quick?
What's that?
Can you start your body cam real quick?
It's on.
Oh, it is?
Yeah,
oh, okay.
See the red light there.
Nick, are you gonna send pics to girls anymore? Is this your last time? Are you ever gonna talk to girls? Are you ever gonna invite a girl to your job again?
No, I didn't, but no.
Are you gonna send videos of you eating out pillows about girls anymore? No. This is your last time. Look me in my eyes and say this is my last
time.
He promised that officer I'll never talk to a year-old girl.
What's going on here?
Well, like he was saying, he had invited what he believed to be a 10-year-old girl to his job. He sent her over 50 videos of him. So those videos that you
I didn't invite anybody to come. Anybody.
But the videos that you masturbating with her, that was you, right?
Okay. So you got it.
Yeah, I have everything.
Okay.
Yeah. So for the last since April 2nd, he's been sending pictures and videos to a 13-year-old girl. You're never gonna send this to a 13-year-old girl again, right? This is your last time sending some shit like this, you promise? He looked that officer in the eye and said, I promise? I
promise. All right, can I get your information real quick, man?
And we had got he didn't know at first, but we had got a haircut inside, and then he sent this video of him eating out a pillow while moaning her name.
Okay.
Let you listen in. I don't know if they're gonna arrest him here, but yeah, I went pretty good.
There is no limitation. We won't challenge completely. In the next generation, GMC Terrain AT4. We are professional grade.
Old Spice, the scent of hope?
Citrus.
I don't know. Hey y'all, I just want to let you guys know. I know you guys saw us earlier here with Nick. He knows me, but Nick, he was talking to what he knew to be a year-old girl, sent very inappropriate videos and pictures, and he's currently outside with the police, probably about to be arrested soon. So I just want to let you guys know.
Appreciate you telling us.
Of course, I appreciate y'all. I got you.
Have a good one.
Y'all be safe. Well, the shop took it pretty well. I don't think he'll be working here. Oh man, dude was so annoying. I don't know. I was just dumbass. Man, what's good with y'all boys and girls, man? I hope you guys enjoyed this episode. This one is one of my favorites, man. Definitely up there. And I already know what you guys are gonna say. Alex did it first. I know Alex did it first, y'all. Alex and Skeeter have done everything first when it comes to prey catching. But man, I really appreciate you guys. If you guys can, be sure to hit that like button, subscribe, share. Also, be sure to share this video, be sure to like it, all that jazz, and go to edpwatch.com so that way you guys can get the full uncensored version of it. Now, some updates about Nick. Nick is being charged out the wazoo. This was my first ever catch in New York, so I was a little bit nervous because, you know, it's a liberal state and everything, but they did an amazing job. The detectives were amazing, the first responders were amazing, and the chief was amazing. That man put me in his office, was giving me tips for future things I can do wherever else we go, and just amazing department. So I want to give a huge shout out to the Endicott Police Department, man. Nick is going to be going to prison. Like, I'm guaranteed of that. So huge shout out to them, man. Also, shout out to Nick's job. Nick's boss, that man fired him before he was even charged, all of that, man. Like, once he heard about it, he got rid of that man. He's just nervous that, you know, his business is going to be getting flagged because at the end of the day, none of them knew. You know what I mean? Like, we caught so many people where even their wives didn't know about this stuff, let alone his co-workers, man. So if you guys can, for me, do me a favor, go support Faces. The barbershop's right here. If you live near the area, go get a haircut over there, man. You know, I mean, Nick was the one who cut me, but Nick's not there anymore. I'm pretty sure all the other barbers there are way better, so go show them love. And if you aren't from around the area or anything, just go leave a super positive review, man, because someone that protects the community by getting someone out of there, and then also the boss is letting other people know about him, man, just an amazing dude, man. He has this message that he actually put out on his Facebook that I'm gonna play for you guys right here, man.
My name is Joe Becker, and I'm the owner of Faces Barbershop, and I just want to set something straight. Nick Mancini's actions are absolutely disgusting and unacceptable. We in no way, shape, or form had any idea of what he was doing, and the moment we found out, he was fired.
Cling carefully. No.
Don't let bad breath ruin your dreams. Minties, vet-recommended dental treats for dogs.
Every laugh, every race, every bit of pain traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised, every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gas, they're all jammed inside every can of Nas Energy. Go ahead, open up the can.
We got a chance to sit down with Charlucci Finney, Sean Combs' apparent close friend for years, who's been a staple during the Diddy trial, wearing attire like Free Puff, even playing music outside of his jail. So we found out his thoughts on the bombshell verdict, his conversations with the rap mogul, and what we can expect from Diddy once he's released. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber.
It's time for bloodbath.
There has been a lot of reaction to the Sean Diddy Combs verdict from last week, where Combs, of course, was acquitted of racketeering and sex trafficking charges, but convicted of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. And as we await a possible sentencing for October 3rd, even though there's a hearing this week that will determine whether that hearing is really done and whether it's expedited, we're getting a lot of reaction. And while in previous sidebars we talked about, the reaction from the Southern District of New York, and we saw immediately after the verdict Cassie Ventura's lawyer and witness Deontay Nash write letters to the judge urging him to deny Sean Combs bail pending sentencing, which, by the way, Judge Arun Subramanian did. We now have a reaction from somebody else. We have a reaction from somebody that we've never spoken to before. Someone, though, who has been quite visible during this trial. Somebody you may recognize, Charlucci Finney. Charlucci is somebody who describes himself as Diddy's close friend for over 30 years, who has apparently showed up to every day of this trial. He has worn attire like Free Puff. He has been seen exiting the courthouse with Combs' family. In fact, the other day, he and others stood outside the NBC, the Metropolitan Detention Center, playing music and shouting Free Diddy. So, we wanted to sit down with him. We wanted to talk to him about his thoughts about the trial, the evidence, the verdict, what we can expect from Diddy once he's free. Here's my interview with Charlucci. Take a look. Charlucci, thank you so much for coming on. I gotta tell you, I think, I thought I covered this case and was there for almost every day and covering it almost every day. You were there even before the trial started, right? You were there for every part of this criminal process, right?
Yes, sir.
And why were you there for everything?
Because that's my brother, and that was my responsibility as his brother.
And how long have you known? How long have you known him? How long have you known Sean?
Close to 40 years, like late 80s. Wow. 88, 89. Yeah.
Wow. So I gotta ask, reaction to the verdict?
Bittersweet. I was happy that the big stuff was all to me. All this is big. Let's be clear, because he's behind bars. But the RICO, the sex trafficking, those carry like exuberant amount of years, 100 years, 50 years. This guy's never getting out. So me hearing those were not. He was not convicted of that. He was acquitted of those. That felt good. But at the end of the day, I wanted to see him walk out of here. And that just wasn't what it was today. And, the fight still goes on.
And we're going to talk about that, what you think the sentence might be. But for those weren't major charges, racketeering, sex trafficking. Life in prison, could have been minimum 15 years in prison. When the jury was deliberating and they were sending notes back and forth, were you nervous that he was going to be convicted of the top charges?
I never thought he was going to be convicted of the top charges. I always believed that they were going to find him innocent of that because he was innocent of it. And that's always been my stance. And as you see in my show, a FRICO is not a RICO. All they always showed, as far as I knew, was domestic violence, which is a terrible situation. But that's what they hung the case upon. The government told people there was multiple victims. They didn't tell people that there were 2 girlfriends, that he was a toxic drug addict.
With Apartments.com capturing the hearts of hundreds of millions of renters, everybody wants the secret to our success, but they're never going to get it. Will they, Craig?
No, sir.
Apartments.com. Ooh. The place to find a place.
When mosquitoes and bugs invade, your family can feel trapped indoors. Make your escape with help from Cutter products. With a range of effective area bug solutions, you can choose the best one for your family. From lawn treatment that lasts all summer to a backyard fogger for your deck or patio. Plus Cutter candles, perfect for summer evenings. Escape the indoors with Cutter Area Insect Solutions, a leader in mosquito protection for 25 years. Cutter, protect your people.
Drug-driven relationship in. That there probably wouldn't have got him indicted. Had they said this, hey, listen, I'm gonna bring this guy to court. He has 2 girlfriends that he's been having gratuitous consensual sex with, threesomes, and voyeurism, and I also want to throw out some drugs. So I want to lock him up for the rest of his life and take everything he's worked hard for. He would have never got a conviction, right? So they had to come the other route. Multiple women. Anything more than one is multiple, so it's plain semantics. So people thought he was just snatching people off the street, drugging them, and making them sex trafficking. So that's what the normal person thought.
By the way, you know how there were no cameras allowed in the Diddy courtroom? There was no recording devices that were allowed. It's frustrating. It's incredibly frustrating because how great would it have been to have Claude Notebook with us, this tiny wearable AI-powered device, completely change the game. So I wear mine as a wristband. You can also clip it on, pin it, hang it like a necklace. During law school, early on in my legal career, I really could have used something like this. Even now as a host, it is a total cheat code. So whether it's meetings, interviews, quick brainstorms, the Note Pin tackles everything. It transcribes in 112 languages. It automatically tags speakers and it drops everything into this clean, digestible summary. There's no more messy notes. There's no more lost ideas. It's not just a recorder, by the way. It actually acts like a hands-free assistant, pulling insights, organizing information, letting you stay fully in the moment. So if you want to make the most of your time, it's time to try the Claude Note Pen. Right now, you can get 10% off. Just click the link below and scan the QR code on screen. Let me ask you this. The government, they said, not every episode is sex trafficking, but they kind of hit upon a few. They said with Cassie, it was a 2016 episode of the LA Intercontinental Hotel. They talked about the plane incident where Sean allegedly showed Cassie the videotapes, and then they land and he demands a freak off. They talked about Daniel Phillips' testimony. These were jury asked for readback of this testimony. Jane, they talk about an alleged violent encounter from June of 2024. They highlighted her text messages where she, seemingly was reluctant or about engaging in this. Was any of those points? Did that make you feel different at any of those points, or how did you view those alleged episodes?
Alleged episodes. I took it as them having a difference of words, agreeing and not agreeing on a certain situation that's in their own personal life, their own personal bedroom. I wasn't there to see the stuff that was alleged, and also that's not what the government said. They said at the beginning that he all this was forced, not 78 sexual encounters, and she decided not to do one out of the 78. She's gonna just do 77. You know what I'm saying? So they had everybody hooked on that. Every last one of them was. It's only later on in the testimonies and in the trial that the government decided to say, hey, you know what? We're not worried about the other ones. We're just worried about these two. And that was crazy to me.
One of the things I wanted to ask you, since you followed the case as much as anybody, there were two ways to look at it, right? You could say Jane, Cassie, they're telling 100% the truth, but it's the prosecution who's transforming what they're saying into a federal crime, or they're not telling the truth. Do you think Cassie and Jane were telling the truth?
They were telling, I guess they were telling their truth. There's the truth and their truth. I just think that they was given opportunity to tell their truth. The truth is what got him acquitted. That's what got him acquitted, the truth.
Do you think there was any point when he wanted to testify, he wanted to explain his side of the story? Sean?
Part of me say yes, because I know him. He's not like he don't like to be bullied. Don't like nobody saying he did stuff and he can't speak up for himself. If there's ever an encounter or something going on, he don't like nobody to be like, I talk for you. He likes to speak for himself. So part of me would say yes, but I don't know. He wouldn't speak about that.
Have you spoken to him during the trial, after the verdict? Have you had a chance to talk to him? How's he doing?
I talk to him like 3 times a week. I talk to him throughout the trial. We make signs and and like I'm telling you, he's a selfless guy. Like when I come in there, he turns around and says, "You here again?" Cracking jokes. And he'd be like, are you eating? It's very hot outside. Are you hydrated? Like, he's always asking me these things. I'd be like, yo, bro, you easy. I'm here to check on you. I'm good. I'm worried about you. You come here every day on time, and you sit on the hard benches. They gotta be hurting. Nah. Seeing you back here is hurting.
How's he doing after the verdict?
As you can imagine, he's definitely pleased about those being acquitted for those large charges. Of course, he's not happy about still remaining in jail because when the judge asked him, "You would like to go home, wouldn't you?" He was like, "Yes." And then they come back and they say, "No, that was a pretty much ago down. We thought he was coming out."
Are you worried about what his sentence might be?
Not everyone's life runs in straight lines. At Sophia, we get that. Our flexible, affordable, self-paced college-level courses help thousands of people just like you complete their degrees for only $99 a month. Find your courses. Complete them at your own pace, anytime, anywhere. Submit to your school for credits. Keep going. Keep pushing. Keep learning. With Sophia, you got this.
How do you like? Ready for a beatdown? Here goes!
I know he's not going. Oh, yes, he is. Hey, buddy! I've seen this movie before, and no one wants to see you dance on the bar. Also, put them keys away. You'll thank me tomorrow.
Don't drink and drive. Get a ride share. Take the bus. Call a friend.
Dude, there's a deer talking to me.
Dude, I see it!
No, just concerned, not worried, because he's not a predator. He's never been to jail. He don't have a history of criminal activity. So, charges carry 0 to maybe 10 years, and for his eligibility in that, the government wanted 56 months or something like that. The defense asked for 24. I'm thinking they're gonna meet somewhere, between maybe no time and 24 months. I'm hoping he gets time served.
Yeah, I mean, because he's already been, there for 9 months, almost 10 months. And what has his experience been like at the NBC?
He's been a model prisoner. He's not causing any trouble. He's not getting, and as you can see, he's not been getting rid of. He has not been causing any type of uncuffing for the rest of the inmates. He's just been in there just doing his time and focusing on getting out.
What did you make of the allegations from prosecutors before the trial that he was improperly using phone record, phone and communication services to reach out to people? What did you make of that?
They were trying everything they possibly can to paint him as a monster, gangster type of individual. Like, he's using the phone, he's doing this. He's reaching out to his kids, asking kids how they doing. He's never been separated from his children. He's got 7 kids. And 4 of whom mother is been passed on. God bless him. And he's the only parent that the children have. And to be separated from them, he had to, he was trying to just call and check on his kids. They try to make everything. They just, you ever heard the saying, don't make a federal case out of it? That's what happened. They make a federal case out of everything.
Has he told you, let's say he gets time served, okay, and let's say he gets released in October, maybe sometime sooner. Has he indicated what he wants to do with his life moving forward?
Sean's a very, very smart guy, and I'm saying he'll become a billionaire and creative all these businesses, not being a smart person. He's already formatted in his brain what he's going to do, and that's for the world to see. But all I can say is to be continued. But I know the first thing he's going to do is go see his mom, kiss all over her, love all over her, same thing with his children. She's going to cook him the best meal he ever had. And he's going to be loving on his family. That's what he just missed all that. He missed birthdays, he missed Christmases, he missed Thanksgivings, he missed all that graduations, he missed all the important factors in his children's life.
Do you think there's a concern that the public looks at him differently after everything that came out at the trial or in the civil suits?
No, because that's his personal life. That's his personal life. For somebody to pay attention to what's going on in your bedroom, to me, is insane. I don't care if you go in your bedroom.
Do you think people are going to look at him differently after the Cassie tape, 2016 tape?
What they're gonna look at, they're gonna see this is a dark Sean. That was a drug-induced toxic Sean. That wasn't a Sean or a Puff or a Diddy that they know and I know, right? So they understand that this is the reason why you don't let your brother drive home drunk, because he's impaired. There's a reason why you wouldn't let a person that's on drugs babysit your child. They're impaired. They're not gonna make the right decisions. And the reason why some people are like, yo, don't bring Bobby to the party. He's been drinking. Bobby's normally a nice guy, but if he has a couple of drinks, Bobby might act up. So being a drug-induced Sean Combs is a totally different person from a normal, clean Sean Combs who's been in jail for 10 months and that's clean.
So in other words, you think his lifestyle is going to be different when he's released?
I think the drug-induced part of it will be different. There's rehab, so we're definitely doing that with him to make sure he stays clean. We're definitely doing some counseling as far as anger management, so we know where he went wrong and how to channel certain things as opposed to dealing with it through drugs. We don't know what kind of pain he was in, and that's what I was talking about when we get out. You know, what made him do drugs. If people, they didn't start with him one morning, they didn't want him to do drugs. It could have been something tragic. He lost the love of his life. There's a lot of things that he went through in life. The death of Big E, the death of his wife, his mental health. I haven't yet to lose someone, that many people back to back in my life. I don't know what kind of pain a person like that can actually endure.
Well, I mean, it's good to hear that he's going to help himself better himself when he comes out. I guess the question is, this whole case was built upon his sex life. I mean, it really was, and what he was convicted of had to do with prostitution. I mean, do you think he's going to continue to engage in anything that's related to that, or after all this, he's going to say, I'm done?
No. First of all, he's done, right? I already know he's done. And secondly, he didn't think this was crime. I didn't think it was crime. Until I sat through this case, I would have never thought that those were crimes. Never. It changed me as a person. Like, I meet somebody like, hey, listen, no, you're not doing that. Ain't no flying nobody anywhere. I mean, there's no hooking up and doing none of that. I tell everybody, practice monogamy. You have somebody that you need to be there. I just think that's what he does.
Throughout the whole case, all the evidence, all the videos, all the text messages, the voice notes, was anything surprising to you about Sean? Or something you were like, I can't believe this is, my friend, I didn't know this was going on, I didn't know this about him. Were you surprised? Were you...
I can read you wide open. Right there! I am the one who will destroy you!
Fresh fall! You feel sumptuous, smelling gorgeous. You got to squash your heart. I got to squash your picture.
Is this all?
You feel like to finish this. Feel like a man, smell like a champ.
Concerned about anything you saw?
I was concerned about it all. But I really didn't want to hear all his personal sexual stuff. And I just think the jury should know all that either, because you have older women sitting in the jury. I seen one of the jurors, she had to be maybe like 70s, and she was made to look at these videos, which is, to me, totally inappropriate. Then you have women jurors sitting next to male jurors, and they have to watch certain things. I just think that certain things were inappropriate. But, the only thing that really bothered me, of course, seeing the video of Cassie, you know what I'm saying? Seeing her up there like that and knowing that he's the one who caused it, that bothered me. You know what I'm saying? But I also knew what Sean did that. That wasn't my friend that did that. That was a drug-induced, a bunch of toxic stuff going on there.
You know his life so well, and one of the names that came up so much during the trial was Christina Coram, right? His former chief of staff. I think almost every witness mentioned her. What should we be thinking about Christina Coram? Because basically, according to the government, she was a co-conspirator, right? She was a co-conspirator in this racketeering enterprise. What should we know about Christina Coram?
Okay, she was a co-conspirator.
Time to show Collingwood just how much I've grown.
That's it.
Well, what should we know about her? What do we, the defense said she's a nice person. What do you think?
A brilliant, smart girl. That's it. I mean, I really don't know Christina, but that's what I've always heard about her. I never heard anything crazy, salacious, anything bad about her. She just was a hard worker, smart woman, about her business. That's it. That's all I can say.
Do you think any of the witnesses like outright lied on the stand about Sean?
1,000%. You want to pick one?
You tell me.
Okay. Being hung out the window 17 stories in the air by a gentleman that probably weighed about 190 pounds at the time and was wiggling and asking him don't drop you, and he's holding you over a terrace. And you don't drop, you don't fall. I challenge anybody to take a gallon of water in each arm and hold them out for 5 minutes like this. And let's see how, that's only a gallon on each hand. Picture, let alone a human body. And it's wiggling and trying to get loose.
So, Brianna Bongo, what's her incentive, you think, to lie on the stand?
Because they've all, my view, it's all financial. It's all financial. Let me explain. For the record, all of them didn't have any money. Jonathan was broke, don't have any more money. Cassie was living with her mom with her 2 children after living on Park Avenue in nice places until she got a $20 million settlement and then another $30 million from the hotel. Then Brianna, they read her screen when she was texting Cassie, asking Cassie, can she use her bathroom balcony for her prior testimony? He asked, can she use the room? They brought back and forth. Well, can I use the living room? No, I'm not going to use the living room. Can I use you as a witness? They're doing that. All 3 of them going back and forth. So that's a conspiracy right there. You got Cassie, Brianna, and Jonathan, and Perry Morgan all talking about who's suing and who's going to get who got after Cassie. And they all stayed in contact with Cassie throughout her trial. They were still able to talk to her. They said it on the stand. The government asked you, what was that for Cassie? Oh, I talked to her yesterday. Really? And you're a witness? Every last one of them spoke to Cassie, her whole testimony while she was on stage, on that stand. And they were allowed to come in there and sit up there and fabricate and tell stories after speaking to the witness that was disowned.
What would you say to the counter argument? The government says, hey, listen, she settled, she got the money, would she really go on the stand and perjure herself in a federal trial? What's her incentive to do that? What's your response to that?
For me, are you talking about President himself? Which one are you talking about?
Cassie. I'd say Cassie.
Cassie, in my opinion, was given immunity, in my opinion. Because if she wasn't, she would be right behind bars with Mr. Cohen. She's a co-conspirator. If they're going to charge something, she acted in concert. She called the workers. She arranged everything. She paid them. Daniels said that he never talked to her. He said that she called him and she told his manager. He walked in, she told him, don't pay attention to that. He's in the corner, that's my husband, don't pay attention to him, don't talk to him, don't do nothing. And proceeded to do what they do.
Well, now, so this like I said before, it's a massive win for Sean. I mean, yes, he was convicted, but considering what he was facing, it's a massive win.
Yes.
He's got all these civil lawsuits. Do you know how he's going to prepare for them, how he's going to deal with them? I think 66, 67 right now?
And the numbers going up every day. Everybody wake up in the morning. They got a lawsuit. First of all, this man can't be in all these places at the same time and all said the same thing.
And I'll tell you, you know what's interesting? I'm happy you bring up the idea of what the case is about. Because one of the things we were always struggling with is there was a lot of misconceptions about what this trial was going to look like, who was going to testify, what it was about. And I think one of the things we always tried to do was keep a sober analysis. Like, this is what it's really about. This is who's going to testify. Because there are a lot of rumors in England. And one of the things that I didn't even get a chance to talk to you about, I have to ask you. So I got your reaction. Good. Physically, emotionally, what was it like for you to be in the room and hear that? And were you outside afterwards? Because I understand there was quite a scene outside the courthouse.
Yes, I was at both places at both times. I was sitting there when the verdict was read. When the first one came through, not guilty, I just started crying. Not sobbing, but just a tear on my face because I felt his release. I could feel his sigh. That big one was like, because they were going to take everything from this man. Everything. And he worked hard for. They were going to take that from his dad. For nothing. And then I went downstairs, squeezing baby oil on each other, and it was crazy. They were skiing three car, it was dancing. There was a lot of that, you know. It wasn't like that in the beginning. They went to crucify him, everybody thought he was guilty. Because and that was part of my job. I went outside every day after court and I sat there and I talked to every blogger. I talked to every YouTuber, every person walking by that had a question, because the family and the Navy people had a gag order, so they could not speak up for me. I didn't have it. So I was out there, footnoting down the street, talking to everybody that had a question. Why are you wearing that shirt? I was explaining it to them. And then I'll take them through the case. I walk with the indictment.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running. That's why at Grainger, we're here for you. With professional-grade industrial supplies and fast delivery. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You see any children on this indictment?
No.
Do you see any, do you see any drugs on this indictment? Right? So, but the racketeering part was it wasn't a racketeering, because they try to manipulate him and say that because he handed her an ecstasy pill, that's drug distribution. See, only the technical things. Technically it is. You follow me? In the technical term, that's drug distribution, right? But the average person here, drug distribution, they think he's a drug dealer. Like he's out there distributing drugs all over the country. Right? It's a play on the words. Like when you said sex trafficking, they didn't think taking your girlfriend to a threesome is sex trafficking. I would have never thought nothing like that.
No.
But the average person thought her drug trafficking, sex trafficking on kids in shipping containers. Women being held against their will. That's all semantics. When they said multiple victims, they didn't say two girlfriends.
Here goes.
They made people believe it was multiple. See, anything over one is multiple.
I hear you. I've been saying since the beginning, it's not only a complicated case, complicated charges, but while I saw where the prosecution was going, you never really know if they made their case, because there were a lot of gray areas. There was a lot. And look, the defense, I've said it before, I said it again. Sean had an incredible lawyer.
Oh, man.
The cross-examination was really, really impressive. But I'll tell you, speaking to you, I can only imagine how much he appreciates you as a friend for going out there and doing that. So, and I know, look, I let everybody know inside baseball, as we're doing the interview, you're getting a ton of calls. You're a very wanted man right now, right after the verdict. So I'm gonna let you go. But so, Luigi, thank you so much for coming on. It's a
Hey Jesse, thank you. And I'm a fan, dog, and like to get it. This is an honor to really get to speak to you, dog. This is really amazing for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
And walk away with a Frico is not a Rico.
And that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Speak to you next time.
Let's switch. Yep.
Do you know Sean Combs?
Puff Daddy?
Yeah.
P. Diddy, whatever you call himself. Yeah, go ahead.
It is one of the strangest interrogations we have ever covered here on Sidebar, and in light of a criminal indictment against music mogul Sean Diddy Combs, some people are seeing it in a whole new way. We're taking another look at the bizarre claims made by a man accused of shooting up one of former President Donald Trump's Florida hotels and his connection to Sean Combs. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. So as you know by now, rapper Sean Diddy Combs is facing sex trafficking and racketeering charges out in New York City, accused of using force and coercion to get people around him to facilitate and participate in so-called freak-offs, these group sex sessions that sometimes last for days at a time. Criminal indictment lays out the allegations, only names Combs as the defendant, although that could potentially change down the line. We may see more defendants. But since Combs has officially been charged and is locked up behind bars, there have been a lot of videos that have been surfacing, particularly online. And one of those videos is the interrogation of a man named Jonathan Oddie. Now this is a strange one, maybe some would say, an odd one. So I want you to stay with me. So we go back to 2018. And Jonathan Oddie allegedly went into the Trump National Doral Miami Hotel and Resort in the middle of the night and ostensibly went on a rampage. The state attorney's office says that Adi fired shots in the lobby and toward the chandelier, then draped a giant American flag across the front desk. There was a shootout when Miami police got to the scene, and Adi was shot in the leg and tried to hide, but he was taken into custody. He faces multiple charges: attempted murder, armed burglary, grand theft. Now you might be saying, well, why are you talking about him? What is his connection to Sean Combs? Well, once Adi was released from the hospital, he did an interview with police where he repeatedly asked to speak with the FBI, the CIA, Secret Service, the media. And during that conversation, he brings up, of all people, Sean Combs. Now, here's the thing. You might say, Jesse, what are you about to talk about? Does this guy sound crazy? I'll leave that to you.
Life doesn't stop when you're getting an education. That's why Sophia offers self-paced, online, college-level courses that are designed to transfer. Access 70+ courses for only $99 a month and start learning today.
Need a toolkit? Here's 3 great options from Harbor Freight. The Pittsburgh 130-piece kit is compact, portable, and packed with essentials, perfect for home repairs and DIYers. The 225-piece Mechanics Toolkit provides more specialty tools for even greater versatility. And finally, this 301-piece Mechanics Toolkit includes the most used automotive and mechanics tools. No matter what you're working on, find the toolkit you need at Harbor Freight.
But what he ends up saying back in 2018 is kind of eerie, thinking about what the allegations are right now. And for that, I want to talk about some specifics. And I want to bring in retired NYPD detective Tom Smith to talk more about this. Tom, thanks so much for coming on. We haven't had a chance to talk about the Sean Diddy Combs arrest, the indictment. I'll first ask you about the arrest. And then we'll get into the Jonathan Adi situation. But what's your overall reaction about what happened last week? And particularly, I thought it was really interesting because there's this video that's been surfacing, I believe TMZ published, where you can see agents arresting Sean Combs at his hotel at the Park Hyatt. He knew this was going to happen, seemingly. He came to New York to face the charges, but I don't think he knew at that moment he was about to be detained. There was a question about, did he want to surrender himself? But they detained him in the hotel lobby. What did you make of that?
Well, it's how it's done. You have indictments, you have an investigation and indictment. And let me tell you something about the Southern District of New York in the U.S. Attorney's Office. They are the most powerful, strongest U.S. Attorney's Office in the country. And they do not just do a case, okay? They are airtight when they are brought to them. They do not prepare for a trial. They put so much pressure on the defense team and on the defendant with the amount of evidence they have and witnesses and electronic surveillance evidence, all of that into a packet. They don't move forward until they have you. And Diddy is in a lot of trouble with the Southern District being at the point they're at right now. He has a lot to look forward to because, like I said, U.S. Attorney's Office, Southern District, brings cases that are airtight, and they don't move forward until they're ready.
Hey, by the way, we really appreciate you guys coming to us for our Sean Combs coverage. We plan to continue to bring you updates on this story. And look, the reason we're able to do this is because not only of the support that we get from you guys, but also from our sponsors. And if I can, I want to call out one right now, Upside. So this is so cool. Upside is a free app that helps you get cash back on daily essentials like gas and groceries. Real cash back, money that appears in your Upside app that you can transfer straight into your bank account. Just the other day, I used Upside to find a gas station. I claimed an offer. I pay with my credit card at the pump, follow the steps on the app to get cash back. And you can use Upside at all different kinds of places, including restaurants, convenience stores. So to find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen and use our promo code SIDEBAR and you get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. I hope you can check it out. Yeah, and we spent a lot of Sidebar episodes so far breaking down the indictment, the charges, what might be to come, why they charged it this way. But now you see things that have come out. You see these videos that have come out. And I want to talk about this interview where Adi is rambling for a while and he's talking about different conspiracy theories. And then suddenly he mentions Combs.
Do you know Sean Combs?
Puff Daddy?
Yeah.
P. Diddy, whatever you call himself. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he's part of what's called the Boule. The Boule is a branch of the Illuminati.
Okay.
And it's the black. Okay.
Quick aside here, the Boule is a real thing. It's the senior leadership of Sigma Pi Phi fraternity. Our understanding, it's the oldest postgraduate fraternity founded by and for black men. It was secret in the beginning, but not anymore. It's been rumored that Sean Combs might be a member, but he's not. Tom, first let's start there. When you're interviewing somebody like this, who allegedly just shot up public property, you have to take what he says with a grain of salt, I imagine, but you don't want to just ignore everything he's saying, right?
No, not at all. And you know what? I was always taught when you're doing an interview like that, you do more listening than you do talking. And you let them talk because it's amazing what people will bring up when they're in the situation that this individual was in. People will give up anything they have in their back pocket, experiences they've had or who they've had them with will all come out during interviews like this. And you have to kind of break it into categories of believable, 50%, 25%, and 25%. You know, you have to break up what you're listening to, but you don't stop listening and you take notes, and there's a way to kind of go about doing it in not getting him off track. If he starts to go down a road that's really weird, you can always say, hey, hold on to that for a minute. I'm interested in that, but hold on to that for a minute. We're going to go back to this. The Diddy information is really interesting because that can be pushed back and seen if he's actually where he was at that time. But the information that he was given during that interview is really interesting because it's all true right now.
Let's talk about what he said. So Adi claims that Combs is connected to this larger agenda to try and run the world. And as Adi starts to talk about Combs, he reveals something that the detectives really weren't expecting.
I had sex with Cassie and Sean. Basically, he would tell me what to do with Cassie. I had like 15 encounters, and I heard lots of business. Because what they would do is Sean talks a lot on the phone and on the TV with speakers and stuff, and I was like a sex slave, okay? For them, that's what I was. That's all right?
Now, Cassie is Cassandra Ventura. This is Combs' ex-girlfriend, who filed the initial civil lawsuit against him last November. Really kickstarted this entire legal story because we saw after that a whole slew of other lawsuits that came out. And eventually this led to the federal criminal indictment. And while she isn't named specifically in the indictment, she is believed to be the person identified as victim number one in this indictment. It's with respect to the sex trafficking charge. And her story in her lawsuit and the accusations in the indictment seem to line up. And Cassie claims that Combs abused her for almost their entire 10-year relationship, using his money and influence to keep her from leaving. She claims Combs would have male escorts brought to his home or hotel rooms where these freak-off sessions would occur. These elaborate setups were reportedly filmed, complete with lighting and support staff. Thousands of bottles of lubricant and baby oil have been found during the course of this investigation. And Combs reportedly used these sessions for his own gratification. But he also held on to the videos as collateral against whomever might be featured on them. And Cassie says that she was forced to take drugs when she participated in these freak-offs. Sometimes Combs would participate, sometimes he would just watch. An anonymous source told the New York Post that sometimes Combs wouldn't even be in the room but could see what was going on from an elaborate camera setup in the home. So Tom, this interview is from 2018. The fact that he is referencing this before Cassandra Ventura's lawsuit, before the indictment, before all of this came out, before all of us knew what a freak-off was, that is really chilling and kind of gives us pause.
Yeah, it corroborates everything that is going on right now. And this guy becomes a witness. You know, he may have just stated this during a random interview back in 2018, but now he's a witness in the present day. They're going to go to him to see what else he knows. Now, when you have an individual like this, when you get him in this session now of being a witness and you can kind of guardrail his way of thinking instead of just letting him go off on tangents, who knows what else he has or what other information he has about other crimes that were committed, who else was involved. There's a lot there, and you have to, take him for his word right now until it gets to a point where you don't anymore. But he's going to start corroborating a lot of the information that's out there right now.
And he claims that he participated in some of these sessions. And he also says,
with Lawline, come for your CLE, stay to advance your practice. Try Lawline for free today.
He caught an STD.
I caught herpes, and I came back and I see the herpes and whoa. But they did Mark Eros, better say this, was a turd, okay? And Christopher Leon's here was my turn. They asked me to turn him back, which was the video recording, and I did so. They gave it back to me accidentally, and it's possible, I threw everything out, it's possible I can produce a copy.
So again, this interview is taking place back in 2018. Cassie's lawsuit wouldn't be filed until November of 2023, so the officers don't really know what he's talking about. Tom, you think he might be cooperating with the government? Maybe they're speaking with him. The problem is, of course, is credibility, right? And during this interview, Adi makes references to a lot of things. He makes references to a cabal of rich people who control the government. He claims the hip-hop world had its own goal.
The hip-hop agenda is an agenda to move drugs in the United States. They move all the DEA. They move all the dope. Okay, all the dope on private jets, which don't get screened by customs, by the inside the United States. Okay, they move what's called high-grade powder MDMA. They move cocaine and they move liquid cocaine in their bottles too. Okay, so they put the liquid cocaine in the bottles and they move. I've seen the liquid cocaine. I've tried it myself. Having sex with Diddy and Cassie. Okay, it's not good. He drinks all the time.
All right, so Tom, what do you make of this? Because again, the question is he credible? Is the government relying on him? Maybe they're getting information from him, but maybe they won't call him as an actual witness at trial. What do you take away from it?
Yeah, I'm not anticipating him taking a stand if this even goes to trial. But what you want to do is you want to get his story out there. And what can the investigators do as well? You take his picture and you show it to other witnesses that are now cooperating. Who is this guy? Start kind of backtracking to who he is and get into a profile of him. If he's telling the truth, you start showing it to people who are in the know. Because listen, there's a lot of people no one knows about yet that are cooperating in this case and giving their statements because they want to get out in front of this. They know it's a crime. They know Diddy's in a lot of trouble and they don't want to get swept up in it. So there's probably a laundry list of cooperators with this. And what you start doing is, if the stories are the same and you don't need them, you won't use them. If something he's giving is new and credible, then they'll follow up with it even more.
You know what's interesting is that in one of these lawsuits, the one that was filed by Rodney Little Rod Jones, this is Combs' former producer, sued him for sexual assault. He writes in his complaint, quote, "They were made aware of this through complaints made by Cassie Ventura and the lawsuit by former Diddy sex worker Jonathan Adi." So he's referencing him too. And now we tried to look it up. We couldn't confirm if there was a lawsuit that was filed by Adi against Combs or vice versa. And just to give everybody, here's another sampling where he talks about it as well, because the detectives try their best to steer Adi back to this issue about the shooting inside the hotel. But listen to what he says.
I've had a great life. I've settled $4.125 million with Diddy. Okay, but he's scared I was exposed.
I want to talk about Diddy right now. I want to talk about you. Help me understand you. I mean, who?
So yeah, I don't think they realized at the time how potentially valuable this information could be. And there's no way for us quite at this point to verify what he's saying. But those connections between Jones mentioning him and this lawsuit and the details, it's interesting.
Yeah, but you have to understand, it's the Secret Service that's interviewing him. And the Secret Service wouldn't be involved in the investigation of Diddy if it was going back even that far. It might have been a different tone if someone involved in maybe the FBI was doing that interview and heard this information might have rang a bell with a possible investigation that was taking place today. So you have to understand the Secret Service is focusing on the shooting at the Trump Hotel. And when you start hearing this information about Diddy, I understand them trying to just get back on track with talking about the shooting, because that's why they're there. But when you're sitting there, you take note of it, you understand what he's saying, and you pass it on. And hopefully they did that. You know, when you have information like that of criminal activity that's taking place, you hope that they passed it on to the right agency.
I don't imagine they would give him some sort of deal. Like, hey, we know you have all this information, about Combs and the inner workings. Hey, I'm not sure they need him if a lot of this is actually on videotape, like we're seeming to be reading between the lines of the indictment and some of the filings from the prosecutors. They might not need him to corroborate these sessions happening. But B, he's charged with attempted murder on law enforcement officers. I don't think that there's any kind of benefit to him that would be given for his testimony.
Yeah, probably not. And again, when you look at the enormity of this, I am sure all the information that he gave has already been put out there, put into the indictment, put into the criminal activity, which resulted in him getting arrested. There's probably many, many more that are giving more information about this situation than him. So I could see them trying to avoid him. You want to get credible people involved in this. And again, like I said before, U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District are masters at this. They know who to use, what statements to use, and who they want in the event that it does go to trial. So he may not be on their list.
And by the way, we looked it up, and it seems that his case is pretty much been in limbo since 2018. He's still behind bars in Miami-Dade County. His case has been continued again and again and again. His next hearing, I believe, is scheduled for October 10th. There was one other thing that he mentioned, the idea of the drugs, right? And we've heard about this before. There have been multiple allegations made against Combs when it comes to drugs. Drug use was reportedly rampant within Combs' inner circle. When Combs came to New York, reportedly to turn himself in last week, police searched his hotel room, and authorities say they found a baggie of pink powder that tested positive for cocaine. His attorneys have said that he's been getting therapy and treatment. They didn't say what kind of treatment specifically. And although he is not charged specifically with drug offenses, that makes up underlying crimes within the racketeering case, this criminal enterprise, this organization that committed a bunch of crimes. He's also not hit with specifically federal gun charges, but there were accusations in that indictment of possessing guns with obliterated serial numbers. Again, these kind of underlying charges. From an investigative point of view, when you think about the raids and you think about the connection between drugs and guns and this criminal organization, what jumps out to you?
Well, it all makes sense. These criminal activities that are happening is under an umbrella. You see it all the time. Where there's drugs, there's money. Where there's money, there's guns. It's just a equation in law enforcement that we dealt with for decades, and I did personally. So, the other thing is just because this case is in the midst of going on and he's been arrested doesn't stop the investigation. The investigation continues because information is going to continue to flow in. And if there's more criminal charges that need to be added to this, there will be.
At Mommy's Bliss, we know just how you feel and what you worry about. We are moms too, so we created Trusted Baby Essentials for the first year, giving you one less thing to worry about. That's mom-designed peace of mind.
Let me ask you one final question. Combs was denied bail twice. Once by a magistrate judge, another by a district court judge. Big themes: that he's a danger, that he was allegedly reaching out to witnesses and victims and intimidating them and gaslighting them and providing them false narratives, that he could potentially be a flight risk. And there was an offer put on the table by the defense where they said, we'll put up a $50 million bond secured by his house. He'll have no access to a phone. He'll have no access to the internet. We will hire a third-party security team to monitor him 24/7. He'll wear a GPS monitor. We will give you a log of people that come to and from his home. But the judges felt that that was insufficient, given the allegations asserted by prosecutors. Right decision?
Absolutely, 100%. You cannot let him out because I think the number one thing is the flight risk. I think personally that's the biggest threat for him. And
even though he never left, even though he came to New York voluntarily, there was communications between his attorney and the prosecutors in this case, the United States attorneys for the Southern District, where they told them constantly, Combs is going here, Combs is going here, we have his passport. That's what his lawyers were telling the government. So even that, you still think the flight risk is the big thing here.
Yeah, because now he's charged and in jail. Your mindset changes. You know, the reality of sitting in a jail cell maybe for the rest of your life gets into your head now. So that's why I think the flight risk is the biggest thing. And listen, Diddy's an intimidating guy. He knows a lot of people, a lot of powerful people, and the intimidation factor with possible witnesses is certainly on the minds of the U.S. attorney and the judge.
Tom Smith, thank you for coming on, breaking down this odd situation with Jonathan Oddie. I can't be the only person who does that. I mean, I think I might be, but I don't know. I feel like other people might make that connection. Anyway, Tom, where can everybody check out your content? Where can everybody see you if they want to learn more about your perspective on these big stories?
Well, I'm always on with you, which is great, a Law and Crime, making an appearance on Newsmax every once in a while, and on our podcast, The Gold Shield Show. You can check us out there.
All right. Tom Smith, thank you so much.
Thank you, Jesse. I appreciate it.
All right, everybody. That's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Speak to you next time. Sean Diddy Combs isn't the only one in the family facing some serious accusations, and while the rapper has been criminally charged and arrested, his sons have been named in recent lawsuits. But could those allegations lead to more charges for the Combs family? We're taking a closer look with criminal defense attorney Natalie Whittingham-Burrell. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber.
Okay, let's fight together!
Well, it's not really surprising that a lot of people have been speaking out since the arrest and indictment of Sean Diddy Combs on federal sex trafficking and racketeering charges. But now, that includes the woman behind a lawsuit against his son, Christian Combs. So Sean Combs was indicted in federal court last week. He's going to be going up against the formidable prosecutors of the Southern District of New York. And until then, he's locked up at what's called the MDC, the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, New York. This is a jail which has housed other celebrity inmates at times. It's been plagued with issues like unsanitary conditions, fights between inmates. There's a status conference for this case scheduled for October 10th. But as Combs now faces these criminal charges, there is a separate legal team that is dealing with the multiple civil lawsuits that are pending against him. And one of those complaints was filed by a woman named Grace O'Markey. So O'Markey was apparently a steward working aboard a yacht that was rented by Sean Combs in December of 2022 for a holiday celebration with his family, when she claims she was sexually assaulted by Christian Combs. And within weeks of Sean Combs' homes being raided back in March by federal agents, O'Markey filed a civil complaint against Christian and named his father, Sean Combs, in the suit as well for allegedly facilitating this assault to occur. Now, through her attorney, O'Markey put out a statement after Sean Combs was arrested, saying, quote, "The long-awaited federal arrest of Sean Combs is the first step for our clients receiving justice. We leave the criminal aspect of this case in the hands of the people and justice system. As for the civil cases, we await our time for the facts to reveal themselves and seek the justice our clients deserve." It goes on to say, "We also anticipate more victims coming forward. We knew this was coming. The evidence is very clear, and it was only a matter of time. This is an important step towards justice for all of Mr. Combs' victims, including my clients. Justice will prevail." Hey, by the way, we really appreciate you guys coming to us for our Sean Combs coverage. We're going to continue to bring you updates on the story. And look, the reason we're able to do this is because not only of the support that we get from you guys, but also from our sponsors. And if I can, I want to call out one right now, Upside. So this is so cool. Upside is a free app that helps you get cash back on daily essentials like gas and groceries. Real cash back. Money that appears in your Upside app that you can transfer straight into your bank account. Just the other day, I used Upside to find a gas station. I claimed an offer. I paid with my credit card at the pump. Follow the steps on the app to get cash. And you can use Upside at all different kinds of places, including restaurants, convenience stores. So to find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen. And use our promo code SIDEBAR and you get an extra 25 cents back for every gallon on your first tank of gas. I hope you check it out. So what is the status of this civil case? And what impact could it have, if any, on the criminal charges that Sean Combs now faces? Well, to discuss that, I want to bring in criminal defense attorney Natalie Whittingham-Burrell to talk more about this. Natalie, thank you so much for coming here on Sidebar. Appreciate it.
Hi, Jesse. Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Of course. So first, let me start from a basic point of law. How much do civil cases that might be alleging similar conduct as criminal charges, how much does a result in a civil case affect a criminal case?
That's just the way it goes.
Not at all.
Piece of cake.
So it doesn't affect the criminal case. The jury in a criminal case is supposed to remain fair and unbiased and only consider the facts that they're hearing in the courtroom. As far as the judge is concerned, if the judge is going to be imposing a sentence because the jury found the person guilty, the judge should be considering what happened in the courtroom. And usually they don't take into consideration civil liability. I've heard many judges say, I know that there's a concurrent case in the civil courts. We're going to let that play out. This is separate and apart from that. And the reason being is that it's a different burden of proof, beyond a reasonable doubt versus preponderance of the evidence. And so for that reason, you can't really let what happens in the civil context infiltrate the criminal context, because the trier of fact is determining something different.
Before I make these connections, because there could be overlap here, there is the possibility that, and I'll get to this in a second, whether or not Grace O'Markey may be cooperating with federal investigators, whether any piece of that evidence could come into the federal case. We'll get to that in a second. But what did you make of the statement from Grace O'Markey's legal team after Sean Combs was arrested?
I see. So what they're saying basically is that this is opening up a it's kind of opening up for more victims to come forward. And I think that's really what it's all about as far as the civil case is concerned. So more people might feel emboldened, like, look, there is a criminal case here. This means that what happened to me is valid and I am free to speak out about it, right? They'd always been waiting for it. I guess,
Let's have a good
you know,
fight.
if the feds had
No
investigated
holding
and
back
nothing
now.
had come of it, people might have felt less inclined to come forward. So as far as emboldening
let's find
potential
out which
victims,
one of us is
yes, the
truly
criminal
the
case would
strongest.
impact the psyche of a person who's potentially a victim of Sean Combs. Yes.
Let me ask you this. The statement where they're saying, you know, this isn't a surprise. We expected this to happen. Now, that could be because we were all seeing what was happening play out. We knew that there were raids. There was reports about a grand jury being impaneled. There was reports that Sean Combs was the target of investigation. Do you think that we're not surprised because we saw everything everybody else said? Or do you think we're not surprised because Grace O'Markey may be cooperating with the government as a witness in the federal criminal case?
Right, I see what you mean. It could be that. There's really no way to know whether or not she's cooperating.
Feel better about what's in your pet's bowl. Patton Avenue Pet Company.
I was involved in a motor vehicle accident. I think Morgan & Morgan represented me the best that they could and got me the best settlement that they could.
Morgan & Morgan lived up to what they say they're going to do. They got more than I expected.
They made sure that I got everything that I possibly could and then some. I was amazed.
Morgan & Morgan went out of their way. That's all I can say. They went out of their way and got me what I needed.
It didn't matter that it was just a small injury. They got more money than I would have ever expected.
Because like with Cassie, you saw the details that Cassie alleged in her lawsuit being played out in the actual formal indictment and the letters that were written to the state to try and encourage the court to bring on Sean Combs and not release him. Whereas I don't see a lot of specific detail overlap with what O'Markey is alleging, other than the fact
that what she alleges confirms and supports what Cassie has been saying. It's interesting. I think what she says, or Marky, more confirms and report what's in the Little Ron lawsuit,
Right.
which is the things that were happening on yachts, which isn't really detailed in the criminal case.
And I'm going to get to that connection in a minute. I guess just more generally speaking, and this is interesting because the way the prosecutors filed these charges against Sean Combs, there's not a lot of independent sexual assault claims, right? They really focused it more on these freak-offs, these sexual performances, and the idea that the allegations are that he centered these sexual performances that were directed by Combs, that he would force people to be a part of them, he would transport people to be a part of them, he would drug people to engage in these freak-offs. And do you think that's strategic, that prosecutors are not saying, we know that he's facing a number of sexual assault lawsuits, or his son might be facing a sexual lawsuit. We're not going to include that as kind of separate charges, or even evidence of the freak-offs, because what she's alleging, and we'll get to what she's alleging, she's not alleging a freak-off happened with her, right? And I'm thinking that federal prosecutors are very specific for a reason here, right?
Right, they're very specific for a reason because, first of all, we made a very good distinction. What Ms. O'Markey is alleging is against Christian Combs, Sean Combs' son, Diddy's son, not against Diddy himself as far as the actual essay is concerned. However, what it does do is kind of lay a foundation for the context in which they're saying these freak-offs happen. And so I think by reading their indictment more general, they have left it open for more evidence to be introduced at trial because they could easily say, well, this is relevant to the environment in which these freak-offs took place. This is why people would be afraid to come forward if they're facing the threat of, financial ruin, sexual assault, or being shunned in the entertainment community. And so for all of those reasons, even though this isn't specifically named in the criminal case, these actions by a market which said this Christian Combs is not a defendant in the criminal case, it certainly does add to context. And so now I can see now on the defense side them wanting to do something akin to those particulars, but they want to get more information from how actually the prosecution wants this case, because they've left it so open that pretty much any of those bad acts occur.
And so you're kind of laying the groundwork for how possibly Grace O'Markey could testify in a federal case, but there's a lot of things that happen before that. So I want to talk a little bit more about this. So we have Christian King Combs, 26-year-old model rapper, third oldest son of Sean Combs, one of 3 children that Combs shares with the late model Kim Porter. She died in 2018. And we go back to the raids that happened in Los Angeles and Miami back in March. Combs' sons, specifically in LA, Christian and Justin, they were handcuffed and they were let out of the home as investigators from Homeland Security went in to collect the evidence. 30-year-old Justin is Combs' oldest biological son, who he had with a fashion designer named Misa Hilton. And Justin's mother shared a video from the Los Angeles raid on her Instagram page, and the footage, which appears to come from security cameras around the home, has been edited and sped up in places. And she writes, quote, "The overzealous and overtly militarized force used against my sons Justin and Christian is deplorable. If these were the sons of a non-black celebrity, they would not have been handled with the same aggression." Christian, by the way, celebrated his birthday 1 week after the raids, posting photos of his lavish celebrations on his Instagram story. And he also posted this to his story, "Stop with the blue cap emoji." Cap is slang for lying. And then on April 4th, Grace O'Markey filed her civil lawsuit in Los Angeles Superior Court. So that timeline I find is really interesting, Natalie. You have the raids. There have been lawsuits that have already discussed either one or two of these sons, but then her lawsuit comes after the raids, after everyone saw them in handcuffs.
I wonder.
So what do you make of the remarks of Misa Hilton? What do you make of the fact of what Sean Combs' son posted on Instagram, and also the timing of the Grace O'Markey lawsuit?
Yeah, so first of all, about Misa Hilton's statement, all I have to say is crime over, to say that this has anything to do with race when Bernie Madoff's entire family was decimated by his, grift and Ponzi scheme that he was running on the New York elite. His sons were raided as well in public, and they were grown men, just like how Lisa Hilton's son is a grown man, and all of Diddy's sons are adult men, 26 and up into their 30s. And so, unfortunately, they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. But when law enforcement is doing a raid on allegations of sex trafficking, gun ownership, and moving drugs across state lines, they're going to come in with force, given the nature of the case. And also one last thing on Lisa Hilton. She didn't have anything to say for the alleged victims of Sean Combs' crimes, in particular Cassie, where he is on video severely beating her. So the video there's never been a statement or outcry by Lisa Hilton or any of Sean Combs' paramours that have said that they feel any sympathy for Cassie or what she went through. So again, River. As far as Justin or whichever son having his birthday party immediately after the raid, I think it exemplifies the type of bubble that these people live in that allow these crimes allegedly to go on for so long without being checked by the powers that be. Because who else could be raided by the federal government and the very next week be having a lavish birthday party, right? That comes from a certain level of financial privilege that they have that places them outside of the paradigm of what everyday people like my clients have to deal with. As to your third question about the timing of the lawsuit, I think it goes right along with what you asked me about at the top, which was the attorney's statement. These types of things where you see that the government is intervening, it's almost like before that, a lot of victims of crimes are under a type of gaslighting by the public, by society, by their own family members, that they shouldn't try to hurt this successful man who's done so much for his community. He's also a philanthropist, he's also a mogul, he's also a leader that people really looked up to. And so I'm sure that many people were discouraged from speaking out against him. And now that he has been federally indicted, some of that honor is gone, and people probably feel more comfortable with coming forward.
So let's get into this civil lawsuit. We did a sidebar on this in the past, but I kind of want to reiterate. So Markey says that she had worked as a steward on the yacht that Sean Combs had rented. She was in charge of providing food and drinks for a 12-hour period. She was 25 years old at the time, and she believes the alcohol on that yacht had been laced with drugs, because she says women would have one drink, then almost immediately pass out or start falling over. And there were allegations that Combs had been drugging free calls. But Markey says that Christian Combs had been staying at a villa on the shore, but then would come onto the yachts in the evenings to party. And on December 28, 2022, Christian, according to her, reportedly arrives very intoxicated and pressured Markey to take shots of tequila. So she does, and Christian allegedly tries to get her to drink more in the yacht's makeshift recording studio. And she claims that Christian kissed her neck and face as he groped her legs, breasts, and private areas. Now, Markey reportedly told Christian, "Excuse me, you don't touch my legs like that. I'll move my legs where I want to. If I want to do this, then I will. You don't touch my legs like that." Markey then says that she told Christian she couldn't stay with him unless it was approved by a supervisor. So her complaint says that she knew all of them would be asleep by this time. This is just kind of a ruse to get out of the situation. Well, she claims, what did Christian do? He said, "Okay, who can I talk to? I'm going to say I requested you right now." Markey then says that she responded with, "Well, you can take your hand off my ass for the first thing." Now, Markey says that she tried to go back to work, but Christian found her again, wanted her to find him a place to sleep for the night. So she took him to the cinema room of the yacht, and that's when she claims Christian kept her from moving, groped her, took off all of his clothes, and tried to force her to perform oral sex on her.
It's the big summer sale. Shop and save on styles made to match your summer energy. Only at Kay.
She says that she was unable to sign him off until someone came in. Now, the lawsuit goes on to say that Markey told the yacht captain what happened the next day, and not only did he not believe her, that he didn't do any sort of investigation. She says that the captain even retaliated against her for months after the alleged assault before firing her in May of 2023. The civil complaint also includes photos of apparent bruises on Markey's arms, which she says were caused by Christian Combs. And in this civil suit, she accuses him of assault, battery, sexual assault, intentional infliction of emotional distress. Now, Natalie, before I get into the allegations surrounding Sean Combs, because he is a named defendant too, what do you make of those allegations?
Well, I think it's a very serious allegation and one that's interesting for the corroboration that it could or could not have. Her employer would be liable for not protecting her after she makes an outcry that she's been assaulted on her yacht. And so I'm not sure if they would be willing to come forward and corroborate what she said. But I do understand that the evidence also includes a recording from the recording studio of her resisting Mr. Combs. And so I think what this lays out is something that many people, or women in particular, are familiar with, which is sexual harassment in the workplace, especially in these industries that have soft HR, such as entertainment, travel, management, hotel, hospitality, those types of employments, where you come into contact with wealthy individuals who feel like they can do basically whatever they want because they paid for it. And so nothing that she's saying sounds outside the realm of possibility. It's just a matter of corroboration. And if what she says is proven to be true, that is physical assault, sexual assault, harassment, everything of that nature. And so we'll see what the evidence shows when they do the discovery process.
Do you think this puts Christian in the crosshairs of federal prosecutors in any way?
That's interesting because it depends on if there's more than one person. That the reason that the feds are involved with Sean P. Diddy Combs is because these things cross state lines and international lines. So, for example, if it was just I'm in Detroit and I have a girl come over from across the street and I sexually assault her, that would be within the state jurisdiction. But if I have a girl pay her to come from Oklahoma to Detroit, for example, and sexually assault her or pay her to do that, that's trafficking across state lines. And now I'm bringing in drugs and guns and things like that. That's what makes it federal. So I'm not sure if it would qualify for federal review, especially because this was out on the water. We've got maritime laws and things like that. I'm not sure if this would be a federal case, but if more people come forward about Christian Combs and it becomes a pattern and it crosses state lines, then possibly there could be some type of federal intrusion into his case.
Now, in terms of Sean Combs, father here, he, in this lawsuit, in a way is accused of aiding and abetting Christian's behavior because as having premises liability, that he was the leaseholder of the yacht, meaning that he had a duty to keep people on that property safe from injuries. And she's seeking unspecified damages in this lawsuit. So Natalie, could that aspect of this case factor into Sean Combs' criminal case in any way? I know I'm being repetitive, but I do think it's kind of an interesting aspect when we talk about what his liability would be here in this civil suit and whether or not it could factor in any way in the federal suit, the federal criminal case.
Right. So more than likely, because this is a bit removed from the allegations of the freak-offs, right? This is not involving sexual activity by Sean Combs, but by Christian Combs. That, like I said before, there would be a motion by the defense to exclude any reference to this as being irrelevant, and they would likely be successful to that in that. But as far as his actual personal liability for premises liability, and also, I guess, because he would be responsible for Christian Combs, unless Christian is in his employ, I don't think him being his son necessarily makes Sean Combs liable. Now, if it's one thing like Sean provided the drugs and Sean P. Diddy Combs created the environment and encouraged him to do this, I don't potentially, but where you really see the liability would be with her actual employer, the owner of the yacht and the company who staffed her on the yacht, not actually investigating and protecting her and allowing illicit drugs to be used on their yacht. They would likely be more liable than Sean Combs is as the actual owner of the property. And because it would be different if she was just some random person. Right. She worked for the boat. She worked for the people that own the yacht. And so I think that's really where the liability is, not so much with Sean Combs. I could be wrong, but I don't see the liability there for him as much as I do for Christian and the yacht owner. Now, again, if Sean is in his father's employ, and the father creates the environment, with his companies going place to place doing things, but this was in a personal venture, then I don't see the liability as much.
I mean, we kind of did another sidebar on this, but like, if you look at the criminal case where there's racketeering, a criminal enterprise, and there was a lot of people involved in this and facilitating these freak-offs, you don't know if one of those people could potentially be Christian Combs that they're talking about, even though, again, the idea of the freak-off isn't mentioned in this lawsuit. It does make you wonder who else could be in the crosshairs, who else is connected to this, what is that connection? We checked with the court to get the latest on this lawsuit and how it's progressing, and a case management conference when the attorneys and the judge get together to give each other kind of updates on the case and schedule future hearings. It was originally scheduled for August 5th. It was pushed back to December 10th, so we'll continue to follow that. One final thing I want to end on this, and this is something that you mentioned before.
We started with 3 flavors, and there was a certain point where we're just like, why don't we make more flavors? And so we just started doing it, and we looped in our customers in that process.
My favorite example for this one would be mint chocolate chip cookie, because Brian doesn't like mint.
I love that mint.
But Brian's open to listening, understanding, like, everybody has different tastes. Everyone loved it. It was such a big flavor.
We have, I think, over 60 flavors now, which is crazy to think, but we're sort of the anti-oatmeal. You just got to try it out.
Is that Little Rod Jones. So I did another sidebar on who may be cooperating with the government right now in the federal case against Sean Combs. And he, I believe, was the first person to bring up this idea of the racketeering enterprise. And, I don't know if he's cooperating with the government. I don't know if he's a star witness. I don't know if they're basing some of their charges on his claims. But what I can tell you is that Omarki's allegations could very well be bolstered by Little Rod. Because he claims that he was in the recording studio on the boat when Christian Combs and Omarki came in and reportedly saw the interaction between the two of them, and says that he saw when she was touched inappropriately. Now, you and I spoke previously about this, and when you think about Omarki's claims and when you think about Little Rodney Jones, you are a little bit skeptical of that lawsuit, the Little Rod Jones lawsuit, correct?
There's just some credibility issues there, right? Because again, like I say, with every case, we'll see what happens when it goes to court and what the discovery process actually bears out. But with Little Rod, first of all, the style of the lawsuit just threw me off with the little pictures of people, as though this was some type of storybook instead of a very serious lawsuit with very serious allegations. In addition, what Little Rod was alleging was that he, as a grown man, was being groomed into homosexuality, which I think is a ridiculous basis for a lawsuit. Now, if someone is physically touching you against your will, you have every single right to sue for sexual assault, harassment, assault, whatever you want to sue for. But to say that someone is trying to make you gay, it just sounded absolutely ridiculous to me. In addition, he was alleging that Diddy was participating in sex trafficking with underage girls because Lil Rod himself would go out and get girls from clubs and casinos and things like that and bring them back to the mansion, the yacht, wherever it is that they were with Sean P. Diddy Combs, and that Diddy was not checking the IDs of these girls, but he was the one who got the girls, according to Lil Rod. So any lawsuit in which my client is admitting to potentially participating in sex trafficking of underage girls, I'm already skeptical right there, the quality of the evidence of that lawsuit. And then there was just an outright factual misstatement, which was that Diddy had shown Lil Rod a pornographic video of the rapper named T.I., and that was absolutely debunked afterwards. So there were some outright falsehoods in the lawsuit, which they later on tried to, with the amended, try to make it seem like it was a mistake, but that was too much of a misrepresentation for me to take full credibility. However, would I believe that someone who wrote up a lawsuit because they wanted to cash in on what was going on, who actually participated in the bad behavior per their own admission, actually did see bad behavior, did see people committing torts and crimes on a yacht? I absolutely would believe that. So his lawsuit doesn't actually make me disbelieve Omarki, I think you said her name was. It doesn't make me disbelieve Okay, it doesn't make me disbelieve Markey. It's just that internal to the Little Rod lawsuit, there are actual misstatements of fact in there that make me not believe him as much as I would believe her.
And that's fair. That's fair. I mean, he's made a number of allegations. In fact, in terms of Justin Combs, he says that Justin was involved in soliciting the sex workers for his father's parties, including underage girls, and says that he would participate in the so-called freak-offs. And I'll tell you, I did think it was interesting, just to put a bow on this, because we're running out of time, is I thought it was very interesting that in this criminal indictment, there were no allegations of minors or underage girls. And even though that seemed to be a very pertinent theme in Little Rodney Jones' lawsuit, we didn't see that there. Might come down the bucket, might see it in a superseding indictment. Maybe they didn't believe his claims. Maybe there's not enough evidence to substantiate that. Maybe they want to focus on this aspect of the case. We'll see. But look, I thought it's really interesting. And if Grace O'Markey decides is actually a part of this criminal case in any way as a witness, she's going to be questioned about this lawsuit and cross-examined about it, and say that she has a motive to see Sean Combs ultimately indicted. But again, I could talk about this for a long time. Natalie, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. Love having you on and love your perspective.
Thank you so much, Jesse. Have a good one.
All right, everybody, that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
Try this!
Jennifer Lopez, J-Lo. Her name has been coming up a lot right now that Sean Diddy Combs has been arrested. But will Combs' ex-girlfriend play a role in his criminal case? We're going to revisit their history, the connections, and more with former prosecutor Ava Sullivan. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. This episode is sponsored by Simply Safe. There is no safe like Simply Safe. When it comes to the arrest and indictment of Sean Diddy Combs on federal racketeering and sex trafficking charges, the discussion, as you can imagine, has moved on to celebrities, right? If the allegations are true, who knew what? Who is being interviewed by the feds? Could any of these high-profile people face criminal charges of their own? Those are fair questions, because after all, Combs is accused of controlling a criminal enterprise that was engaged in the abuse of women, sex trafficking, forced labor, prostitution, the distribution of drugs, an organization that committed crimes like kidnapping, arson, bribery, obstruction of justice to carry out their goals. So you have to imagine there were people who were part of this and witnessed this. In fact, the government said that they interviewed over 50 witnesses and victims. But there is one name on that celebrity list that is standing out in particular right now. Jennifer Lopez, J-Lo. Why? Well, long before Combs was criminally charged, long before he was hit with multiple lawsuits accusing him of sexual assault, he dated the famous pop star and actress, reportedly from 1999 to 2001. Their first public appearance was September 1999 at the MTV Music Awards, and in the following year, when they were together, was where she wore that infamous Versace green dress at the Grammys. The couple were on red carpets together. They went to Combs' famous white party together. Big A-list couple. In fact, there is a photo of them together, lying in a white bed with giant pillows, and in another photo, they're in that same bed with other people. And one clip that has actually surfaced recently is of the couple in the show MTV Diaries from 2000. And this is where Combs expressed his dissatisfaction with Lopez having to perform a kiss scene in one of her movies. And she confessed he has a problem with stuff like that. It was a little odd, but something else interesting happened. You fast forward to 2015, they had already broken up. And this is when Jennifer Lopez appeared on the Wendy Williams show back in 2015.
I was telling you that I could always see you getting back with Puffy in a little way.
I remember you said
yes. Or in my mind.
Look at
Or in my mind, getting together permanently.
Yeah, well, first of all,
Pitbull.
wait, Pitbull, it's crazy. Everybody came alive. They all had something to say.
Yeah, everybody has an opinion.
Yes,
It's funny to me.
And then the cameras panned over to Lopez's mom, Guadalupe Lupe Rodriguez, who was in the audience, who has this kind of concerned look on her face, and she seems to mouth, "It's done." Okay. Now, we can't forget that Lopez and Combs' relationship was marked by one of the biggest controversies of his life. The infamous 1999 shooting outside of a New York City nightclub after an argument broke out that left 3 people injured. Lopez, Combs, and Combs' bodyguard, Anthony Jones, they were actually pursued by police after leaving the scene and were arrested. Stolen gun was found in the car. Lopez was detained for, I believe, 12 hours, but the charges were never pursued against her. Combs, though, Jones, and a man named Shine Barrow, who was a former Bad Boy rapper who was also there that night, they were arrested. They went on trial. Combs was accused of opening fire and then trying to bribe the driver of the car to take the fall for having the gun. Jones and Combs, they were acquitted of gun possession and bribery charges, but Barrow was convicted of assault and reckless endangerment for the shooting, and he was sentenced to 10 years in jail. In fact, Barrow has recently stated that Combs sent him to prison. Yeah, blamed him, said that he called witnesses to testify against him. And by the way, Lopez never showed up to the courthouse. He was named as a potential witness, but never ended up being called to testify. The pair ended up breaking up. And what's interesting about that is that Lopez and this shooting was referenced recently in one of the civil lawsuits that was filed against Sean Combs. This one is the sexual assault and sex trafficking lawsuit filed by Rodney Little Rod Jones, who's Combs' former producer. And Jones claimed that Combs showed off his guns to him at one point and bragged about shooting people, and that he confessed he was in fact responsible for that 1999 shooting outside the nightclub. And he claimed that Combs told him that Lopez carried the gun into the club for him and passed the gun to him when he got into that altercation and the shots were fired. Jones claims that Combs forced his then artist Shine to be the fall guy, taking the blame for the shooting. And now all of that brings us to Lopez today. After these charges against Combs, what role could she play? To be clear, she's not listed, she's not mentioned in the indictment in any way or any of the government's letters from the prosecution to the judge where it was regarding bail. His bail has been denied twice, by the way. But there's been no reference actually in filings from the government about Jennifer Lopez. And she has not spoken out since the arrest of Sean Combs. But I want to talk about this. And for that, I want to bring on former prosecutor Ava Sullivan to talk more about this. Ava, thanks so much for coming here on Sidebar.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. So let me first ask you the main question I asked everybody in the past week. Your thoughts on the arrest and indictment of Sean Combs.
How the mighty have fallen. It is unbelievable. I remember when I was in high school, Sean Pitty Combs was like the guy everybody wanted to be. And I mean, kids emulated him. And to see now that he's charged with such egregious charges, trafficking, and everything else, it's completely unbelievable.
Was there anything in the indictment that surprised you? Was there anything missing from the indictment that you expected to see in it?
One of the things that surprised me is when you read the first line, it says that his activity has been going on for decades. Yeah. But then the charges are from 2008 to 2023, 2024. So it seems that it's been going on for a long time. This is a long time coming that he's been engaging in the activity, but perhaps the prosecutors only have enough evidence for 2008 to 2023 period of time.
That's so interesting. And I want to talk about J-Lo for a second because, you know, first let me ask you this question. As we're talking about celebrities, and we're talking about Jennifer Lopez, so many people who were affiliated with him, who went to his parties, who had this connection, they haven't issued statements like, this is abhorrent, I condemn all of this, I didn't know about anything. You're seeing it a little bit, but not on a grand scale. I remember when Harvey Weinstein was criminally charged, or even when those accusations came out from the New York Times piece, there were people who celebrities came forward and said, I remember his party, you know, I remember talking to him. He always said these things, you heard rumblings of it. You're hearing that much less now with Sean Combs. And the question I keep getting asked is, why? Why are you not hearing more from celebrities? Why are they staying silent? Why do you think that is?
I think there's a big difference between P. Diddy's situation and Weinstein. In Weinstein, a lot of the women came forward and talked about the fact that they were victims or he inappropriately, made advances to them. But here, if you're attending P. Diddy's parties, I think Ashton Kutcher in one feed was saying, yeah, his parties. Oh, let me tell you about them. Let me think about them. They're wild. Guilty by association. Nobody wants to touch that with a 10-foot pole if you're a celebrity.
And to be clear, not guilty in a court of law,
no,
because you
of course
can go to
not.
a party and not commit a crime.
Right.
You just were around it. And the question was it an open secret?
But you're guilty by association in the court of public opinion, right? Yeah. If it comes out that you were attending his parties, everyone's naturally going to think, what were you doing at that party? What was your involvement? Were you involved in the freak-offs? Did you engage in it? It would be a PR nightmare.
By the way, we cover a lot of stories here on Sidebar where we raise the issue of personal safety, security, and honestly, having the right home surveillance system, that can be so important. And it's fall. Families, they're returning to work, school, there's tons of outdoor fall activities. Homes are being left empty during the day, and it is so important to consider the heightened risk of burglaries that occur in the fall. But here's the good news. Simply Safe is now a proud sponsor of Sidebar and is offering a solution to keep your home secure. Look, I live in an area where there have been break-ins. People's cars are getting stolen right from the driveway. I also live near older people too, which makes it, kind of more scary. So having a security system that you can trust to protect your loved ones is huge. And Simply Safe has advanced sensors and cameras that detect threats from break-ins to fires to floods, so much more. With Simply Safe, you also get 24/7 professional monitoring, which includes Simply Safe agents that are ready to spring into action to keep you safe. They promptly assess the situation, they contact you, they dispatch first responders to your address, even if you're away or maybe you can't respond. And with Fast Protect monitoring and LiveGuard protection, Simply Safe agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm. Also, super easy to install, by the way. I set it up, doorbell, porch, watch different camera angles on my phone, able to activate it in no time. So if you're now thinking, okay, there has to be a catch, has to be super expensive, right? You would be wrong, because you will never be locked into a long-term contract. You can cancel at any time. Pricing is transparent. It's affordable. Starts at less than $1 a day. There are no hidden fees ever. So right now you can save 50% on your system, plus a free indoor security camera, and your first month is free when you sign up for Core monitoring. So visit simplysafe.com/sidebar to customize yours. That's simplysafe.com/sidebar. There is no safe like Simply Safe. I do wonder, because the government said that they've spoken with over 50 witnesses and victims as of right now. That number could potentially grow because they say this investigation's ongoing, and I'm sure you can agree that when there is an indictment, sometimes more people come forward and will cooperate with the government. Maybe they feel that they're concerned about charges coming. Do you think that those conversations are happening behind the scenes? Do you think celebrities right now, through their legal teams, are meeting with prosecutors and giving information?
Absolutely. This P. Diddy's conduct was going on for decades, over 10 years, we know for sure. So it's very likely that the prosecutors are meeting with people, building their case, and it may be the situation where the prosecutors actually don't want celebrities to reveal any information, because it could be a situation where in court, it really tanks your case. If, let's say, hypothetically, you had Ashton Kutcher or someone say, yeah, I was attending the freak-offs during these period of times. This is the conduct I observed. He makes that statement in the media. Mm-hmm. Then, when prosecutors are preparing for that case, well, the defense has great cannon fodder for cross-examination.
Right.
Let's say Ashton Kutcher makes that statement a year before the case goes. The defense now has a year to think about how they're going to cross-examine that witness.
Fair.
And that could make the case a lot worse for the government.
Or if he says something in the media that's contradicted by something that he said at another time. The question I would have is, celebrities are very private, obviously. Is there a situation where the government maybe got information from high-profile celebrities, but they will not reveal during the course of this investigation or even at a trial that they got that information from celebrity A or celebrity B? Like, in other words, they can get information from witnesses, but they don't necessarily have to call them as witnesses at a trial. They can use that information to find further evidence, right? So there's a chance, correct me if I'm wrong, that they may have spoken with celebrities, but we'll never know that those conversations happened.
Absolutely. Like if you look at the indictment itself, it's 14 pages. But what we don't see is there could be all the videotapes, any cell phone records, countless documents that they looked at in order to put together those 14 pages, as well as countless witness interviews. There's always a mountain of evidence in order to get to that point where you have an indictment.
I want to ask you something as a former prosecutor. If you wanted to interview Jennifer Lopez, how do you do it without anybody knowing? There's paparazzi all the time. You call her into your office, people are going to be seeing it, especially now. Everybody knows what I would imagine. There's cameras set up outside the U.S. Attorney's office. You go to her house, why are agents showing up to her house? How do you get information from a celebrity like this?
We're talking about the SDNY here. It's a high-profile prosecutor's office that is used to dealing with politicians, celebrities. They have mechanisms and things in place, I am sure, to be able to interview J-Lo without the paparazzi and anybody knowing. I mean, you could probably get her in a blacked out car, take her, whether it's a loading dock or some designated area where people would not suspect a celebrity would drive into, have your agents meet her, take her up into a secret room, and have a conversation with her.
By the way, what information do you think, and I kind of laid out the history, what information could Jennifer Lopez provide to the government that would be useful in their case?
Everything. Like, we know that J-Lo was dating P. Diddy in the late 1990s to 2001, right? We know about the gun incident with the club. What I would want to know if I was a prosecutor sitting down with J-Lo is, when did your relationship start? What did you observe? You were with him for 18 months. You shared a bed with him. You must have seen things. What did you see? And I would want to see if I could get information that would put his activities back to 1999 and then bring it forward, which could make my case twice as strong as it currently is today.
If you're prosecuting this case, do you want it to be a celebrity trial? Do you want all these big names to take the stand to explain what happened with Sean Combs? Is that advantageous to you?
What I'd want is justice for the victims. What I'd want is to know that sex traffickers are caught and that sex workers have a safe place.
But I guess the concern would be if you have so many celebrities, it turns into kind of a spectacle, and that could be bad for a jury, right? I don't know. I mean, is that, in a way, it becomes an interesting back and forth to have a Jennifer Lopez take the stand, and maybe have an Ashton Kutcher take the stand, to have a Cat Williams take the stand. I mean, there's so many people who've been speaking out or some affiliated with it. I just don't know if that would be problematic for a prosecutor.
I think you would have to do a really good job having conversations with the jury, letting them know, yes, this person is a celebrity, but we have to look past their public status into the activities that Sean P. Diddy Combs, it's a mouthful, was engaging in.
If she were in trouble, right, if she were allegedly part of these freak-off sessions or was part of the gun incident in 1999, by the way, before I even get to that, the 1999 shooting wasn't referenced in this indictment. Is there any way that could be brought into a federal case like this? Because, you know, the racketeering charge lists so many underlying crimes that he's not specifically charged with, but it's evidence to show there is this criminal enterprise. Could they bring that 1999 shooting that he was acquitted of into this federal case or no?
Yeah, you could definitely have it in conversations to show the activity that he was engaging in and how far back it went.
The reason I ask is because, you know, there's been reporting that, J-Lo has to be concerned now, you know, what does she know? If she were actually in legal trouble, do you think she would have already been indicted? I guess the question is, if the government wanted to indict other people, wouldn't they have done it already with Sean Combs, or would they want to indict Sean Combs first and then indict other people?
Typically, when you have a RICO charge, there are two paths you could take. One path is you try to get all the people lower down in the rungs of the organization and get charges against them as a way of hopefully getting them to flip on the leader and then getting the leader, or you're going to charge everyone at once. So here, they got P. Diddy, right? He was the first one, the leader, which is very unusual. And the fact that they did that tells me they probably don't have information to indict J-Lo, otherwise they would have done it. The more likely scenario is that she may fit into the same camp as Cassie and be a victim.
Right. See, the question is because, everybody's like, well, he was indicted. Now they're saying it's an ongoing investigation. Everybody's going to come forward because they're worried about getting indicted too. I think that was a purposeful statement from Damian Williams, the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York, to say this investigation's ongoing. Basically saying we're not taking anything off the table. Do you think that was a calling card? If you have information, you come to us before we come to you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm sure that there's a lot of celebrities running scared right now.
And there's a difference between attending a party and just, seeing something and somehow being a part of this. And I think that's a clear distinction. If you were representing Jennifer Lopez at this moment, would you advise her to not say anything about what's going on, even if she's not a part of the case, even if she's not spoken to prosecutors, even if there's no intention that they speak to her? Would you tell her, avoid this like the plague? Do not put out a statement. If you're asked about Sean Combs, avoid the question. What would you advise her as her legal counsel?
I would advise her to speak with the SDNY. I would say
you
if
would?
you had any information, talk to them and provide it to them, because the most important thing is justice for the people that were wronged in the situation. And then I would say follow their lead. And the prosecutors at the SDNY may tell her, look, we don't want you to make any statements in the media at all about anything you observed, what happened with P. Diddy, your relationship, because again, that would be cannon fodder for cross-examination. Stay away from that. And when we go to trial, make your statement on the stand.
Look, this federal case is so secret, right? It was a grand jury. Those are secret. We didn't know what was happening behind the scenes. The chances that we find out right now to when a trial would happen, maybe in a year and a half, 2 years, who might be working with the government, who spoke to the government, whether or not Jennifer Lopez is a part of this case at all. When would we ever know that? When do you think the earliest would be we would have any idea about that?
We may never know that.
Right.
Just depending on how this case unfolds and what the prosecution's strategy is.
Yeah, and look, she, to be clear, is not named in this. She has not been charged with anything. This is purely speculation at this point. But given the arrest of such a high-profile individual, it is natural to have the conversation about what other people who were around him or dated him or knew him might somehow be a part of this. Because we did another episode where all of these videos of Combs talking about his parties and being asked about his parties, it was like an open secret about it. And so I think that's a fair question, right? Yeah.
I think it's absolutely a fair question. The other question that I have that comes to mind is, what was their involvement with P. Diddy? Because it's different than a situation where you say you just attended a party. That was it.
Right.
We have photographs we see in the public domain that some of these people were business partners with P. Diddy, had like friendships with him that span decades.
Yeah.
That's a lot different than just attending a party.
Yeah, that's true. And they could be subpoenaing, I have such trouble with that word, issuing a subpoena for their electronic devices as well, right? If text message conversations, videos of these celebrities at these parties. But then again, like you said, like we had said before, he collected their cell phones a lot of times so people couldn't document what was going on. Look, it's an interesting side note of this. We'll see which way it progresses. Ava Sullivan, thank you so much for coming on, making your sidebar debut. Hope you enjoyed it. Really enjoyed having you on. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, everybody, that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Speak to you next time.
Okay, I've got a lot I can't tell. So, can't tell that one either.
Sean Diddy Combs is facing criminal charges, and the silence is deafening. The rapper has surrounded himself with celebrities, executives, politicians for decades. But now that the Southern District of New York has indicted Sean Combs on sex trafficking and racketeering crimes, those famous friends have been pretty quiet. We're going to take a closer look at Combs' relationship with A-list actor Ashton Kutcher, and we bring on a special guest. Law and Crime's legal counsel. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. So this is not a surprise, but we have been covering every angle of this Sean Diddy Combs indictment, from what a trial could look like to the most shocking information in the indictment. And today, we are focusing on something else. We are focusing on Sean Combs' fame, his influence. Because Sean Combs, who has gone by a lot of names over the years since getting a start in New York City in the 90s, we're talking P. Diddy, Puffy, even just Love. He founded Bad Boy Records in 1993, which later became Bad Boy Entertainment, a juggernaut in the music industry. He brought Christopher Wallace, better known as the Notorious B.I.G., with him to the new label that skyrocketed to fame. At its height, the label was reportedly bringing in $130 million every year. But Combs' notoriety wasn't just connected with his record label and his rap career. He also broke into the fashion industry, created his own TV shows. And TV seems to be the way that Combs connected with one of his good friends, Ashton Kutcher. And that's what we're going to talk about today. So their friendship started through the prank show called Punk'd. We all remember that one. It aired on MTV. And Combs would later produce several seasons of Making the Band on MTV. It was a reality competition where groups competed to become the next big music sensation. Combs and Kutcher, they were often photographed together, with Kutcher showing his support for Combs' business ventures, attending Combs' Labor Day white parties. In 2010, by the way, when Time magazine named Ashton Kutcher as one of the 100 most influential people that year, Combs offered the following quote, saying, "Ashton Kutcher is a sounding board for me. Like me, he's a mogul, a new media mogul, but we are yin and yang. I am in your face, but he is understated, cool, suave." In 2019, Sean Evans of the channel First We Feast interviewed Kutcher while they ate spicy wings on Hot Ones, and he asked Ashton Kutcher about how he met the rapper and about Combs' infamous parties.
Okay, I've got a lot I can't tell. So, can't tell that one either. I mean, I'm like actually cycling through them. Our relationship was really bizarre. We became fast friends, and we used to just hang out, watch football together. And he came over, and I was like, "I'm going for a run." He's like, "Oh, I'll go for a run with you." And so he comes over to go for a run. About halfway through the run, he's like, "Yo, I'm running out of gas right now." But we had like paparazzi all around us at the time. He's like, "You gotta slow down and but make it look like you're not slowing down." Because he had to. I don't want to look like I'm not gonna be able to finish this thing. And he was losing it. We finished out the run, and then he was so upset over the fact that he got skunked on this run. That year he decided to run the New York Marathon. And so he just started immediately training for the New York Marathon.
I like that. Bounce back.
Well, he just can't lose. Even when he's that close to humility, that like it becomes a driver. And so then he went out and ran the New York Marathon.
Hey, I know I say this a lot, but really thank you for coming to us for our Sean Combs coverage. It's not something we take lightly. We really, really appreciate your trust in us. And we're going to continue to bring you updates and angles in this story. And one of the reasons we're able to do that is because of the amazing support that we get from our sponsors, and that includes our sponsor, Upside. Now, Upside is awesome. Upside is a free app that helps you get cash back on daily essentials like gas and groceries. No joke. Real cash back, money that appears in your Upside app that you can transfer straight into your bank account. The other day, I used Upside to find a gas station, claimed an offer, paid with my credit card at the pump, and then followed the steps on the app to get cash back. So simple, so easy to use. Why not try it? And you can use Upside at all different kinds of places. Restaurants, convenience stores. So to find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description to download Upside, or scan the QR code on screen, and use our promo code SIDEBAR, and you'll get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. Now, since Combs was arrested last week and booked into the Metropolitan Detention Center out in Brooklyn, Kutcher hasn't commented. He didn't publicly comment about the raids that happened back in March on Combs' properties either. But Kutcher has been getting a lot of backlash online about his comments, or maybe I should say lack thereof, on Hot Ones. Ashton Kutcher and his wife Mila Kunis, they were shunned for the support of longtime friend and their fellow star on that 70s show, Danny Masterson. Remember, Masterson was convicted last year for raping 2 women and sentenced to 30 years in prison. Kutcher and Kunis, they released letters of support after his conviction, saying that Masterson had always treated people with decency, equality, generosity. Kutcher talked about him being a role model. Kutcher also talked about his excellent character. So as you might have guessed, that was not a controversial move. And as you might guess, there was serious backlash over those comments. And the couple released an apology video. And now the question becomes, where does Ashton Kutcher fit into this Sean Combs saga as he's facing charges of racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution, very serious felonies that could carry up to life in prison. So as we talk about Kutcher's possible connection to this criminal case, other celebrities' connection to this case, I want to bring on a special guest. I want to bring on somebody who we didn't, search far and wide. We didn't go to the other side of the country. We didn't even go to the other side of the city. We bring on somebody who's down the hall from me, somebody who we trust with this entire show, our legal counsel right here at Law and Crime, Elizabeth Boulay, joins us right now. Elizabeth, so good to see you. Thank you for coming here on Sidebar.
Thank you so much for having me.
First, thank you. I know you're so busy keeping us all in check and making sure, we don't run into 1,000 problems and we don't get in trouble. So I appreciate you taking the time to come here on Sidebar. And also, thank you for your help on Sidebar. Again, keeps us out of trouble. We haven't had a chance to talk that much about the indictment. I asked everybody this in the past week. What were your overall thoughts on the Sean Combs indictment? Is it what you expected? Did you expect to see something else? What's your take?
Yeah, I found the allegations in the indictment, like a lot of people, really disturbing and distressing. Just reading about the details, everything from, the alleged assaults he inflicted upon these women to, the allegations of how he apparently coerced certain women into engaging into acts with commercial male sex workers. Everything was really disturbing in that indictment. But also, I think like a lot of other people, I think a lot of us saw this coming. Ever since his ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura filed a civil complaint against him in November 2023 of last year, we've just seen a slew of similar lawsuits and actually allegations against him coming. So I think this was a long time coming this year. I think it was more a matter of prosecutors having enough time to gather all the evidence and the facts to really make their case.
Do you get the sense, other than Cassandra Ventura, who, I gotta say, her allegations are lining up so consistently with what we saw in this indictment, and the fact that 2016 video of Combs allegedly beating her at the Intercontinental Hotel is referenced in the indictment. Do you get a sense from all the other lawsuits that were filed, who else might be a cooperating witness in this case? Was there other details from those civil lawsuits that make it their way into the indictment? I did a sidebar on this. I think there's something to say that Rodney Jones, the former producer of Combs, that he first alleged racketeering, and now we see this racketeering charge. There might be something there, but anything else? Or it's tough. It's not that specific.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough because there weren't that many other names mentioned in the indictment, but I think you're right in that we do see a lot of overlap between the charges that were in the indictment and the allegations other people are making. Cassie Ventura alleged sex trafficking. That's one of the counts in the indictment. I think a lot of other lawsuits that have come out recently. One of the former members of the group, Danny DeCane, who Diddy managed, Don Richard, came out with a civil complaint against him alleging assault. So I do think there's going to be a lot of overlap and public names coming out, within the next few months.
And just going back to the indictment, and by the way, you can see why we've had Elizabeth on. Not only brilliant, but I remember we were asking her questions about the Sean Combs case, and I remember you sent us back an email, and it was so detailed and thorough. I said, why isn't she on Sidebar? One of the things I've been talking about the past week is what's not in the indictment. And, there's nothing about minors. There's nothing about underage people, even though there's been allegations against Combs. He hasn't been separately charged with federal crimes like possession of a weapon with an obliterated serial number. There are narcotics offenses. Why do you think the indictment was structured that way? Why do you think, to the best you can explain, three very serious charges, but why only those three charges at this point?
Yeah, that was a bit of a surprise to me as well. With the various months that have gone on this year, time that prosecutors have had to make the case, other people have also made the same observation that they were surprised the indictment wasn't more lengthy, more detailed. But I do think that they have that charge of racketeering, and the charge of racketeering is sort of a catch-all charge, if you will, that can include everything from kidnapping to arson to everything in between. So I think there's a lot built into that charge, and I also wouldn't be surprised if we see prosecutors in the months to come supplementing this indictment, you know, as they continue to gather more evidence and speak to more witnesses to include further charges. But that was a surprise to me as well, because there have been allegations out there reported on about possible activities with minors and narcotics and the like.
You know, everybody keeps saying to me, they're like, Diddy's going to turn. He's going to give up all the celebrities that were involved in these alleged illegal activity, but he's facing such serious charges. Racketeering's 20 years in prison. There's another charge that's 15 years to life. I can't imagine a deal would be put on the table that wouldn't include prison time. I can't imagine a deal would be put on the table that would be attractive enough for him to turn on other people. So before we even get into Ashton Kutcher's connection, or maybe connection to this, would you agree with me on that?
I think so. I think prosecutors are really keen to make an example out of this case. You know, I think one of the things that they really considered was somebody like P. Diddy, who is obviously extremely high profile, has immense wealth, privileges, connections. I think they want to send the message that nobody's above the law, and if somebody like this, who's of such high stature, can be held accountable, then everyone else can too. So I would be really surprised if prosecutors ended up, you know, offering some sort of deal that didn't include prison time.
I don't even know if they need him, because they have apparently all these videos and witness testimony. Okay, so let's talk about Ashton Kutcher. First of all, surprised? Haven't heard from him?
I'm not entirely surprised. You know, I think there's a whole slew of people that P. Diddy had interactions with or worked with over the years that are hesitant to come forward. I think there's lots of reasons for that. I think one of the main reasons is, what will this sort of association do for my public image? You know, a lot of celebrities, I think, really rely heavily on their public image. And with that comes, you know, financial ramifications, you know, possible loss of opportunities, brands that might not want to work with you if they come forward and, you know, possibly defend him or maybe try to, you know, explain some of his actions. So I think there's that. But then I also think there's probably a hesitancy for a lot of people to be called, even as witnesses, even if they didn't partake in any of these activities, to provide information. I think a lot of people are hesitant to come forward with that because that comes with a lot of other forms of exposure and, you know, responsibility.
Do you think the Danny Masterson situation had any effect on this?
I'm sure it did. You know, Ashton Kutcher and his wife Mila Kunis, you know, they came forward with letters publicly supporting Masterson, talking about his great character and, you know, their sort of assessment of how great a person they think he is. They got a lot of flack for that publicly, especially considering the allegations of rape that were against Masterson. So I would imagine that they learned a lesson from that, and hence why he's possibly staying silent on this.
When you look at a video like him on Hot Ones saying, there's a lot I can't talk about, I look at it two ways. The more nefarious thing and the more nefarious interpretation, as people make it online, is he knew everything. He knew what was going on. The other way of saying it is, these parties, there's the difference between a party that's a wild, a good time, things are happening, but not illegal, right? I mean, you could have a party that's not an illegal freak-off, which he's accused of Combs as being a part of. And I think that distinction is important there. So when you look at it, at a video like that, how do you interpret it?
Yeah, I think that distinction is really important. You know, we've seen a whole slew of pictures come out in the past few weeks of parties. He's notorious for throwing these parties, even dating all the way back to the 90s. And there is a big difference between somebody being photographed at a party, maybe socializing with him very casually, versus, you know, if somebody witnessed something nefarious going on at these parties or possibly partaking in these activities. You know, I've seen a lot of videos of celebrities and high profile people kind of alluding to the same thing, as saying, well, you know, I've been to these parties back in the day. I can't really talk about what went on, but, you know, there is a difference. It's not a crime to throw or attend a wild party, but, you know, if you're at a party and you're walking down that hallway and there's in the next room somebody's being coerced into doing something they don't want to do, that's a whole different situation.
See, the feeling is people aren't coming out and saying, what? This is a shock, had no idea. You're getting this feeling like it was an open secret that something nefarious was going on at these Diddy Diddy events because of certain comments that people are making. You know, it was one thing when Harvey Weinstein was arrested and celebrities came forward pretty immediately and said, look, I heard rumors about him. I totally condemn it. I never witnessed anything like this. It's abhorrent what he did. You're seeing that, I think, less with Sean Combs. Why?
Yeah, I think that's true. I think one of the things to remember about Weinstein is a lot of what was being alleged was these incidents of him, assaulting or harassing these women happened in private hotel rooms and meeting rooms where it was just him and the other person. And I think people ended up finding out about that, but people were more prone to come forward about it because it was just him and that individual who's subjected to that harassment. Whereas here, you're talking about wild parties, possibly large groups of people that partook in these activities. So I think there's a little bit more on the line here versus somebody like Weinstein who, in a lot of these incidences, it was really him and the other person in the room.
Going back to Ashton Kutcher, is there a possibility he's already spoken with the government and we just don't know?
There's a possibility, we don't know the extent of how much prosecutors have been working behind the scenes. Again, I think this is something they've been working on really throughout the majority of this year, ever since Cassie's lawsuit came out in November of last year. So it's possible. It's possible they've spoken to him behind the scenes. And I think prosecutors will probably be really keen to not reveal what high-profile individuals they've spoken with, just to keep the investigation contained and be able to kind of go on and gather more information. So, I think there's a possibility that several amount of individuals have been spoken to already, and we won't know yet.
Do you think the statement from Damian Williams, this is an ongoing investigation, these very serious charges against Sean Combs, has lit a fire under some people to say, we're coming to the government now, we see how serious they are, we would rather come to them first? I mean, do you think that there are people out there who are worried they're about to get indicted?
I'm sure. I think the thing to remember about P. Diddy is that he wasn't just a mogul in the music industry, but he touched all facets of the entertainment industry. He was acted in films, he had shows on reality TV, he was involved in fashion, business. So I think there's a lot of connections that he made and people that he got to know over the years that even if those individuals didn't partake in these activities, they might have firsthand information, might have witnessed something, they might have possible forms of physical evidence. So I think there is going to be a group of high-profile individuals who have at least some knowledge about it, and I think they're, a bit worried about what's to come.
Do you think the government has other indictments ready to go that they just haven't, moved forward with? In other words, they are bringing people in saying, we have charges pending. We can bring these charges against you right now. Because, one of the things I wonder is why Sean Combs, who allegedly is part of this racketeering enterprise, can't do it alone. Conspiracy, can't do it alone. Why he was the only one charged. And I'm curious if they were ready to charge other people. They might be ready now, but they're waiting. What do you think?
Yeah, I think there's a possibility. I think that it's interesting because I think the indictment was general enough where there's still room for them to pursue charges against either Combs himself or other individuals. They do mention assaults, narcotics use, him manipulating women into engaging in these acts. Even though there weren't separate charges for that, they have the information there. So I think they did that to be able to possibly apply more charges to him and also possibly other people involved. I think it's just a matter of them wanting to gather evidence, but it's also a balancing act for prosecutors because they want to have enough information to make their case, but they also don't want this to, take years and years to prosecute.
If a celebrity was told, listen, or they come forward and listen, I'll give you any information I have, but it really isn't, there's nothing there, nothing to help the federal case, shouldn't they come out with a statement and say, and then come forward with a statement and say, listen, I was not I knew Sean Combs for X, Y, and Z. It's abhorrent what he did. I was was processing it for this time. I wanted to come up with a statement. The fact that they haven't, it makes me wonder, maybe they are cooperating. Maybe they haven't spoken with investigators yet. That's the part, right? I think if they were cleared, it's a strange, but cleared in a way, you would see more statements, no?
I think so. I think if they were essentially screened and sort of cleared by prosecutors, they'd be more willing to come forward and talk about it. I think people are hesitant right now because, like I said, there's a lot that can come with even being a witness in a case like this. Especially he's pled not guilty to these charges. So if and when a trial goes underway and people are called to testify, a lot of that will be made public. So I think that's why people are hesitant. But if someone is essentially screen and prosecutors say, okay, we might not call you as a witness, we might not bring you forward, then I think people are more prone to giving out some sort of statement.
Do you think, can celebrities provide information? Can Ashton Kutcher provide information to prosecutors and we will never know about it? If he's not called as a witness at the trial, but he provided some information that might help them in their case, is there a chance we will never know who cooperated?
I think there's a strong chance of that. I think there's going to be two groups of main people prosecutors will be speaking to. Those that will be called as witnesses if a trial goes forward, that, they'll show up at the courtroom. What they testify to will be reported on, so it'll be made public. But I think there's also going to be a large number of people that prosecutors speak to just to get background information. Possibly they could lead prosecutors to other names of people who are involved, background information. Maybe they might have forms of physical evidence that would be helpful to them, that prosecutors might say, okay, you might not have enough to be called as a witness, but this information is really helpful and could lead us to other parts of the case.
And just to clarify this one more time, a lot of this is speculation. We have no idea who they're speaking to or what. Ashton Kutcher has not been implicated in anything criminal whatsoever. He is not named, nor is anybody else named in this indictment or the letters from the government to the court. But again, I think it's fair questions to ask in terms of people that might have connections. And one of the questions I have been asked is, there's been comparisons between Sean Combs' allegations and the Epstein allegations. And we actually did a sidebar comparing the two of them. One of the things that I keep getting asked is, there's still not transparency with the Epstein case. Who was on the island? Who was on the plane? What was involved? Who was allegedly involved in the empire, the criminal empire that he was running, or allegedly running? Do you think we will get more transparency in terms of this case? Again, if Sean Combs is allegedly running a criminal enterprise for years, you have to assume there were people who were part of it or knew it. Do you think we're going to get more transparency in this kind of case?
I do think we'll get a bit more transparency. I think the difficult thing with the Epstein case was, very shortly after he was apprehended and jailed, he died in prison. There's a lot of theories as to how that happened, whether it was actually suicide or not. But despite that, that made it all the more difficult for transparency, because you have the main person that's being indicted, who's the center of all these charges, is now gone and can't provide any sort of testimony or make their case, essentially. Whereas here, hopefully we won't have that same scenario, so I think there will be a bit more transparency there. And I think, there's a possibility that there's a lot of people in the entertainment industry who feel really strongly about this and are very opposed to the charges that are going on, disagree with what Diddy allegedly did. So I think there's going to be more people prone to speaking out and saying, this doesn't represent the entire music industry, this doesn't represent the entire entertainment industry. So
we'll see. I mean, it's only been 1 week, but it feels like a year already, because this has been going on for a long time.
Yes.
So we'll see where it progresses. We'll see if any celebrities make a statement, if anything comes through the wire about them somehow being connected to this case or speaking with the government. I'm not sure we'll get that information, but we will wait and see. Just an interesting conversation to have. Elizabeth Boulay, thank you so much for coming on. Good seeing you. I'll see you in the office in 5 minutes, but such a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, Jesse.
All right, everybody, that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Speak to you next time.
Right, gotta keep them there. Right. You need locks on the doors. Okay, this is sounding kind of dangerous now.
It's an old adage that can't be denied. The internet never forgets. If something is posted online, it's going to live on there somewhere forever. And that is proving to be true for Sean Diddy Combs as he faces criminal charges in a federal court in New York. We are taking a fresh look at some videos of the rapper that take on a new tone given the serious accusations he's now facing. We're going to break down some of the clips and the potential impact, if any, at trial with a digital forensics expert. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Sean Diddy Combs has been a pop culture icon since the 1990s, for a while now. He was an early adopter of video blogging, bragging at one point to David Letterman that he had the most friends in history on MySpace. We all remember what MySpace was. He said he started a vlog called Diddy TV where he posted about his life, and that hasn't stopped.
DJs aren't supposed to pass out, but when they come to one of my parties, this is what happens to them. I put him to sleep. Next day, right? You put the drink on his head. There you go. There it is.
Now, Combs invites people into his life through social media, television appearances, concerts. He was even in talks with Hulu to make a reality show about his family, similar to Keeping Up with the Kardashians. But that plan came to a screeching halt when accusations arose about Combs' behavior behind the scenes. Cassie Ventura, Combs' ex, filed a multi-million-dollar lawsuit against him last November, accusing him of physical assault, rape, sex trafficking, drug trafficking. Combs adamantly denied everything in that lawsuit, but he did settle that lawsuit with Ventura the very next day. But what ended up happening? That lawsuit set off an avalanche of litigation with multiple people, both men and women, coming forward with their own complaints about Combs' conduct. Then in March, federal agents raided 2 of Combs' homes, one in Los Angeles, one in Miami, taking out boxes full of evidence, including dozens of electronic devices. At the time, Combs wasn't facing any criminal charges, but we spoke with legal experts who said that an indictment would be imminent. And then 1 week ago, Combs was arrested. Pursuant to a grand jury indictment through the Southern District of New York, he was indicted on charges of racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution. The indictment lays out the allegations against him, including forced labor, bribery, obstruction of justice. The indictment states, quote, the defendant engaged in a persistent and pervasive pattern of abuse toward women and other individuals. This abuse was at times verbal, emotional, physical, and sexual. As part of his pattern of abuse, Combs manipulated women to participate in highly orchestrated performances of sexual activity with male commercial sex workers. At times, Combs and others acting in his direction made arrangements for women and commercial sex workers to fly to Combs' location. Combs ensured participation from the women by, among other things, obtaining and distributing narcotics to them, controlling their careers, leveraging his financial support, and threatening to cut off the same, and using intimidation and violence. By the way, talking about Sean Combs and these allegations, doesn't that just show you how scary the world can be? I don't know, how unpredictable the world can be. Did anybody ever see this coming? And when you think about that, when you think about unpredictable things in life, you know what one of the most unpredictable things can be? Something that comes out of nowhere, something that is really terrifying if you get injured, right? But it is so important to realize at those moments what your rights are and if you can be compensated for your injury. Well, that is where our sponsor and proud partner of Sidebar comes in, Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. They have an army of over 1,000 attorneys who will fight for what you deserve, and they have a track record to prove it. Past few months, Morgan & Morgan won verdicts like $12 million in Florida, $26 million in Philadelphia, and $6.8 million in New York. All of these, mind you, considerably higher than the highest insurance offers in these cases. Truly, your case could be worth millions of dollars, and even if it's not, why not start a claim and get the money you deserve? Seeing if you have a case can be done in 8 clicks or less. Also, their fee, absolutely free unless you win. They're only getting paid if you get paid. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at 40people.com/LC Sidebar, or you can click the link in the description and pinned in the comments. Combs allegedly forced men and women to participate in what he called freak-offs or FOs, these hours-long sexual performances that involve drugs, alcohol, baby oil, lubricant, even professional lighting and cameras. Prosecutors say that Combs coerced people into taking part in these freak-offs for years, and now, as old video clips of Combs start to surface, it appears Combs' bad boy behavior has maybe been an open secret in Hollywood and beyond. And what we are seeing now in these resurfacing of older videos of Combs are different contexts. We might be looking at these videos in a different lens, given these allegations. Did these videos tell us anything? Could they be used as evidence at trial? Well, to talk about this, I want to bring in digital forensics expert Heather Barnhart to talk more about this. Heather, thanks so much for coming on. Good to see you. First, I want to get your reaction to this indictment. You know, I've spoken with a lot of legal analysts. You're an expert in digital evidence. What stood out most to you about not only the indictment, but also, say, the 2 letters that were submitted by prosecutors when they were trying to fight Combs' bail. He's been denied bail twice, but we learned a lot more information in those letters too.
Sextortion is the major issue here, and it's a platform I've been speaking on. In my opinion, it's the #1 threat that we're dealing with in the United States and worldwide. The fact that Combs is allegedly reaching out and threatening to release these videos and ruin people's lives. The thing is, one video, one photo can ruin your life forever. And who knows what control was set in place to even have these videos recorded, if they were consensual or not.
Because that's the allegation, right? That he would secretly record these freak-off sessions. And by the way, when you hear that the government has obtained, and I'm reading from the letter by the government, over 90 cell phones, laptops, cloud storage accounts, as well as over 30 other electronic and storage devices such as hard drives, thumb drives, cameras, and a surveillance system. What does that tell you?
So here's the crazy thing. Investigators have their hands full. They are going to need forensic software to help them get through this information. But if you think about your phone, it knows everything you do. You can't hide from your phone. It's the perfect digital witness that juries are going to expect. When we look at his phone, so when you examine Sean Combs' devices, the truth will be there. Whether you try to remove it or not, the truth is there, and a forensic expert will dig that truth out.
Well, I'm glad to have you to talk about that, because I'm also talking about the new clips that have surfaced and what we make of them. So a very digital episode. And so let's talk about some of these resurfaced clips of Sean Combs, where I think the argument would be is that he seemed to dance around the details of his allegedly debaucherous lifestyle. I mean, when he went on Ellen DeGeneres' show, she asked him about his parties. This was back in 2007.
No, it'd go from like 9:30 to like maybe 3 o'clock, 2, 3 o'clock. And then, you know, we have the top 2 floors of the hotel.
And then it will carry on there.
Yeah. No, I mean the after party.
No, I know about them.
And then way back in 1999, Combs told Entertainment Tonight that his parties might even get him arrested.
You're gonna hear about my party, they're gonna be shutting them down, they're gonna probably be arresting me, doing all types of crazy things just because we wanna have a good time. You know, whenever you bring up a different element into people's environment, things that broaden people's horizon, people get intimidated.
And then there were celebrities who were, you know, kind of happy to joke with Combs about his lifestyle, his interactions with women. This included late night hosts like David Letterman, Jimmy Kimmel, Conan O'Brien.
Right, gotta keep them there. Right. You need locks on the doors.
Okay, this is sounding kind of dangerous now.
It's a little kinky, but
yeah.
Rock with me, but just check it out. You need a lot of heat. A lot of heat. Yeah.
Heat? You mean that physically the place has to be hot?
You don't have no air conditioning.
No air conditioning? No. Why is that?
Heat affects the alcohol, and it also affects, like, you know, everybody gets a little bit more comfortable and loose. Builds up a nice little sweat.
So Heather, looking at these, like, I struggle with them, right? I struggle with them. I don't know if they'll make it into evidence. I don't know if they'll necessarily be relevant. They're actually kind of, you know, I don't know what they tell us. They could be innocent statements about his parties being a good time, exaggerating what these might be like, puffery. Maybe they are wild. Maybe there was sexual escapades, but not necessarily illegal. What do you take away from those videos?
I think there's a huge amount of control that had to be implemented here. If you think about seeing the videos of the cell phones being collected and what people were told when they were arriving at the party and how fun it would be versus what you end up in, it almost sounds like you've entered into a prison and then you were released. So thinking of that and the threats of violence and all the things that could occur from what we're hearing allegedly happened, but it's almost, when you watch those clips, as if he were bragging that he wanted the attention on what these things are, because curiosity, we're humans. Humans are curious. If you're curious about what these parties are and you'll do anything to get there, there's going to be a huge celebrity list of people who probably were just present and not participating. So I think it's going to be wild what we see investigators uncover during this investigation.
I think it's also, and what is frustrating for a lot of people, this was known. Puffy's parties. Everybody knew about them. They're wild. Now, they're dancing around it a little bit, but he didn't feel, to me, uncomfortable talking about the parties. Now, he might not have, I don't think he ever expected that he was going to get arrested for allegedly what happened at some of these events. And by the way, he's not being arrested for what happened at parties like the white party in general. It's specific sexual coerced encounters, but he seemed very comfortable speaking about this too.
He did. And, I think we're going to see, as we look closely at the devices belonging to Combs, we're going to see other people that may be nearby or involved just from connecting to hotel Wi-Fi, yacht Wi-Fi, proximity to his device. So even if these devices are collected, there's going to guaranteed be other people associated to this. So we may be able to even see who's behind him and supporting him, because it takes more than one person to do all the things that are being allegedly done in these freak-offs.
And there were those who said, they just looked the other way, right? And that's what the people believe is, all these celebrities were just looking the other way, or maybe they were active participants. We don't know. What is interesting is that there were others who called out Combs and his behavior. So we had comedian Cat Williams, and he said this now infamous line during an interview with Shannon Sharp on his YouTube channel back in January. So this was after Cassandra Ventura's lawsuit was filed, before the raids on Combs' mansions, before the charges came out. But listen to what he said.
Because P. Diddy be wanting to party. And you gotta tell him no. You got to tell him no. I did.
Okay, so Heather, to be clear, Cat Williams is not mentioned in this criminal case. In fact, everyone I'm about to mention, everyone I'm about to talk about, is not actually brought up in the criminal complaint or the letters. There are no names. The government mentions victims and witnesses. There's a specific mention to victim one, but no one by name. So I just want to make that clear. But what do you make of that statement from Cat Williams?
Clearly word got out. And this goes back to, is it a respect for who Sean Combs was? Why would people not talk about this? It seems to have gone on for over a decade. Think of people who are adults now that were children at the time. There has to be some level of control, or almost like an intrigue to these parties, even if you didn't want to participate, that no one went forward and said, hey, this is what's happening, until they started to.
And what else is coming into question is how Combs acted around, like you said, when you talk about age, the young up-and-coming artists that he was mentoring, like R&B icon Usher, pop superstar Justin Bieber. Combs produced Usher's first album, and Usher apparently lived with Combs for about a year. And he talked about that, what seems to be an intense period of time. He talked about it with Howard Stern in 2016.
Hey, it was curious. I got a chance to see some things.
Yeah, but you were 13. What were you seeing?
I went there to see the lifestyle.
Right.
And I saw it. And it was, but I don't know if I could indulge and understand what I was even looking at. It was pretty wild.
And Usher also told Stern in that interview that when asked if he would allow his kids to do the same, he replied emphatically, hell no. Now, Heather, again, not sure what to take away from that. And to be clear, there were no allegations in the indictment or the government's letters where they say anything about minors, right? That was a very conspicuous absence from those filings from the government. But when you hear something like what Usher said, again, I'm not sure. I don't believe that video would come into evidence. I don't think it shows much, but it may give us kind of a glimpse into something.
I think it does give us a glimpse into the mindset. And one of the hardest things in digital forensics is almost tapping into the mindset of the person you are investigating or looking at. Because once you're almost put yourself in their shoes on the things that were done, it makes the picture clearer. I think anything that can make the mindset clearer to the jury will help. Definitely help the innocent people. Because here's the issue. When you're trying to, I assume, obtain people through chats, because how else are you going to get these people if you have your sights set on a specific target, a pop star, someone you want there? Chats had to have occurred. So I assume that all those chats will be obtained from his devices. But the thing that bothers me the most, and this is the hardest reality for me, when someone has everything, why do you have to take the innocence of younger people or even show them a world that is not normal?
And by the way, that's, you could say, not even showing them a world that's illegal, showing them a very adult world. And I think that's maybe what Combs' defense will be. One of the things, and we've kind of been hearing rumblings about it. He might look at all these videos and say, yeah, I agree with everything. I think everybody agreed to these parties. Everybody agreed to these sexual events. Everything was consensual. We like to party. You might not know what this is like, John Smith in Oklahoma, but this is the celebrity lifestyle. This is the culture. And when this trial happens, that may be an argument that they move forward with.
And I would say my rebuttal to that, what's the age of consent where these freak-offs occurred, and can you consent when you're under the influence?
That's a very, very fair argument, because he is accused of drugging people during these freak-off sessions where they would be obedient and compliant. Now, talking about age, Justin Bieber. Now, Justin Bieber was very young when he reportedly worked with Combs, and one of the videos that is circulated in the aftermath of all this attention on Combs, in fact, after the raids, was Combs' interaction with a then 15-year-old Justin Bieber. This was back in 2009 as he was rocketing to stardom. Now, when you talk about 2009, that is actually in the time frame in the indictment. So they talk about these freak-offs happening, this alleged criminal conduct from 2008 onward. But again, Justin Bieber is not mentioned by name in this criminal complaint or in the government's letters. But we go back to 2009, he's rocketing to stardom. This video was posted on Bieber's YouTube channel, and it's titled 48 Hours with Diddy.
Justin, you ever seen the movie 48 Hours? Right now, he's having 48 hours with Diddy, him and his boy. They're having the times of their lives, where we hanging out and what we doing. We can't really disclose, but it's definitely a 15-year-old's dream.
It's very uncomfortable. It doesn't even have to be anything connected to these the criminal case. I just find that video uncomfortable. It's gotten a lot of attention, Heather. There are those who believe that Bieber may be cooperating in the government. Purely speculation, but just that video in and of itself, I think, makes a lot of people uncomfortable.
It definitely does. And he's a father of a young infant son now. I think who you were then, what you were introduced to, again, it's taking away the innocence of people that don't deserve that at all.
Can I ask you a question? Again, and the only reason I'm bringing this up is because there were allegations in the lawsuits. I'm really specifically talking about the Rodney Little Rod Jones lawsuit. This is Combs' former producer who sued him for sexual assault, sex trafficking. He mentioned that he was tasked with soliciting minors and that there were underage people at these parties. Why do you think there was nothing about that in the indictment? Do you think that the digital evidence maybe didn't corroborate it? Maybe there was not witness testimony that could corroborate it? Maybe prosecutors are waiting to bring those charges, or maybe they didn't want to bring that in connection with this case, although R. Kelly, he was facing sex trafficking and racketeering charges that were very much had a theme about minors. So I just was, again, I don't know if it could very well not be true, right? The prosecution said there's not enough evidence to show that. But when you're looking at these kinds of things, were you surprised by that? Why do you think it's not in there?
I think they may be saving this one, possibly, or even think of this, the minors at the time could potentially be adults now. So do they want to be involved in this investigation? Are they willing to speak out on their experiences? Because as an adult, now they can actually do that. But I think when you look at all of these freak-offs that occurred, there has to be a collection. And I read a lot of articles saying that he recorded these with multiple cell phones, with professional cameras. So I think the collections of the videos, when investigators dig through those, will tell the truth and reveal some of the proposed ages of these minors.
You talk about the power of video, by the way. I mean, that 2016 video of him allegedly beating Cassandra Ventura, that was one of the biggest pieces of evidence that came out even before the charges, and clearly it made its way into the criminal case. If that is just a sampling of what the government has, you're seeing a very strong case.
Absolutely.
Now, given what we know about Combs' party lifestyle through these lawsuits and the people that have spoken out over the years, it is concerning when you see someone so young as Justin Bieber hanging out with the rapper. And in fact, in a video that was posted on Combs' YouTube channel, it was just a year or so later, Bieber, again, he looks uncomfortable when interacting with the rapper. That's my take, but let's see what you think.
What's up, man? You good?
I'm good. How are you?
All right, young brother, everything's good? Selling out arenas and everything? Starting to act different, huh? You ain't been calling me and hanging out the way we used to hang out.
Well, I mean, you try to get in contact with me, through all my, partners and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But you never really got my number, so.
Right. Okay.
Remember?
Yeah.
Tell you my number.
Yeah.
Now, Khloe Kardashian also made comments about being at a P. Diddy party on Keeping Up with the Kardashians in 2014. She said that she'd seen a young Justin Bieber at the party and that half of the guests were naked. You know, Heather, looking back on it, he might be uncomfortable. I think he actually looked more comfortable in the first video, but it could have been a sketch. It could have been like a little skit between them. I'm not entirely sure. But again, you know, when I think about the number of witnesses that the government is speaking to or could be speaking to, because this is an ongoing investigation, I have to wonder if they are celebrities, if they are Justin Bieber, if they are the Kardashians.
I bet they are. And here's the thing, names are going to come out and I think it's going to shock a lot of people. And there's so many things that you read and all the allegations that are out there. But even just looking at the phone in that video, you can tell the digital data is going to seal this investigation on what the truth is. That's what I honestly believe. But I think too, when you see Justin Bieber look so young in those videos, there has to be a plethora of minors involved in this. And I guarantee they're going to be big names, because I feel like that would be the attraction to come to his parties. If that's something you're participating in and there's a new pop star, you're going to come see that, unfortunately.
And how much of this do you think would be documented, not just in videos, I'm talking text messages, especially if you're dealing with minors who they might not realize what the consequences of this are. So if they're just freely talking about what happened at these parties in text messages, I feel like that could be something that prosecutors might be looking at as well, right? The text message conversations.
Absolutely. Chats are everything. And even if you take devices, if you came to my house right now and I take your phone, when you leave, you can do whatever you want. That's why I do worry about the level of control that Combs may have had over the potential victims or the people that participated or even watched or saw. But there's no way for a decade that someone didn't talk about it, text about it, share something along the way. And even the alleged threats that are happening, those are happening in email and text messages. So all of these chats, secure or not, software like Celebrate, that's what we do. We dig in and we uncover the truth.
Now, Bieber, who's now 30, actually recently collaborated with Combs on the Love album, and he was featured on a song called Moments. Combs even posted photos of the two of them in the studio together. And sources told the Daily Mail that Bieber was shocked, deeply disturbed by Combs' arrest, reportedly unwilling to discuss it. They told the outlet that so many people who helped to make him who he is were very close to Diddy, and it has completely thrown him. Justin hasn't been responding on this since the home raids. He's not going to. He had a long break from Diddy when he believes most of this took place, and he had distanced himself from him. He was featured on Diddy's most recent album, and had he known any of this, there was no way he would have done it. So it seems like Diddy's wild parties were a pretty open secret, but could those partygoers be aware of some of the crimes that are alleged in Combs' criminal indictment? The alleged abuse and coercion that was going on. It remains to be seen if the Southern District of New York will charge anyone else in connection with Combs' alleged criminal empire. And so far, he's the only defendant named. He faces just these 3 charges: racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution. Heather Barnhart, I'll give you the final word, because we're still at the early stages of this. And, you know, one of the things I imagine, if this is an ongoing investigation and people are coming forward, there's going to be more digital evidence that authorities have to sort through.
There will be. In sextortion, something this major, you can't act alone. There have to be other key players who are assisting Combs in this entire allegation.
Heather, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate you breaking down these videos with me, what we can expect from the digital evidence in this case. A final question I have for you is, I really don't know if any of that's actually going to make its way into trial. What do you think?
I think some of them should, especially trying to show the age or even the look on minors' faces when they're discussing these parties and what's happening behind closed doors. I think it shows the discomfort and the people who are probably excited to spend time with Combs.
Look, I think if minors are not a part of this case, the defense will have a really good argument that none of this is relevant, that it's highly prejudicial towards their client. But we shall see. We're in the early stages. Heather Barnhart, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us. As always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Speak to you next time. One of pop culture's biggest names is behind bars in New York City, and his connections are being scrutinized more than ever. Sean Diddy Combs wasn't just a leader in the music and business industries, he was well known in political circles as well. We're going to take a closer look at those relationships with the editor-in-chief for Mediaite.com, Aidan McLaughlin. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. So Sean Diddy Combs may be one of the top-selling musical artists of all time. I think we all know that, but his influence stretched far beyond just music. And now the spotlight is on who he threw his political support behind. Now we know that Combs was arrested last week in New York City. He was flown there in advance, apparently planning to turn himself in, but authorities arrested him at his Manhattan hotel. And after he was indicted on charges of racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution, there was a bond hearing that was held, two in fact, and both judges decided that Combs was a danger if he was allowed on bail, especially after allegations of witness tampering and bribery were made by the prosecution. So for now, Combs is in the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. By the way, in the same part of the jail, we didn't know this, evidently, as convicted crypto fraudster Sam Bankman-Fried. Who would have thought that connection? But anyway, that's a separate topic. Okay, so now we want to talk about this. These connections between Combs and other high-profile people, they're being examined. Who knew what? Who may be a witness? Is the government talking with anyone? Is it possible that someone might be caught up in this? Could they face charges? These are questions that we have been asking. But right now, we're going to focus more specifically on Combs' political connections. All right, so to talk about all this, I want to bring in the editor-in-chief for Mediaite.com, Aidan McLaughlin. He is also the host of SiriusXM's show Press Club, which films in this room. So first, we haven't had a chance to really talk about the Diddy indictment, but the reaction and the news coverage of it's been everywhere. What has been your reaction to seeing what's happened?
Well, it's shocking. I mean, not just the nature of the allegations, but the extent of them. The fact that they have been going on allegedly for years, the breadth of the indictment. Clearly there were people within the music industry that knew about this. Cassie, obviously, who was a victim of Diddy's abuse. Rappers like Kid Cudi, who allegedly had his car blown up by Diddy. But the general public didn't know about that. And I have been following Diddy's career for years. I was a fan of his. He started Bad Boy Records in 1994. My first CD I ever bought was when I was 10 years old, the 10th anniversary CD of Bad Boy Records. So I have always been a fan of his, and it was pretty shocking to hear about this stuff.
By the way, I have been running around a lot covering this Sean Combs story, going into stores, getting gas. I'm all over the place. And I have with me this free app that can get me cash back on what I buy. It's awesome. It's called Upside, and they're a sponsor of Sidebar. So easy to use. Upside gets you real cash back, money that appears in your Upside app that you can transfer straight into your bank account. So just the other day, I used Upside to find a gas station. I claimed an offer, paid with my credit card at the pump, and then I followed the steps on the app to get cash back. And you can use Upside at all different kinds of places, restaurants, convenience stores. So to find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen and use our promo code SIDEBAR and you'll get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. Hope you can check it out. I think a lot of people were shocked. I mean, not so much by this indictment, but when the Cassandra Ventura lawsuit came out, that's the first time I heard of a freak off and heard of these allegations, and we were expecting that charges might come. So there's a lot in that indictment that, didn't surprise me because we've been covering it for a year. But here's the interesting thing, the connections, right? So we know that Combs is often spotted in society circles, from music industry events to fashion shows to corporate meetups. But sometimes he is seen at political events, and Combs has shown public support for both Democratic and Republican candidates in the past. Support, though, seemed to lean Democratic over the past few years, because back in the 90s, Sean Combs and not yet President of the United States yet, Donald Trump, they met. Both are from New York. They would apparently cross paths occasionally. Page 6 reported back in May that Trump was one of the celebrities featured in a video invitation to Combs' 29th birthday party in 1998. Aidan wasn't born yet, so that's totally fine. Page 6, though, reported in that video that Trump referred to Combs as the legendary Puff Daddy. And Trump also referred to Combs as a good guy during an episode of the reality TV show The Apprentice. Combs appeared to have kind of soured, though, on Trump by 2020 when he voiced his support for Joe Biden in the 2020 election. So Were you surprised to go back and see that connection between Trump and Diddy?
No, I was not surprised, because you got to remember that Donald Trump has been a fixture of the New York City social scene, of a certain kind of New York City social scene for decades. Anyone that's from New York grew up, their parents talking to them about Donald Trump, reading about Donald Trump in the tabloids, seeing him in appearances as himself on Sex and the City, Home Alone. And so he was this real fixture of New York City high life. And so was Diddy. As I said, Diddy started his record label in 1994. He's from Westchester. He was a real part of New York City in the 1990s and a real part of New York City wealth. And so I don't think it's any surprise that these are two people that spent a lot of time being seen out together at various events. And so, yeah, it wasn't particularly surprising. And obviously there's a lot of photos of the two of them together. I think the most famous one that's been going around now is this photo of Diddy, who is being celebrated at an event at Mar-a-Lago, where there's a photo of him, Donald Trump, and Melania. And interestingly enough, that was an event thrown by Russell Simmons, who has his own problems to deal with, although he's fled to Bali and is dealing with them there.
Why did he sour on him? Why didn't he? Any idea why Combs didn't want to vote for Trump in 2020? Or?
That's a good question. I think there were a lot of people, a lot of rappers who were big fans of Donald Trump because he was this sort of epitome of wealth and flashiness, and he was this self-made billionaire, so the lore went. And so there were a lot of people that really liked him and thought he was a funny character in New York. And by the time he ran for office in 2016, his politics had obviously shifted a great deal. He was a lot more socially conservative, a lot more extreme, some people would say. And so a lot of people that previously found him to be an entertaining character and a figure and a friend turned on him. Mm-hmm. Diddy is one of those people. Obviously, Diddy has always supported Democrats, as Trump did when they were friends. So I think that's probably what led to their falling out politically, at least.
And that brings me to the next point, because Combs had crossed paths with Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama at various campaign events and interviews, especially those meant to appeal to younger voters. He also attended Obama's inauguration ceremony in 2009. What can you tell us about Combs' connection with the Democratic camp, these very big Democratic figures?
Yeah, so he's long supported Democrats very publicly. He's not just a rapper or record producer who gives money behind the scenes to Democrats. He had this big Get Out the Vote campaign in 2004 in support of Democrats, and then throughout the years he's supported Democrats. He's appeared with Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, a number of prominent Democrats in the party. He's never, as far as I know, appeared with Kamala Harris, although she did thank him for hosting a COVID town hall in 2020. So yeah, he's always had these connections with Democratic politicians. As far as we know, though, he's never really had a friendship with any of them. Now, Trump actually said in an interview on The Apprentice that he considered Diddy to be a good friend. And what's interesting about that scene, because I went back and looked at it, is in that scene he's speaking with Aubrey O'Day, who is a member of Danity Kane, which is the band that Diddy created on his reality TV show. And Trump says that he loves Diddy, that he's a very good friend, and he says he's a good guy, right? And he tells Aubrey, and he says he's a good guy, right? And asks her if he's a good guy. And she declines to comment. Now, we later find out, she reveals in a podcast a couple years later, that one of the reasons she was fired from Danity Kane is because she didn't want to do certain things that didn't have to do with being in the band. So I think that in terms of the friendship now, Trump being friends with someone like Diddy doesn't actually mean that they were friends, that they hung out together. It could just mean that he saw him at social events. But I think the relationship that Trump had with him was more social, whereas the relationship that someone like Hillary Clinton or Barack Obama had with him was a little bit more political, transactional.
And this brings me to a larger point, and I have to be clear about this. There is absolutely nothing in the indictment or the letters from the government from last week that indicates any of these people are somehow connected to what Combs is accused of doing. They're not even mentioned in any of the lawsuits as being a part of this. But why are we seeing this mostly on X, I think, but maybe Reddit. People are trying to make connections. Oh, he knew this person. He knew this person. They're worried. They're worried now. They're sweating. Like, what is going on? Why are people making these connections between the Combs criminal allegations and these high-profile political figures?
Right. Yeah, and I think you make a good point there. There is no evidence that there was any connection in terms of what Combs was doing that was potentially illegal. And I think if there were, we would probably know about it at this point, although I don't know. But yeah, it's become, on social media, it's become a bit of a game that partisans on both sides of the aisle love posting pictures of their opponents in photos with Diddy. So you'll see partisans on Trump's side that will post photos of Barack Obama with Diddy, and partisans on the left side of the aisle that will post the Diddy and Trump photos to sort of smear their opponents as sexual deviants. There's no evidence of any of that, of any connection there. Trump himself actually posted a photo that showed Diddy with Kamala Harris. Turned out that it was a photoshopped picture of Diddy and it was Kamala Harris and Montel Williams. It was a fake photo. They had put Diddy's face on it. He deleted that photo, and it's also sort of a bizarre point to make, given there are photos of Trump with Diddy as well. So yeah, it's a silly smear. It reminds me of the Epstein case, when you had a lot of people on social media saying, oh, this goes all the way up to the top, we're going to get, the list is going to come out and it's going to show that all of these politicians and billionaires, have connections with Epstein that are criminal, that in a lot of cases didn't come into fruition. So, I think it's social media and the media should do a better job of trying to debunk this stuff.
Yeah, because it was like, oh, the tapes are going to come out. Wait
Right.
to fuse on the tapes.
Remember the tapes?
But here's what's interesting. Well, I mean, with this now, and here's the thing. For me, looking at this, what I think is more significant is it goes to that idea, and it's a common theme put forward by prosecutors. It's also a common theme that you saw in the lawsuits, the power of Diddy, right? Look at his influence. Look at his power. Right. This is why a lot of these accusers didn't come forward initially. Think about his connections. That's what I take away from it more than anything. And when you're seeing these photos, and I forgot about the photos of him and Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, that's what hits to me, is that power.
Well, that power, and also that there's been years of him being accused of being a bully and being terrifying. I mean, plenty of artists, Mace, who was a rapper in the 1990s, was at the top of his game when he was signed to Diddy's label, left and became a pastor at the height of his career, and later said it's because he had to escape Diddy. He was terrified of him. So there have been years and years of allegations that Diddy is a bully and is terrifying and is physically abusive. And not to mention, he has very powerful connections, as you say, and an enormous amount of money. And I think that's why, you haven't had these allegations come out until now, particularly when, in 2017, when you had the Me Too movement, so much of this stuff had come out about people that were immensely powerful and that were able to keep their accusers silent for years. Harvey Weinstein is the best example of that. The fact that these allegations against Diddy didn't come out then and are only coming out now, I think is a testament to his power.
By the way, side note, Mace, amazing music. Miss it all the time. He was phenomenal.
Spectacular.
We could do a whole show on that. I listen to it all the time. I'm a little older than you. I was listening to it. So it was amazing. But anyway, back to this. So it wasn't just, though, presidential campaigns that Combs had been associated with over the years, because he crossed paths with former New York City Mayor Mike Bloomberg, current New York City Mayor Eric Adams. In fact, Adams gave Combs the key to the city last year for his contributions to New York, but the key was returned when allegations surfaced about Combs' behind-the-scenes behavior. That was a moment, right?
Yeah, having to return a key to the city is never a distinction that I want to.
Because he is New York City in a way. You mentioned Combs.
Really is New York City. Yeah, was really the face of it in terms of the music industry for years and years and years. And with between the stuff he was doing in New York, in the social scene, the music scene, the white parties that he had out in the Hamptons. I mean, he really was a cultural touchstone in New York, and to have him fall like this is shocking.
Now, Combs has also been honored by various groups over the years for his philanthropic work. 2006, he was awarded a replica of the Liberty Bell by Mayor John Street of Philadelphia in honor, perhaps ironically, of his anti-violence efforts. 2012, Reverend Al Sharpton presented the Entertainment Award to Combs at the National Action Network's Triumph Awards in New York. But I want to go to this because Combs worked with Rock the Vote in the early 2000s and even established his own voter education organization, Vote or Die, in 2004. Here's the thing, in our research for this episode, we found out something very interesting. I want to dig a little bit more into this more. In 2005, the Federal Election Commission announced that it was investigating a complaint made by Combs' involvement in the 2004 election. So Peter Flaherty, who is president of the National Legal and Policy Center, said that the way that Combs pushed to get people out to vote was in violation of both IRS and Federal Election Commission policies. So Citizen Change was the umbrella group over the Vote or Die campaign, and on its website, Citizen Change reportedly described itself as, quote, a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization with a mission to educate, motivate, empower millions of young Americans to access their power on November 2nd. But according to Flaherty, the problem came when Combs made his own political preference known. So Flaherty filed his complaint on November 3rd, 2005, and on the very first page, he states, quote, Sean Combs is the founder and CEO of Bad Boy Worldwide Entertainment Group, who undertook an illegal campaign during 2004 aimed at defeating President Bush in the presidential election of 2004. The complaint then cites a February 2004 Rolling Stone article about the 11th annual Rock the Vote Awards ceremony in Hollywood, and Combs is quoted as saying, we're going to get Bush's ass out of that office. The complaint also talks about the apparent luxury of the Vote or Die tour. There was, the FEC complaint says, quote, an Associated Press article provides some clues as to the amounts of money spent by Citizen Change during the 2004 campaign. Tour transportation included a rented 52-seat 757 jet described as having one big first-class section and a motorcade of 5 SUVs and a party bus. Among the travelers was a petite Maltese named Sophie that resides in its own Louis Vuitton bag. Oh, imagine that. Now, Flaherty claims that this was all a gigantic PR stunt, not only for the Democratic Party, but for Bad Boy World Entertainment. And the complaint says, according to a Citizen Change press release, Citizen Change sought to create a sexy, fashionable t-shirt line with the Vote or Die slogan. Head designers at the Sean John clothing label will join with those at Echo, Fat Farm, Rockaware to create a line featuring distinct, hip interpretations of the campaign's message. So the commission does an investigation. They take a close look at the complaint, as well as the response from Citizen Change, and the Kerry Edwards campaign insisted it did not violate campaign rules. In the end, the commission wasn't able to find any evidence to substantiate Flaherty's claims, and they say in their ruling, all of the press releases and public statements issued by Citizen Change encouraged voter participation without expressly advocating the election of any particular federal candidate. That was a moment in time as well, right?
You remember those t-shirts?
I do remember those.
You strike me as a Fat Farm wearer.
Thank you.
Let me just say, I'm glad that they beat the charges, because if you can't put a Maltese poodle in a Louis Vuitton bag,
what is this society becoming?
We're not American anymore.
No,
our political system is over.
What do you think's behind your chair right now? People don't realize what Aiden came in with. That's what's so funny about this. But that was a big moment. I remember. And then he did it again in 2020.
Yeah. I mean, he was an active part of our politics, and I think, and for years. And what's so interesting about that is that a lot of these people, I think, that are accused of impropriety like this, take on political causes as a means of papering over potential illicit behavior behind the scenes. So it didn't surprise me at all when I remembered that Diddy was so involved in politics.
And look, we'll see where it goes. Right now, I think it's a lot of speculation, innuendo. There's no evidence to suggest there's more of a nefarious connection. But as we talked about, the fact that he had those connections says so much about the charges, this racketeering enterprise, this sex trafficking enterprise, the ability to do this, why people didn't come forward. Those are the allegations, and for me, I think that's the biggest takeaway. But Ada McLaughlin, thank you so much for coming on. I hope everybody can check out Press Club on Sirius. What channel is it on Sirius?
POTUS channel.
POTUS channel. I hear that's a great channel.
The one and only.
I hear that's a great channel. Dan's on that channel. I fill in for Dan on that channel too. A little self-promotion. Aiden, so good seeing you. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. All right, everybody. That's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Speak to you next time. In the wake of Sean Combs' arrest and indictment on federal charges, we are once again revisiting the case of Kim Porter. There is a renewed interest in her time with the rapper, and more specifically, her death. We're going to sit down with the author of a new book that is topping the charts on Amazon, and he claims this book may actually be the unfinished memoir from Porter herself. But is that true? Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. With the arrest and indictment of rapper, producer, media mogul Sean Diddy Combs on federal racketeering and sex trafficking charges, there has been a renewed interest in all aspects of his life. That is not surprising. But you might be surprised to hear that this is a renewed interest now in Kim Porter. This is Combs' ex-girlfriend, who tragically died in her Los Angeles home back in November of 2018. Officers reportedly found the 47-year-old unresponsive. She was pronounced dead. Initially, an autopsy was performed on Porter the next day, and according to the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's coroner's office, the cause of death was deferred pending additional tests, but then you fast forward to January 2019, and the office concluded that she died of lobar pneumonia. The manner of death was listed as natural. This is opposed to something like homicide. And she had apparently gone into cardiac arrest. Now, it was reported that at that time she had been battling flu-like symptoms in the days leading up to her death, and that her water bottles and sports drinks and Pedialyte were all in her bedroom. Days after her death, Sean Combs commented publicly about Porter, writing on Instagram, "For the last 3 days, I've been trying to wake up out of this nightmare, but I haven't. I don't know what I'm going to do without you, baby. I miss you so much. Today I'm going to pay tribute to you. I'm going to try and find the words to explain our unexplainable relationship. We were more than best friends. We were more than soulmates. We were some other S. And I miss you so much. Super Black Love." Now, Combs would reportedly tell Essence magazine the following year that one night I was checking on her and she was like, "Puffy, take care of my babies." She actually said that to me before she died. Now, during her funeral, which was out in her hometown in Georgia, Combs delivered a eulogy talking about the love that he has for Porter, how close he was with her, how she will always be with him, how she was somebody that was sent to help him in life. And he ended by saying, quote, "I just want to say to my kids, Justin, Christian, Delilah, Jesse, Chance, and the other man in the house, Quincy, your mother instilled in me this, and I pledge in front of everybody right now that I will always be there for you." And Combs said, and the audience was applauding when he said this, "I will always take care of you." On the 2-year anniversary of her death, Combs posted on Instagram photos of Kim Porter with the caption, "Queen Kim Porter, irreplaceable, love you forever," with the heart emoji. The following month, he posted a tribute for her for what would have been her 50th birthday. In 2022, after accepting the Lifetime Achievement Award at the BET Awards, Combs said, "I just miss Kim, y'all. I just want to say thank you to Kim." And then in 2023, Combs claimed that Porter was the inspiration behind his album, the Love Album, Off the Grid, even dedicated a song to her. He was quoted as saying, "I always said that I can't make a hit record unless my heart is broken. It's just like a vulnerable state that you're in. When I lost Kim, it broke my heart forever." And on what would have been her 53rd birthday in December of 2023, Combs posted on Instagram, "We miss you so much, Kim. Happy birthday, beautiful. Love forever." Now, despite all of this, there have been rumors. There have been unsubstantiated rumors, and I want to be clear about that there is more to Porter's death. And to kind of give you a little bit of a better understanding of that, I want to quickly go over the life of Combs and Porter together. So she and Combs, they first started dating in the 1990s. They had an on-again, off-again relationship. They had a son together, Christian. She had her first son, named Quincy Brown, who I mentioned before, whom she shared with music producer Albie Shore. But Diddy actually considers Quincy as his own and has raised him since a young age. Combs, Porter, they broke up in 1999, the year after Christian was born. They ended up having a really nasty court battle over custody. But then Combs and Porter, they reconcile. They get back together in 2003. But then you fast forward 3 years to 2006, and the couple, they welcome their twin daughters, Delilah Starr and Jesse James. But then Combs reportedly cheated on Kim Porter. He was expecting a child with a woman named Sarah Chapman in 2006. This is all while Porter was pregnant. So then less than a year later, in 2007, the couple ended their relationship officially the last time. But by all accounts, Porter and Combs, they seem to remain close. They seem to remain on good terms as parents until her death. But as I said, there were these theories that popped up and continue to pop up, particularly on Reddit, about Porter's real cause of death. One of those people who seem to believe that there's more to the story is who I mentioned before, Albie Shore, Porter's ex. His real name is Albert Joseph Brown. And after Combs' arrest, Brown posted on Instagram, quote, "In a nutshell, Kimberly was allegedly taken from us because she was set on course to accomplish what Mrs. Cassie Ventura did by igniting the bonfire, which brings us here today." Now, Ventura, of course, is Combs' ex-girlfriend who filed the initial sexual assault, sex trafficking lawsuit against him last year. And that spiraled into multiple other lawsuits that have hit the rapper. And this, of course, culminated in these federal charges that he now faces. But Brown writes, quote, "I am writing this post to formally request an investigation into an entire group of individuals who worked at or around the residence of Miss Kimberly Porter." And then he called her death a tragic murder. Hey, by the way, I got to say, really appreciate you guys coming to us for our Sean Combs coverage. Thank you so much. And look, we plan to continue to do this. We plan to continue to bring you these stories. And one of the reasons we're able to do that is because of the amazing support we get from our sponsors. And that includes Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Look, if you're injured, knowing your legal rights and whether you can be compensated is so important. And that's where they come in. They have an army of over 1,000 attorneys who will fight for what you deserve. Amazing track record. In the past few months, Morgan & Morgan won verdicts of $12 million in Florida, $26 million in Philadelphia, $6.8 million in New York. And mind you, these are all considerably higher than the highest insurance offers in these cases. So seeing if you have a case, by the way, super easy, can be done in 8 clicks or less. The fee, absolutely free unless you win. They're only getting paid if you get paid. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LC sidebar, or you can click the link in the description and pinned in the comments. Now, we actually interviewed forensic death investigator from Jacksonville State University, Joseph Scott Morgan, about this, about whether there is anything to indicate that she died from something other than pneumonia. Take a listen.
LA County, their medical examiner coroner is top flight, when it comes to this sort of thing, doing these assessments. So they're going to examine the eyes very carefully, looking for petechiae, and then, any signs of trauma externally that you can appreciate. Well, that's not where it ends. And you have to understand this. She would have been removed, which she was, from that scene and taken to the ME's office in LA County, and this examination would have been performed. They're looking at everything here, Jesse. So it's really hard. It would be hard for me to believe that there's anything nefarious going on that the ME did not pick up on.
A, is there any drug that can mimic the symptoms of pneumonia and kill somebody to make it look like it's pneumonia? And B, is it a substance that wouldn't be detected in the body if you do a screening?
Wow. Okay. One of the things that's commonly put forth, relative to lung issues and death, particularly when you're talking about any kind of foreign agent, my default position is always something like an opiate. So if you're talking about, and we see this a lot with heroin ODs, for instance, and morphine too, the lungs become highly congested, Jesse, and but you won't have. What will be different is, and this is kind of graphic, but you don't have this kind of pussy exudate coming from the lungs like you do with a pneumonia. So the doctor right off the top would be able to kind of rule that out. The lungs do get heavy with opiate overdoses, but that's something that's right at the top of the list on for what's referred to as a standard panel. They're going to screen for all of those. I can't imagine under any circumstances that there is something out there that would mask pneumonia.
So with all of that in mind, now a new book has come out. This self-published book on Amazon entitled Kim's Lost Words, A Journey for Justice from the Other Side. And it is doing incredibly well on Amazon. It is topping a lot of charts. It's allegedly a memoir from Porter herself detailing her relationship with Combs. But the thing about it is, it reportedly contains typos, shocking claims, inaccurate statements. And with that in mind, Kim Porter's children have released a statement. So this is from Quincy Brown, Christian, Jesse, Delilah Combs. They wrote in a joint statement. They posted it on Instagram Tuesday night. I want to read it for you. We have seen so many hurtful and false rumors circulating about our parents, Kim Porter and Sean Combs' relationship, as well as about our mom's tragic passing, that we feel the need to speak out. Claims that our mom wrote a book are simply untrue. She did not, and anyone claiming to have a manuscript is misrepresenting themselves. Additionally, please understand that any so-called friend speaking on behalf of our mom or her family is not a friend, nor do they have her best interest at heart. Our lives were shattered when we lost our mother. She was our world, and nothing has been the same since she passed. While it has been incredibly difficult to reconcile how she could be taken from us too soon, the cause of her death has long been established. There was no foul play. Grief is a lifelong process, and we ask that everyone respect our request for peace as we continue to cope with her loss every day. We are deeply saddened that the world has made a spectacle of what has been the most tragic event of our lives. Our mother should be remembered for the beautiful, strong, kind, and loving woman she was. Her memory should not be tainted by horrific conspiracy theories. We ask that everyone please respect our mother, Kim Porter, and hold her legacy in high regard so that she may rest in peace. It's what she deserves. We love you and miss you, Mommy, Quincy, Christian, Jesse, and Delilah. And just recently, even Combs authorized his attorney Erica Wolf to release a statement on his behalf regarding this new book, stating the Kim Porter memoir is fake. It is also offensive, a shameless attempt to profit from tragedy. Chris Todd, the author, has no respect for Miss Porter or her family, who deserve better. Unlike the fabrications in his sickening memoir, it is an established fact that Miss Porter died of natural causes. May she rest in peace. Now, when we say memoir, to be clear, there is no information verifying that Porter actually authorized these writings or authorized a book to be written by her at any point in time. Even the author, Chris Todd, can't confirm whether these are actually Porter's words or not, but he believes it's true, claiming that Porter herself created the information on a flash drive, which Todd says she gave to friends prior to her death. Again, her family and loved ones have denied this, but either way. So with that in mind, I sat down with this author, and he goes by the name Chris Todd, and he published this book under the pseudonym Jamal T. Millwood, seemingly in reference to a conspiracy regarding Tupac Shakur's death. So look, with all that in mind, I'm going to play you portions of this interview, and you can make your own judgments about what to take away from this. All right, Chris, thank you so much for coming on here on Sidebar. Happy to have you. So first, for anybody knows, how did you come about the Kim Porter story? How did you get these materials? How did you get involved in this?
Yeah, it's been a crazy journey. I appreciate you having me on today. Thank you so much. About 6 to 8 months ago, I found out through another person, kind of like a manager of mine, that there was possibly Kim Porter's flash drive. Also, there was talk of a iCloud or cloud and a password and things that were left behind by Kim Porter. At first, I didn't really know what to believe. Obviously, I know a lot about the story. And then through about a month or two, I got to personally meet somebody very close to these sources, let's say. Okay, there's a couple people involved. It's not just one person. And there was a celebrity source involved that was very close to Kim and Diddy. And so I kind of perked up a little bit, like, okay, I did a lot of research about the circles, and I was like, this could be true. This could be real. So I went down the rabbit hole and I investigated it to the best of my ability, quickly, as fast as I could. This is a big story. It's moving 1,000 miles an hour right now. And I do believe what I was given is real.
Can you share with us where this hard drive came from, how it was found, this flash drive, I should say? Where was it found? Or it just came out of...
Flash drive?
Yeah, where did it come from?
This flash drive was held onto for 5 years. This flash drive is from Kim Porter.
Any reason why it was held onto? I know you're not going to reveal the name of your source or where you got it from, but why? Can you tell us why it was held onto for so long?
I think these people were afraid.
Because what's the main theme? What's the main theme here?
In the book, or in the we're talking about the book, or are we talking about?
Yeah, what's the main theme of the book, and also your interpretation of why it was held onto? You said there was a concern there. Well, what's the main theme?
Through our PIs right now, we do have some evidence that Kim Porter may have been poisoned and murdered.
And we actually, before you came on, we did an earlier sidebar episode where we had an expert on who said that it would be difficult to find a poison that would mask the symptoms of lobar pneumonia, that it wouldn't make sense to him that the findings from the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office would be incorrect. They're a very thorough group. Why would he be wrong?
I'm not saying he's wrong, but we need to listen to the people that are online, even these online sleuths, the bloggers. A lot of information comes out from this kind of community. And there's talk of toxins being in her system at first. It was called deferred at first, then it was changed.
But how do you separate people who always have conspiracy theories and rumors versus legitimate facts? I mean, you believe that there's something here. You said you did your independent research. How can you tell our viewers and our listeners that there's something more here legitimately and not just listening to the noise out there?
I'm really more focused on the book right now and the memoir. As for investigating, doing the autopsy, looking at the autopsy closer, okay, I'm open to that. Yeah, but mainly I'm focused on the memoir.
So let's talk about this. How do you know for sure it's her words? It's a memoir from her, because it's in typewritten, right? You would say that it was from a computer. How do you know it's from her?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I'm getting that asked all the time. I work a lot of cases. Okay, I claim to have solved the 2 most famous cold cases in history. Okay, I like to think I'm good at what I do. So when they came to me, and when I work with any whistleblower or source, I don't always believe them. I don't believe everything they say. I put them through my test, by my feel, my spirituality. Well, it's forensics. There's a lot of things that I do. Dealing with the sources and the people that I've contacted closely, obviously, it's a dark story. It's dangerous. I'm familiar with this. Whistleblowers and sources don't always tell you everything. They don't show you metadata. They don't show you things that are going to trace it directly to them. So, like I said in the Rolling Stone article and another one that's coming out today or tomorrow, if you put my feet to the fire and God asks me life or death, do you know it's 100% her flash drive? No, I do not. But based on my feel, I prayed on it, and I felt I was to take a leap of faith, so I came forward with it.
Some people would say, why publish it if you're not 100% sure?
Well, I also am an investigative producer, an author, I'm a storyteller. A lot of my fans know me very well, and the media in Hollywood, a lot of times, they don't want the truth. So they do projects and stories and unscripted and scripted that are not always completely 100% true. I'm no different than them. I would like to turn this book into a movie or a series, and we're shopping that right now.
What, from reading these pages, what is your overall takeaway? If this is in fact Kim Porter's memoir, what is your takeaway from it?
It's disturbing. It's dark. It's sad. This is an abused woman telling her story. When I first read the whole thing, I only had a couple pages at first. Now, as for the tapes, I've been told that I can have access to the tapes.
What are the tapes? First start there. What tapes are you talking about?
The big ones.
You're talking about sex tapes.
Yeah, but with very famous people.
Okay, so talk to us about what you were told about the tapes.
That if I pass the test, they trust me, I will be the one to do it.
Who's they?
The sources and the people around the community of Kim and Diddy.
With all due respect, why wouldn't they bring that information to law enforcement? Why wouldn't they just drop it in, CNN's or ABC or any other news outlet's mailbox? Why come to you as opposed to law enforcement or another media organization?
If one of the people are underage in the sex tape, I have to, per my attorney, go to the FBI. I'm not going to comment right now if I'm in possession of the tapes or not, per my lawyer. So, but to answer your question, these people are scared. And what you're saying, like, well, if they just dropped it off at CNN or they just emailed it, that's not the appropriate way to do this.
Okay. Well, I mean, look, you're in a very interesting position right now, and clearly a lot of people are very interested in what you've presented. But I mentioned this before, I'm going to mention this again. As you know, this has been met with criticism. Porter's family and friends say this memoir is a fake. Albie Shore says it's fabricated, that it's offensive. Reportedly also came out and said, quote, a significant suit headed right for the heads of the responsible parties who dragged my name into this. Porter's friends, Kimora Lee Simmons, LaWanda Lane, told Rolling Stone that they don't know you at all. Lane said every page in that book is false, that Porter wouldn't write a memoir, that she would never write a memoir, that she liked her life to be private. Rolling Stone also reported that a source close to the Combs family says the family is exploring all of their options and saying, quote, the baseless pages in the book not only misrepresent Miss Porter's lived experience and legacy, but also continue to cause unnecessary distress to her loved ones. And her children came out with a statement today on Instagram, which I read before. What's your reaction to all that?
We did $1 million in sales in 12 days. The people want the truth. There's people writing me from all over the world, thanking me. What you just said, I know I'm still reading this stuff. I can't even keep up with it right now. I've actually have to hire people to read the stuff. We have to think about who these people are talking about. They're possibly talking about the devil. So if they say it's not real, remember who's saying that. Okay? A lot of people believe it's real. A lot of African Americans believe it's real. They're telling me, they're calling me. I'm talking to all the bloggers and podcasters because I'm an open book. I talk to the little people. So my point is, I still am assessing what's being said by everybody close. I get it. But this is what happens just like on my other cases. Yeah, they said they didn't do it too. And it turned out to be I was right. So, like I said, this is going to play out. I can't say I'm 100% right this second, but I'm not pulling that book down. Under my First Amendment, my civil rights, I'm not pulling it down.
Are you prepared to potentially be sued over this?
Absolutely, I'm already prepared. And also, let's remember, Amazon, Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post. Okay? I'm sure he's for freedom of speech and also some form of free press. I've been blocked and censored by the media for years, and I'm not going to bring it up. Everyone can do their own homework. It's not happening to me anymore.
So there was a quote from you in that Rolling Stone article where you say, if I'm so hot and my story and project's #1 on Amazon, where is everybody? Where's my agent? Where's CIA? The people I called for 12 years. I'm trying to explain to you, this is not about Kim Porter. It's about Chris Todd. And I wonder if somebody could interpret that statement and say, you know, he's taking this and he's saying whatever he needs to say for fame and fortune. It's not about getting the real message out there. It's not about getting Kim Porter's story out there. It's about Chris Todd. What would your response be to that?
You know, I worked really hard to get to this point. And the other case that I did recently, that was supposed to happen like this. That was supposed to go viral, and it didn't. And that's up to God. I don't control that. Obviously, we're here at this moment, and it's probably the biggest scandal story in America right now. I feel that I just work hard, keep my heart and mind open, and I'm kind of guided spiritually. And I will say this, and I don't know how this will come off to people. I have many cases and many victims. My clients are mostly murdered victims or deceased victims. I'm the voice of the voiceless. Right? Now, what I meant by saying well, that's not about Kim so much, it's about Chris Todd. That's to keep a little bit of a buffer for her. Okay? So that everyone's not so focused. And I know also the sources, they know that too. And I'm not stupid. Are these sources playing me a little bit? Maybe. But that's okay. If I have to go through some pain and hardship, if I have to go to court, it's not going to be my first time in court. And I put out a message to some of the people to get to the lawyers, be careful. Because remember, you're talking about Kim. It turns out that it's Kim's typos and they're her lies. remember, you're talking about abused women.
And would you be willing to submit these papers to an independent auditor of some kind or an independent agency to verify that it's, her work? I don't know how they would be able to do it, but because it's not handwritten. But if there was a mechanism in place to independently verify it, would you do that?
I have some things I haven't released yet that can show very much more that this is really hers. I have to do it piece by piece. And also the sources are testing me a little, and they're trying to, we all agreed that we need to see what happens when the memoir comes out first. I have 2 pages from that flash drive that are endearing, they're heartfelt, they're actually done by someone else wanting to help Kim, and that really explains more of why this is happening, why they waited all these years, why they're using me. I mean, they're calling me a culture vulture and a parasite and a colonizer. I get it. I'm just telling you right now, God brought me to her, or God brought her to me. I'm sorry that I'm white.
Let me ask you this. So the timing of this, Sean Combs was arrested and indicted last week. The book then comes out. Well, actually, that's not true. The book has been out for how long?
This is what we're going to talk about, and this is going to be fascinating to you. And I also want you to bring up the name Jamal T. Millwood.
Putting that to the side for a second, I wanted to ask you this.
Okay, the book was published September 6th.
Okay, the book was published September 6th.
Sean Combs was arrested later. He wasn't, I didn't know he was going to be arrested. That's what people are trying, they're confused about. They're thinking Diddy did this. And they're saying, well, I didn't have some inside source that he's going to be arrested. I'm not the FBI.
Right.
CIA agent. Okay. So I took a leap of faith. Now, at that point, when it started to come out, it was kind of quiet until they did an article about me, which I'm grateful for. Then things exploded quickly. Okay. I would have put my name on the book if Sean Combs was actually in a jail cell. He wasn't. Okay. So it's cryptic. And that's why the book says for Kimberly Porter, not by. I can't say by her. That I have some issues legally with that. So my point is, September 6th, it comes out. It's a leap of faith. It catches fire. He goes, okay, cool. I didn't know he was going to be arrested. So the timing, maybe there's some more spiritual element involved here.
Has law enforcement gotten in touch with you after this this book became so public? The book became published and these allegations came out, or not even allegations, the words that you published. Has the law enforcement reached out to you?
I cannot comment on that.
Okay. So, Chris, before we finish up, what do you want people to take away from this? And again, because you're in this very interesting position, what are you hoping people take away from this, and what can they expect within the next 6 months?
I want people to hear and feel Kim's voice. So that I didn't write that book. None of it. I edited some of it. I moved some formatting around to help her punch at the end of the chapters. I put the disclaimer in. I X'd out certain people. They didn't want me to. They wanted to burn the forest down. I X'd out a couple people and situations, and I removed the photos also from the book. I am going to release the photos probably today. As to what happens...
What photos? What photos do you mean?
There's photos in there that no one's ever seen that are from the flash drive.
Can you give us any clue about what those are?
I released the Kim Porter abuse photo, we call it, where I had sent it to reporters with blue on her face, like blurred out. That was released by the Daily Mail. You can see it there. No one has that photo. No one ever saw it. They only have a one-time use for it. So I'm going to give that possibly to other outlets. I have other photos with Sean Diddy Combs with famous music executives. I have them doing some things. There's no nudity. It's not sexual. What I'm saying is they're pictures of him that tell a story. And so nobody ever saw these pictures. So the sources wanted me to reveal them, but I wanted just Kim's voice to be heard first and just for her to talk to the audience. But now that, you know, the lawyer for Sean Combs, one of them, is using words against me and saying things, I'm now going to start releasing things. It's my turn to fight back.
Let me just end on this. In terms of your research into Kim Porter, you said you looked into this. I'm sure you got a great understanding of who she is. You hear her family saying she was a private person, would never write a memoir. Do you disagree with that, in the sense that maybe whatever was handed to you was written by somebody else to get this narrative out? So back to the overall question of how you think this comes from Kim Porter. Do you think she really was the kind of person that would write something like this to get it out there, or not?
I do. And I've dealt with a lot of victims on cases, and if her death had mysterious circumstances and she's coughing up blood at her Toluca Lake house, and there's some suspicious things about her body being moved and where the evidence is, look at what she's saying that he did to her. Okay, he's threatened her many times. So, and now the thing too, look, if I was saying this about some kind of halfway criminal, we're talking about Sean Combs. Think about that. So I'm all for it. I will fight for her. And if somebody proves to me that it's fake, albeit, prove it.
All right. Chris Todd, thank you so much for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jesse.
All right. So there you have it. Again, take away from that what you will. We'll continue to follow more updates in the Sean Combs saga. That's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time. Another rapper is doing his best to distance himself from Sean Diddy Combs after the music mogul was arrested and charged with racketeering and sex crimes. We're taking a closer look at Meek Mill's reaction and public pressure with an entertainment attorney. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. 37-year-old Robert Williams, known by his rap name Meek Mill, is the latest artist making headlines for his alleged connections to Sean Diddy Combs. The Philadelphia rapper got his start around 2006 with a group called the Bloodhounds before going solo, signing with record labels headed by hip-hop icons like T.I. and Rick Ross. Meek Mill has previously been photographed spending time with Sean Combs, who is now, as we know, behind bars for allegedly forcing people to participate in drug-fueled sex parties called freak-offs, reportedly using drugs and the threat of violence to keep people compliant. Combs was indicted last week on charges of racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution, and he's currently behind bars because his bail has been denied twice. Now, before a grand jury for the Southern District of New York officially handed down the indictment against him, Combs was accused of misconduct by multiple people in civil court, has faced a number of different lawsuits. And to be clear, Meek Mill is not mentioned by name, or is there any direct reference to him whatsoever in the criminal indictment or in the government's letters to the court from last week regarding the bail? Nothing. So everything that you're seeing online about him is really just gossip and chatter. I just want to be clear about that. But going back to the lawsuits, one of those plaintiffs that has sued Combs was Rodney Little Rod Jones, a music producer who apparently worked with Combs on his latest album called Love. Jones says he lived with Combs for a year and witnessed what he claimed was not only debauchery, but also illegal activity. In his lawsuit, Jones names some very well-known celebrities like Cuba Gooding Jr., who he claims sexually assaulted him on a yacht that Combs had rented for a holiday cruise in 2022. Other celebrities' names are redacted from the suit. For example, the lawsuit reads, quote, rapper redacted on Mr. Combs' yacht consorting with underage girls, sex workers. Then in a footnote it says, he is a Philadelphia rapper who dated Nicki Minaj. Now, based on that, online sleuths quickly deduced that that suit was likely talking about Meek Mill He dated Nicki Minaj for a couple of years between 2015 and 2017, and he was her opening act on a world tour. Once people decided that the lawsuit was referring to Meek Mill, these rumors started to circulate about his possible involvement or participation in Combs' activities. A fake audio file has also circulated online purportedly depicting Meek Mill and Combs involved in a sex act. Now that file has been debunked as a hoax, but gossip about it has not waned. There's been gossip about this alleged sexual relationship. These rumors continue to swirl. Meek Mill himself has been vocal about his name being brought up alongside allegations of abuse, drug use, sex with underage girls. He has claimed online that his success in the industry, as well as his work to reform the criminal justice system, has made him a target. And Meek Mill is very active on X, formerly Twitter. He has voiced his thoughts about the lawsuit as well as the rumors. In September, he tweeted, quote, "From the streets of Philly to becoming a millionaire, to helping reform the system, to bridging a gap of billionaires, to interacting with the rap culture that results in success. It's a lot of people hating on me on the low. They don't play with guns, they do campaigns." And he also tweeted several times about the rumors surrounding his sexuality. For example, one tweet reads, "I have the right to say I ain't gay, and I'll trash anybody that play with my manhood, LOL." Then earlier this week, he put an offer on the table, a $100,000 reward for anyone who can figure out how he got named in Rodney Jones' lawsuit in the first place. He tweeted, "I want to hire an investigative team, $100K cash, to find out every specific detail involving Meek Mill name to Diddy case. I also want them to look at who is powering the media involving Meek, anything to do with Buddy." And then in quotes, "something not right." And then he followed that up minutes later with, "The streets know what's up with me. That's not the case. We talking about business side. Somebody powering these bad campaigns with Meek Mill. Again, I got $100K for a thorough investigation of what's powering and how exactly my name connect to this." Hey, by the way, I got to say, we're able to continue to bring you these Sean Combs stories because of not only the amazing support that we get from you guys, you're the best, but also from our sponsors. And that sponsor of today's episode is Blue Land. Now, I love Blue Land. I was using this even before they became a sponsor. Their goal is to eliminate single-use plastic. I mean, what are we finding out? That we're apparently eating and drinking roughly a credit card's worth of plastic a week. Is that not disgusting? And by the way, talk about design. Their containers and bottles have this really cool, sleek design, look great on my counter. I have their hand soap, pods for the laundry, toilet, dishwasher, bathroom cleaners, glass cleaners. My house is filled with all this stuff. And it's all made with clean ingredients. I like the idea that I'm using something that's not only better for me and my family and the planet, but it takes care of the job. I'm not sacrificing quality or efficiency. All you got to do is you just fill it up with water, you drop in the tablet, ready to go. It does a fantastic job. I don't have to go out and buy bulky cleaning supplies anymore. Refills start at just $2.25. I'm saving so much money on this. You can even set up a subscription or buy in bulk for additional savings. So maybe it's not surprising that Blue Land is in over 1 million homes, including mine. And right now, Blue Land has a special offer for Sidebar's audience. You can get 15% off of your first order by going to blueland.com/sidebar. You won't want to miss this. Blueland.com/sidebar for 15% off. That's blueland.com/sidebar to get 15% off. With that, I want to bring on Brian Sullivan. He's a business and entertainment lawyer who's going to help us sort through all of this. Brian, good to see you. Thank you so much for coming on. What is your reaction to Meek Mill allegedly being a part of this Rodney Jones lawsuit? Let's start there.
Again, it's online sleuths that are powering this, and they're taking a couple facts that, spliced together, and then other facts relating to him, and people are just making assumptions. Sometimes that works, sometimes that doesn't. But I think if you're going to accuse someone of engaging in this conduct, you better have your facts straight and not just basing it off of a couple of pieces of information.
So you're talking about the online, and we'll get to that in a second. But what about the lawsuit? The fact that he is not directly named in the lawsuit from Rodney Little Ron Jones, but there's this reference. I mentioned the footnote where you put two and two together. It seems like he's referencing Meek Mill. So what do you make of that lawsuit?
I think that's a shot across Meek Mill's bow to for whatever reason to either get him to help with the lawsuit or get him to stay quiet about anything that undercuts the lawsuit. There's no other reason to put such a reference in with any specific facts. So I think
it's not common to do that, right?
No, not unless there's a reason why you need that person's name to be named in the lawsuit.
And look, the reason I say this is because Rodney Jones' lawyer has taken a lot of heat, quite controversial. Is it a way to make it a little bit more salacious? A way to get it maybe more high profile? You put these names in it, but again, this is a legal filing. This is a complaint.
Yeah, so you can't be sued for defamation. It's covered by the litigation privilege.
Explain that to us if you can, real quick.
So the law wants you to be able to say what your case is in court without the fear of retribution. So they have a privilege that if you file it in a court document, that you can't be sued for defamation, making your allegations and making your accusations.
Why then just not mention Meek Mill? Why do they have to say celebrity one, this Philadelphia rapper who dated Nicki Minaj? It'd be like someone saying host of Law and Crime, host of Sidebar podcast. I mean, my gosh, it's like just say my name at that point. Why would they not mention who it is?
There could be any number of reasons, but most likely they're trying to create a groundswell of PR so that people are talking about it, trying to figure this out, trying to put two and two together. And sometimes you can do it because you're trying to draw potential witnesses out into your side, or, actually making implied threats that you're going to be sued next.
So when you hear Meek Mill saying, I'm going to pay $100,000 to find out how I'm getting involved in this, what could result from that? Is there any legal recourse he could take?
If he finds out that people are leaking information or, pushing this, you could, because it's outside of the court context in social media. So you could possibly sue those people for engaging in defamation by implication, or outright harassment, intentional infliction of emotional distress. There's many claims that you could make if you trace it to one person that's trying to drive this against Meek Mill. It's going to be very expensive. I think a lot more than $100,000, because what you'd have to do is trace numerous posts and IP addresses and go back through communications. You'd probably have to file your own lawsuit against Doe's 1 through 25 type of thing to get discovery from the people who are posting and their identities. Most times they're using nom de plumes of some sort, or their, online handles. So you don't really know exactly who they are, who may be posting in certain places.
A couple of points about that. Couldn't he say, listen, I have collected 100 accounts that are posting this video, this fake audio file, who are posting these fake pictures, whatever it might be, take it to a court and get an immediate injunction to try to stop it from being published? Is that an avenue that he could go towards?
He could try that, and that it's relatively new these days, because a lot of these accounts you'd be suing like a handle, right? Not necessarily a person. You could also try to sue X, formerly known as Twitter, whatever it's called now, and see if it violates their terms of use, but those have been greatly curtailed since Elon Musk took over. Or on other social media channels, you could also try to do that. I've discovered it's very difficult to take down defamatory statements from social media. A lot of times they require you to have access directly to the post, and sometimes you can't get access to the post because it's in a private forum. So you have to find someone who has access to the post to actually take it down. So, it would be a very brand new type of case to sue handles instead of people, to have it removed to get injunctive relief and have it taken down. And I believe that X and Facebook and Meta would kind of fight hard not to be obligated to do that, because that would create a huge expense on their end for every time this popped up and happens.
And you could also go to the social media platforms, because they always have mechanisms to take down inflammatory content or damaging content. I mean, I used to do that. I used to have to do it for trademark infringement, and it was a headache, right? To go through everything and collect all the accounts and submit the form. It worked. We got the accounts taken off, but that's a whole other monster in and of itself.
Yeah, trademark and copyright infringement are a lot easier to do than just inflammatory comments, though. because there's a specific, the DMCA, Digital Millennium Copyright Act, has a whole procedure that the platforms have to follow. But when it's defamatory content, it's very difficult to do that. I've had clients who were bashed on limited invite-only Facebook forums, and some accused of heinous conduct, and they couldn't get it taken down. And other people they knew told them, yeah, this is up there, but you need access to the exact post. You can't get access to the post if you're not a member of the forum, and the forum's not going to let you in because you're the subject of the post. So, you have to get someone to do that for you. And also inflammatory conduct is open to, it might be inflammatory to you as the subject matter of it, but it may not be inflammatory to the guy at X or Facebook or Instagram who said, oh, that's not so bad, I'm not going to remove that. And most likely in those types of situations, it's just going to sit in the queue, and maybe they'll get to it and maybe they won't. You never know. But the copyright, they take it down unless someone objects to put it back up. And that's why it's different and much easier.
So if you were representing Meek Mill, and you've already talked a little bit about certain legal solutions he could take to try to combat what is a flurry of information on social media, he's spoken out himself about it, defended himself. What else could you recommend to him legally to do? I don't know if it's say, hey, sit down for an interview, whatever it might be. What you are seeing is so many celebrities remaining quiet right now as everything is happening with Sean Combs. What else would you recommend Meek Mill to do if he's saying, look, this is all hurting my reputation right now? Everybody's talking about me and none of this is true. What would you recommend he could do?
I would start with a crisis PR person to change the story, and I would track down, use some of the technological investigators out there and track down if there is some sort of conspiracy where one person's targeting him for whatever reason. That definitely could happen. I would start trying to track that down, and if that involves filing lawsuits to get discovery, I would do that, because he clearly said he wants to take action. This is not somebody who wants to, go hide in a hole for 6 months and hope everything blows over. He wants to fight back. And the big problem is that it's the allegations made in the complaint. One, it's not. He has never really been named. Just they're picking up facts and linking it to him. Maybe there's some other people that fit that model too, who can fall into that. There could also be situations where he can target specific individuals in a lawsuit and go after them.
I wanted to ask you this, aside from Meek Mill in general, as I mentioned, after it was known that Sean Combs was under investigation, after his homes were raided, and now after he was arrested and indicted, you are seeing a lot of celebrities or one-time friends of Combs are choosing to keep quiet. They're remaining quite silent. How many of them do you think have called up their lawyer in the past month or so, or the past few months, or the past week, and said, what do I do? Do I, because there has to be a reason we're not hearing more. I mentioned this before, I'll say it again. When Harvey Weinstein all those allegations came out, and then ultimately he was criminally charged, you saw people who came out pretty strongly against him and said, I didn't know anything about this. I heard rumors about Harvey Weinstein, think it's disgusting. Now, I'm sure there's a lot of people who believe the same about the allegations regarding Combs, but they're not being as vocal. Why do you think that is? Do you think they've communicated with their lawyers? And what are those communications? What do you think the lawyers are saying to them?
I will premise this with saying nobody's called me for any information. I think it probably starts more with the PR people. And since the Harvey Weinstein time, which was, 7-8 years ago, that story broke, I think a lot of people are choosing to remain silent and letting things play out in court before they take a stance one way or the other. And I do think the backlash against Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis over their letters supporting Danny Masterson have made people reluctant to take any stance whatsoever in these, and they'd rather just ignore it and not get involved in controversial stories. And because then what invariably happens is the story is no longer about Diddy, it's about so-and-so who said this about Diddy. And I think they would just rather not be involved in it at all.
Do you think somebody like Meek Mill, who has spoken out, that makes it more or less likely that he has been speaking with the government, has been working with prosecutors? Because one of the questions we also had is maybe people are being silent because they are right now going to be cooperating witnesses or have provided the government information or have been contacted and they don't want to say anything at this point. But if you have somebody like Meek Mill or another celebrity who is saying something about Combs, that may indicate maybe they are not a part of this case at all. Maybe they're not being approached at all. What do you think?
I think if they are a government witness, they're probably less likely to say anything because they don't want to have their public comments then be used against them if they have to testify at a trial. And I think it's probably a sign that he's not a cooperating witness. I'm not a criminal lawyer, though, but I would think that that's probably what's going on. And I think and this is less about Diddy and more about him being targeted by online sleuths, or, and there could be online sleuths and they could be trolls and they could be people who are being put up to it just because somebody wants to get at Meek Mill. So that's why I think he should conduct an investigation and it'll cost more than $100,000 that he's offering, I believe, because this is not cheap and easy technology to use.
One final question before I let you go with respect to Meek Mill and Little Rod Jones. You had mentioned this kind of almost immunity with respect to filing a lawsuit. I'm going to ask you two scenarios here. If Rodney Jones were to do an interview where he calls out Meek Mill, but he's, it's what he's saying in the lawsuit, but he mentions Meek Mill directly and says, it's mentioned in the lawsuit, but Meek Mill did X, Y, and Z. If he says it in an interview as opposed to just legal filings, could he then get sued by Meek Mill? And if he were to lose this lawsuit or it gets dismissed, can Meek Mill then turn around and file a lawsuit against him?
If he does a news story and says Meek Mill did this to me, yes, he can be sued for that. If he just cites what was in the complaint, he could still, during the interview, he could still possibly be sued, but he does have more of a litigation privilege argument because it's referenced in a complaint. He's just quoting the complaint. But remember, the complaint only alludes to states certain facts relating to the identity. It doesn't actually identify Meek Mill.
Right.
So if he identifies Meek Mill, he could definitely be sued for defamation.
And if he loses the suit?
If he loses the suit, it's still filed in the lawsuit. The litigation privilege would still apply.
Yeah. Hey, listen, talking about it being directly identified, we remember Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, she didn't directly reference his name in that Washington Post op-ed. He won, so it was pretty clear that who she was mentioning. You don't have to be directly named, but
that's the concept of defamation by implication. You don't have to identify the person, or you don't have to identify a specific deed, but you put enough statements out there of fact that you claim are facts that lead you to believe this person was the person who did this, or this person did this.
Right.
You can be sued for that.
Yep, absolutely. Brian Sullivan, thank you so much for coming on. Appreciate you breaking it down with us.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time. It appears Cassandra Ventura may be a key figure with respect to the criminal charges facing Sean Diddy Combs. So with that, we're going to go back and break down her initial lawsuit against Combs, the lawsuit that started the ball rolling, which eventually led to Combs' arrest. What did she say happened to her, and is this a preview of what she could maybe testify to at a future trial? Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Now, if you've been following our coverage of Sean Combs' criminal case here on Sidebar, you know that we have talked a lot about someone who could be a major witness at a trial, someone who is most likely cooperating with the government, someone whose allegations against Combs, I think it would be fair to say, make up a huge part of the current indictment. I'm talking about Cassandra Ventura, Cassie, Combs' ex-girlfriend. And remember, she sued him back in November of 2023 for sexual assault, battery, sex trafficking. This was among other claims. And that case ultimately started the ball rolling with more lawsuits filed against Combs and ultimately culminated with these criminal charges. In fact, there is an argument to be made that in Sean Combs' indictment for racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution, she's allegedly victim one, who was allegedly sex trafficked by force, fraud, or coercion. There is an argument to be made that that is her. Actually, one of her main accusations that we're going to go into is specifically described in this indictment. Again, it seems to me that her claims are what make up the majority of this indictment. So with that, we thought, let's go back. Let's revisit her lawsuit. Let's see what she claimed, can kind of give us a preview of maybe what to expect. And yes, she settled this lawsuit with Combs the day after she filed it, but that doesn't mean that her claims and allegations can't be used by prosecutors, that it can't be used to prosecute Combs. Actually, again, in my view, and other analysts believe this too, it seems that they are. So let's do a deep dive into her lawsuit. That may be a preview of what we see at Combs' upcoming trial, whatever that might happen. Now, before I begin, let's not forget what Sean Combs is currently charged with, what he's accused of. The racketeering charge in the indictment is essentially that Combs led a criminal enterprise whose goal, other than to operate a global media and entertainment business, was to engage in the abuse of women, sex trafficking, forced labor, prostitution, the distribution of drugs, to use violence and threats, to commit crimes like kidnapping, arson, bribery, obstruction of justice, all to carry out the goals of this enterprise, all the while making sure to satisfy the sexual desires of Sean Combs. And one of those desires, as alleged by prosecutors and also alleged by several Combs accusers in separate civil lawsuits that they filed against him, including Cassandra Ventura, were the commission of freak-offs, these elaborate, coerced sexual performances, sometimes induced by drugs, that Combs wanted. Now, he's also charged with sex trafficking with respect to victim one. Again, argument could be made that's Ventura. That is using force, fraud, or coercion to have this person engage in commercial sex acts, meaning for money or something of value was given or promised. There's an element that this has to be enticing, harboring, transporting this person over state or foreign lines. And then we have the final count, which is transporting people over state or foreign lines for the purposes of prostitution. By the way, really, really appreciate you guys following our continued coverage of the Sean Combs case and all the different facets of it. And I have to call out one of our sponsors because it's with their support that helps us to keep on doing this. And this is called Upside. Now, Upside's awesome. It's a free app that helps you get cash back on daily essentials like gas and groceries. Real cash back, money that appears in your Upside app that you can transfer straight into your bank account. So just the other day, I used Upside to find a gas station. I claimed an offer. I pay with my credit card at the pump, and then I followed the steps on the app to get cash back. And you can use Upside at all different kinds of places, including restaurants and convenience stores. So to find out how much you can earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen and use our promo code SIDEBAR and you'll get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. Now let's go to Ventura's lawsuit. In the beginning of her complaint, it mentions how Combs is a rapper, a record executive, how he rose to prominence in the entertainment industry, and then she explains how in 2022, when he won the Lifetime Achievement Award at the BET Awards, he called out Ventura in his speech, and also Cassie for holding me down in the dark times, love. But then the suit says, quote, "The truth, however, is that Cassie, Miss Cassandra Ventura, was held down by Mr. Combs and endured over a decade of his violent behavior and disturbed demands. For Miss Ventura, the dark times were those she spent trapped by Mr. Combs in a cycle of abuse, violence, and sex trafficking." And then lists a number of, quote, violent and unlawful acts, which we're going to get into, but it's important to start from the beginning with this. So in the complaint, she explains how she met Combs when she was 19 years old back in 2005. He was apparently 37. He signed her to his record label, Bad Boy Records, as an artist. And from there, she claims that Combs, her boss, and who she describes as, quote, one of the most powerful men in the entertainment industry, lured her into a fast-paced, drug-fueled lifestyle and into a romantic relationship with him where he, quote, asserted complete control over her personal and professional life, thereby ensuring her inability to escape his hold. She claims that he provided unprecedented avenues for success for the aspiring artist, but in return demanded obedience, loyalty, and silence. And that is key. That is a common characteristic in sex trafficking claims, the promise of something valuable to force someone to engage in sexual activity. And there are more references to this where Combs, according to Ventura, would buy her designer clothing, pay for lavish vacations for them, bought her a car. So I want you to keep that in mind as we talk more about this. Now, the complaint goes on to say, quote, within a year of signing with Bad Boy Records, Mr. Combs became deeply entrenched in Miss Ventura's life, almost immediately asserting possession and control over her and inserting himself into all aspects of her career and her personal life, and expanding upon that concept of control and ownership, as Ventura defines this. The complaint also states that Combs started renting her an apartment that was within walking distance of his place. And the complaint says, quote, Mr. Combs also became deeply involved in Miss Ventura's personal life, with his personal staff attending to Miss Ventura's day-to-day travel and other needs, including medical care. On multiple occasions, Mr. Combs had Miss Ventura's personal medical records sent directly to his email address. For instance, when Miss Ventura began experiencing memory loss, potentially due to excessive drug use and or head injuries caused by Mr. Combs' beatings, her MRI results were provided directly to Mr. Combs. Mr. Combs also repeatedly arranged for his staff to drive Miss Ventura to certain doctor's appointments. By the way, that is alluded to in Combs' criminal indictment as well, because in the indictment it states, quote, Combs maintained control over his victims through, among other things, physical violence, promises of career opportunities, granting and threatening to withhold financial support, and by other coercive means, including tracking their whereabouts, dictating the victim's appearance, monitoring their medical records, controlling their housing, and supplying them with controlled substances. Now, by the way, according to Ventura, Combs pursued her and began this romantic relationship with her, even though he had been dating Kim Porter, and Ventura apparently had a boyfriend. And she explained that she would acquiesce to his requests and demands, including her taking a copious amount of drugs at his insistence, because she was afraid. She was afraid of the repercussions for her and her career. The complaint says, quote, compounding this all-encompassing intrusion into her life, Mr. Combs secured his control over the young and impressionable Miss Ventura by introducing her to a drug-fueled lifestyle that kept her complacent and compliant. Now I want to get into the physical and sexual abuse allegations. That's a main component of this case. So the complaint lists out many alleged incidents. For example, it states, quote, Mr. Combs would violently beat Miss Ventura, leaving bruises on her body. After every instance in which he beat Miss Ventura, Mr. Combs used his money and power to orchestrate extensive efforts to hide the evidence of his abuse, including by hiding Miss Ventura in hotels for days at a time to let her bruises heal. It goes on that in one such instance, after a party with Jay-Z, Mr. Combs beat Miss Ventura repeatedly in an Escalade, including by kicking and hitting her. There's another instance that says that in January of 2009, after Mr. Combs learned that Miss Ventura spoke to another music manager at a party in Los Angeles, he became enraged. It goes on to state that in the car leaving the club, Mr. Combs beat Miss Ventura, pushing her into a corner of the vehicle and stomping on her face. Now, to be clear, we don't know if any of these specific instances of abuse will make their way into this criminal case, whether it's only respect to the freak-offs, because again, the indictment really focuses on that and not necessarily individual isolated moments of abuse, but we'll wait and see. Now, for anyone following this story, in this complaint, in this lawsuit, is the first time that we heard about this infamous March 2016 incident at the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles. This is where Ventura claims that a drunk Sean Combs punched her in the face, and as she tried to escape the hotel room, he follows her into the hallway, yells at her, grabs her, and throws glass vases. And we all saw this episode with our own eyes when CNN published video of this encounter a few months back. seeing Combs in a towel allegedly beating Ventura in that hallway, kicking her, dragging her, an episode that Combs apologized for on Instagram just 2 days after that video was released. And this was also referenced in the criminal indictment as well. It's actually one of the more specific instances that is described. And as Ventura and prosecutors allege, Combs attempted to bribe a security guard to keep all of this quiet, and that Combs and his team may have purchased that surveillance footage so that no one would see it. Now, going back to why this was mentioned in the indictment and what was said in this complaint, according to prosecutors and according to Ventura, at that hotel room, that 2016 incident, she was allegedly escaping a freak-off, which again is at the center of this criminal indictment against Combs. And it's the first time, I will tell you, I ever heard of it. I ever heard of a freak-off was in this lawsuit. These voyeuristic sexual performances where Combs would allegedly force Ventura to engage in sex acts with other men, mostly male sex workers. As her complaint explains, Combs would allegedly demand these freak-offs or FOs at random times, and she was expected to find the place and hire the men. These would happen, according to Ventura, frequently at all different locations, including prominent hotels. The FOs would get so wild that there's an allegation that there was damage sustained at the hotel rooms. The complaint says, quote, sometimes Mr. Combs would pay to fly male sex workers to his location, including to multiple cities in the United States as well as abroad. He required Miss Ventura and his staff to help him make these arrangements. Mr. Combs' assistants would help to set up the FOs, including by setting up the hotel suites with baby oil and Astroglide. Mr. Combs always supplied Miss Ventura and the sex workers with copious amounts of drugs before and during the FOs. Miss Ventura was given ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, and alcohol in excessive amounts during FOs, which allowed her to disassociate during these horrific encounters. It became commonplace to get IV fluids in the days after an FO to recover from the excessive substances pushed upon her. And to be clear, according to Ventura, this is not something she wanted to do. In the complaint, it says frequently her anxiety before an FO would become so great that she would become physically ill, sometimes to the point of vomiting. While kneeling over the toilet, Mr. Combs would shame her into performing for him, eventually forcing her to get up and proceed with the encounter. She knew firsthand that telling Mr. Combs that she did not want to engage in Ventura would refuse the FO or otherwise report Mr. Combs' abuse was met with ultimatums by Mr. Combs, who would say that Miss Ventura would not go to the police because she had a lot to lose. Now, not only is that consistent with what is alleged in the criminal indictment, the fact pattern as laid out by prosecutors, but that specifically is what accounts for her sex trafficking claim in this lawsuit and the racketeering, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution charges that he faces. Ventura alleges in her complaint that Combs would pleasure himself during these FOs and also film the encounters. And get this, after she claims she tried to delete photos and videos of these FOs, Combs told her he's got the videos. And in fact, quote, on one occasion, he sat next to her on a flight and made her watch a video she thought she had deleted, reinforcing her inability to escape and the immense power he held over her. It goes on to state that over the years, she again and again tried to escape his tight hold over her life. Every time she hid, Mr. Combs' vast network of corporations and affiliated entities found her, and those who worked for Mr. Combs' companies implored her to return to him. Many went as far as to explicitly state that her failure to return to Mr. Combs would hinder her success in the entertainment industry. Again, that goes to this racketeering conspiracy. It's not Combs acting alone. There's a team, there's an enterprise. That's what the allegation is put forward by prosecutors. Now, later on in the complaint, she explains how by 2017, 2018, she wanted to leave Sean Combs. And she says how at one point they went to dinner, seemingly to try to talk about ending the relationship. But at the end of the night, he allegedly forces himself into her apartment and rapes her as she says no. Now, if you didn't think all of these allegations were shocking enough, and by the way, remember, this was the first lawsuit. This started it all. This was the first time we were hearing these shocking allegations for the first time. But there were other parts of this complaint where she mentions other high-profile individuals that is, again, shocking. For instance, she explains how in 2011, during a rough patch in her relationship with Sean Combs, she started a relationship with rapper Kid Cudi. And the following year, she claims, quote, Mr. Combs told Miss Ventura that he was going to blow up Kid Cudi's car and that he wanted to ensure that Kid Cudi was home with his friends when it happened. And around that time, Kid Cudi's car exploded in his driveway. And guess what? This is a part of the criminal indictment. As part of the racketeering conspiracy charge where you're showing this criminal enterprise, prosecutors list out a number of alleged underlying crimes committed by the enterprise members. Included in there is arson. This seems to be with respect to the Kid Cudi car incident. And prosecutors in a following subsequent letter to the court had indicated they have evidence, fire reports to back this up. But continuing on with other high-profile people mentioned in Ventura's lawsuit, what about Combs' longtime rival, music executive Suge Knight? He's mentioned. The complaint reads, on one occasion when Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura were using drugs together in his home, one of the security staff barged in and announced that Suge Knight was spotted at Mel's Drive-In Diner in Los Angeles. Mr. Combs began to get dressed, retrieved multiple guns from a safe, and ran out of his home to where he believed Mr. Knight was dining. Miss Ventura became terrified and began to cry. The complaint goes on to say that on at least 2 occasions, Mr. Combs demanded that Miss Ventura hold Mr. Combs' gun in her purse. There was no clear reason why Mr. Combs required her to hold his guns except to reinforce to his young girlfriend that he was violent, powerful, and dangerous. The idea of brandishing firearms to intimidate and threaten others is also a part of the criminal indictment. And remember, firearms were seized in the raids on Combs' properties back in March, including AR-15s with defaced serial numbers. That in and of itself is a federal crime. But now going back to the complaint, let's put a bow on this. It says, Ms. Ventura has now fully escaped Mr. Combs, but the harm that the assaults and sexual abuse he caused her to experience for nearly a decade will forever haunt her. She has required intensive medical and psychological care to recover from the trauma she lived through. And at another point it says, she cannot, however, continue to live in silence about what she endured. Mr. Combs remains immensely powerful and immensely dangerous. Ms. Ventura therefore seeks justice for the decade of her life that Mr. Combs took away from her with threats of violence, excessive use of drugs, physical and psychological abuse, and sexual slavery. And that indicates to me that she is possibly going to be a government witness who will testify against Sean Combs, but we'll wait and see. So that is a summary of her allegations, her claims, and perhaps what makes up the criminal charges that Combs currently faces, and moreover, what we can expect Cassandra Ventura to testify to should she in fact be a cooperating witness for the government. That's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.